Chapter 3550. Sensing this anomaly, the embodiment hurriedly took action to conceal the direction of the heavenly manifestation and demonic chi in order to prevent others from noticing. In the karst cave 30,000 meters underground, Yang Kai's muffled roar resounded from the tumbling demon chi, like a wounded beast licking its wounds alone. When the roar entered the ears of the embodiment, it made his heart palpitate uneasily. At this point, it could no longer provide any help to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's current situation made it clear that he was on the verge of becoming the demon race. If he wanted to survive this disaster, he could only rely on himself. If he failed, everything would be for naught. This made the embodiment secretly anxious. The roar continued intermittently for an unknown amount of time, and Yang Kai's voice gradually became hoarse, as if his vocal cords were being torn apart. During this period of time, Yang Kai absorbed an unknown amount of demonic chi from the surrounding heaven and earth into his body. The massive amount of ancient demon chi sealed in his dantian was also released to its fullest extent, fusing with his physique and meridians. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. The world darkened. In this cave 100,000 meters underground, there was obviously no light, and it was pitch black, but the embodiment still felt like it was completely shrouded in darkness at that moment. It seemed that not only was his vision blocked, but even his divine sense could no longer detect anything. In the darkness, a ray of golden light was extremely conspicuous. The embodiment looked up and saw that this ray of golden light was actually a vertical golden line. As Yang Kai's embodiment, it naturally knew what this vertical golden line was. Demon Eye of Annihilation. This was the divine technique that Yang Kai had obtained from Tongxian realm. Yang Kai had relied on his Demon Eye of Annihilation many times to defeat powerful enemies and turn the tables on him. But this was not the main point. The main point was Yang Kai's other eye. Although it could not see anything, the embodiment could still feel that Yang Kai's other eye was also open, but it was completely dark at the moment. Ancient devil-black eyes. The magical clone's eyes widened, and he felt as if his head had been hit by a sledgehammer. His mind was in a mess. The ancient demon's black pupil had always been a divine ability that Yang Kai could only use when he unlocked the seal on his dantian. As for the eternal darkness, once it was used, the world would turn dark. So how could it appear now? Could it be that the main body had completely become the demon race? At this moment, Yang Kai's roar turned into a long howl of pain. The embodiment's feeling was right. Both of his eyes were not in their normal state at this moment. The Demon Eye of Annihilation and ancient devil black pupil had been activated at the same time. The Demon Eye of Annihilation in his left eye was fine, but the ancient devil black pupil in his right eye was burning with pain. Not only was the pain piercing his heart, but it was also constantly throbbing, as if it was going to jump out of his eye sockets. That kind of torment was simply unbearable. Under the throbbing, Yang Kai felt as if his 3 souls and 7 spirits were about to be shaken apart. He felt as if he would rather die than live. He clenched his teeth and persevered. The soul-warming lotus protected the last piece of pure land in his knowledge sea, preventing him from sinking into depravity and truly become the demon race. In this tenacious struggle against his own fate, Yang Kai's originally unstable aura gradually calmed down. As time passed, the throbbing of his right eye became smaller and smaller, and the tormenting pain also gradually lessened. Finally, all the pain disappeared, and the throbbing of his right eye stabilized. An indescribable feeling of comfort spread throughout his body, causing Yang Kai to let out a long sigh of relief. The pitch-black demonic chi in the karst cave rolled up and poured into his body like a receding tide, returning peace to this world that was 30,000 feet underground. Yang Kai sat cross-legged, breathing deeply. The aura of the third Great Emperor realm was obvious. The embodiment stood not far away, watching in a daze. Looking at the current situation, it also couldn't figure out whether Yang Kai had successfully passed the tribulation or completely become the demon race. But no matter what, The main body was still the main body, and it could never be separated from Yang Kai. As long as there was no danger to his life, the embodiment could accept any changes that Yang Kai made. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Yang Kai opened his eyes again. At this moment, the dark karst cave seemed to be overflowing with light. The embodiment hurriedly asked, "How is it?" Yang Kai stood up, moved his hands and feet, and felt the condition of his body. He scratched his chin and said, "It's hard to say. What's hard to say?" The embodiment stared at him. Yang Kai said, "It's a long story. The breakthrough was a success, but I don't know what's going on with me now." The third Great Emperor realm was set in stone, but Yang Kai didn't know whether he had become the demon race or not. If he said that he had become the demon race, he didn't lose his mind, and his mind was clear. But if he said that he hadn't become the demon race, the nature of the Emperor's chi in his body had undergone a tremendous change, and it had completely turned into demonic chi. After all, he had absorbed so much demonic chi during the breakthrough, and even the ancient demon demonic chi in the Dantian had been digested. The Emperor's chi that he had painstakingly cultivated for many years had long been assimilated with it. After telling the embodiment what had happened and his current state, Yang Kai grinned and said, "Anyway, no matter what, I feel unprecedentedly happy now." The embodiment was a little speechless. Even the main body couldn't figure it out, so it was even more confused. After thinking about it, it said, "Then all of this is probably related to the black shadow that invaded your knowledge sea. Perhaps it was it that gave you the ability to merge with the demonic chi." Yang Kai nodded with a dignified expression. "I think so too, but we still need to investigate what the hell that black shadow was." If the black shadow hadn't contaminated his knowledge sea after it exploded, he probably wouldn't have been able to absorb the demonic chi into his body unharmed, let alone digest the huge ancient demon demonic chi sealed in the Dantian. Overall, although there were many unforeseen events during this breakthrough, the result was still quite satisfactory. Although the transformation of Emperor's chi into demonic chi made Yang Kai a little unhappy, it was still a good thing that the hidden danger of the Dantian seal was completely resolved. Previously, when he used the power of the Tsang tree to seal it, Yang Kai was secretly worried that if he was forced to break the seal again one day, there would be no turning back. Now that the ancient demon demonic chi had been completely assimilated by him, he would never have to worry about it again. Yang Kai even felt that he could use the divine technique of eternal darkness anytime, anywhere. This was an unexpected surprise. "Haha, so you were really hiding here. This is really a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it without any effort." A chuckle suddenly sounded in Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly, and he immediately recognized whose voice it was. "Bei Liamo. Oh no, she must have been attracted by the abnormality of your breakthrough," the embodiment exclaimed softly. Previously, when Yang Kai's sudden change caused a natural anomaly, although the embodiment immediately covered it up, it was still too late. However, at that time, Yang Kai was at a critical juncture, and the embodiment could not bring him away, so it could only pray that the anomaly did not attract anyone's attention. Who knew that it would actually attract Bei Liemo? Yang Kai took a long time to break through this time, as long as half a month. In other words, Bei Liemo must have been hiding in the Cloud Shadow mainland for a long time. Otherwise, it would not make sense for her to spy on that momentary change in the anomaly. Although the embodiment was the master of the Cloud Shadow mainland, if a demon saint wanted to hide, the embodiment would not be able to detect it. "Kacha!" A strange sound was heard. The temperature in the karst cave suddenly dropped, and soon after, a layer of frost covered the walls of the cave. Sharp icicles rapidly grew, and a soul-piercing cold spread out. "Let's go," Yang Kai shouted. Even though his strength was now on another level, in front of a demon saint, he did not have the slightest intention to fight. If he was really blocked by Bei Liemo, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, the embodiment had already wrapped him up with Demon Yuan, and then quickly shuttled through the 30,000 feet underground. "Run," Since this lord is here, do you think you can run away? Bei Liemo sneered, and then the ground in front of them was covered with ice and was incomparably hard. The embodiment was caught off guard and crashed into it, and in an instant it was dizzy and had no choice but to turn around and continue to escape. After twisting and turning for a while, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up, and the pressure on his body suddenly disappeared. When he came back to his senses, he found that the embodiment had already brought him to the surface. A gentle breeze brushed past his face, and it was pleasant. 10 feet in front of him, Bei Limo's figure was enchanting, and her red lips were tender and beautiful. She was looking at him with a smile, and her snow-white silver hair was gently swaying. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the embodiment, and saw that the embodiment's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He did not know how he had fallen into her trap, and now he was in front of her. "Bitch die!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted, and a huge moon blade slashed towards Bei Liemo. At the same time, he did not stop, and urged the space law to wrap around the embodiment to escape. On the other side, Bei Liemo just raised her hand slightly and shattered the moon blade that was slashing towards her. Then she raised her hand and grabbed towards the void where Yang Kai was, and the world was instantly locked down. Yang Kai and the embodiment, who had just become blurry, once again solidified and could no longer teleport. They turned their heads to look at each other, and at the same time their bodies surged with demon chi, and with a turn of their bodies they used the divine technique to attack Bei Liemo. This time they were going all out, not hoping to injure Bei Liemo, but just to buy some time so that they could escape. But after all, a demon saint was a demon saint. Facing the joint attack of Yang Kai and the embodiment, Bei Limo's eyes were filled with contempt, and the corners of her mouth curved into a sarcastic smile. She stood in place without moving, and only slightly raised her hand and pressed the void. Yang Kai and the embodiment's figures, which were pouncing forward, seemed to have hit an invisible wall in an instant, and suddenly froze in place. Then a terrifying force attacked from the front, and almost at the same time the two were sent flying backwards. In midair, the embodiment hurriedly tried to stabilize his body, but was unable to do so. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Chapter 3551. Falling heavily to the ground. He was battered and exhausted. Before Yang Kai could get up, Bei Liemo had already landed lightly in front of him and stepped on his chest. Her foot was as heavy as a mountain at this moment, causing Yang Kai to feel pain in his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Her enchanting body leaned forward slightly, revealing her white cleavage. Bei Limo's expression was as cold as ice as she stared at Yang Kai. "What did you call me just now?" Yang Kai struggled a few times, but was unable to move. Opening his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of golden blood towards Bei Liemo. Bei Liemo tilted her head to avoid it, but in a fit of anger, she raised her foot and stomped down again. With a bang, Yang Kai's entire body sank into the ground, several of his ribs breaking as blood spurted from his mouth. "This is what happens when you have a dirty mouth," Bei Liemo said with a cold expression. "If you have the ability, then kill me." Yang Kai stared at her, his face filled with arrogance. Bei Liemo sneered, "Kill you? How could I bear to kill you? I still want to bring you back." Yang Kai had a part of the will of the star boundary. Whoever killed him would be able to obtain this opportunity. Even if Bei Liemo was angry, she couldn't really kill Yang Kai here. She could only bring Yang Kai back and let one of her half-saint subordinates do the deed. Any other demon saint would do the same. After saying that, she frowned. "Have you become the demon race?" When Yang Kai attacked just now, an extremely powerful and pure demonic chi burst out from his body. Although it was only for a short moment, how could it escape Bei Limo's observation? She couldn't help feeling suspicious. Yang Kai didn't look like he had become the demon race, so why would he have demonic chi in his body? "It's none of your business." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and glared at her. You better kill me now, or I'll kill you later. Bei Liemo giggled. Your strength isn't high, but your ambition isn't small. I want to see how you'll kill this senior. However, I do have one thing I want to ask you. If you have something to say, then say it. Yang Kai's face was so cold that it could almost form ice. As he spoke, his mind was frantically trying to think of a way to get out of this predicament. His heart was filled with grief and indignation. He had finally broken through to the third stage Emperor realm and solved the hidden danger in his dantian, but he hadn't expected to fall into Bei Liemo's hands before he could properly feel the increase in his strength. This was really an unlucky year. Bei Liemo seemed to have slowly gotten used to his vile attitude. She didn't take it to heart and said, Boss Huang said before that unless you truly become a part of my demon race, no one will be able to protect you. Tell me honestly, have you turned into a demon? So what if I have? Yang Kai raised his brow. Bei Liemo looked at him seriously, her brow wrinkling slightly as she exerted some force with her feet. Urge your strength again. Yang Kai was silent for a moment before obediently urging his demonic qi. In an instant, pitch-black demonic qi surged out from his body and wrapped around him. But he didn't take this opportunity to attack Bei Liemo because he knew he wasn't her opponent. Attacking her would only bring shame to himself. You really have become the demon race. Bei Liemo's mouth was slightly agape, a look of surprise on her face. She couldn't understand how Yang Kai had become like this after not seeing him for only 10 or 20 days. In the current situation, Yang Kai could barely be considered a member of the demon race. Although he was born in the star boundary, since he had become the demon race, it was indisputable that he was a member of the demon race. I'm really a little reluctant to kill you. Bei Liemo's brow wrinkled, as if she had encountered a huge problem. Not to mention endless Wild's words. If she really brought Yang Kai back and let her half-saint subordinates kill him, it would be tantamount to slapping endless Wild's face. There was no benefit in angering that guy. Yang Kai's strength was unique in the entire demon territory. It would be a pity to kill him. However, if she didn't kill Yang Kai, she wouldn't be able to use him. With Yu Meng's heart seal secret technique, Yang Kai would only ever be loyal to Yu Meng. This gave her a headache. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai also seemed to see a glimmer of light in the darkness. Rolling his eyes, he said, Then perhaps we can sit down calmly and have a good talk. Bei Liemo sneered. Boy, what kind of tricks are you playing now? This sage is not Yu Meng. I won't be deceived by your flowery words. I advise you to put away your little tricks. Otherwise you'll suffer. Yang Kai grinned. In front of the holy sage, I wouldn't dare to have any tricks. Bei Liemo snorted. Now you're calling me holy sage? Why didn't you speak properly just now? That was then, and this is now. Besides, I've worked with the holy sage before. We're not strangers. I have a little understanding of the holy sage's character. Are you trying to say that you know me very well? Bei Liemo sneered. I wouldn't dare, but compared to the other demon saint, the holy sage is much easier to get along with. If the holy sage is willing, I'm willing to listen to your orders. What about Yu Meng? Bei Liemo's lips curled up. Yang Kai sighed. I'll explain to Yu Meng. Bei Liemo snorted, obviously not believing Yang Kai's words. But so what if this boy was full of lies? If he really fell into her hands, wouldn't she slowly train him? With her ability, it was enough to make Yang Kai listen to her in a very short period of time. In the past, she didn't want to offend Yu Meng, but now this boy was worth it. Bei Liemo's thoughts ran wild. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the ground next to her, a pitch-black warhammer slamming towards her. It was the embodiment that had quietly sneaked up from the ground and launched a sneak attack. It was ignored when it was sent flying by Bei Liemo, so it naturally wouldn't abandon Yang Kai and run away. It quietly approached, and when it finally found an opportunity, it naturally went all out. When the war hammer slammed down, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was already activated. Get lost. Bei Liemo didn't even look at it, as if she had already expected it, and the silver hair behind her suddenly turned into a silver light that swept towards the embodiment. Wherever the silver hair passed, there was a bright silver light, and the territory of the heaven-devouring great emperor was shattered. The embodiment was hit hard, and after a slight pause in midair, it quickly turned into a small black and was sent flying like a meteor. The demon chi that was gushing out of its body was almost scattered at this moment. In front of Bei Liemo, the Dharma body with the strength of a half-step, Saint couldn't even withstand a single move. It was just like how Mingyu had killed a half-step Saint Devil with a single sword strike. If Bei Liemo wanted to, the Dharma body would have been reduced to fragments by now. But in the next moment, Bei Liemo suddenly felt a great sense of crisis enveloping her. When she looked up, she saw a cold light blooming in Yan Kai's hand and shooting towards her. Almost without hesitation, Bei Liemo pulled back, her beautiful eyes staring at the cold light, and her beautiful face turned pale as she screamed, "Xianming needle! How do you have the Xianming needle?" Yan Kai turned a deaf ear to her and rushed towards her. Under the dragon transformation's secret technique, his hands turned into sharp dragon claws, and without the slightest bit of mercy, he directly grabbed at Bei Liemo's full breasts. He didn't know why Bei Liemo was so afraid of the Xianming needle, but he could only think of this method to threaten her. Originally, Yan Kai was invited by Bei Liemo to go to Proud Snow Ice Palace to help her repair the World Gate, but was imprisoned by her in the ice prison. In the ice prison, Yan Kai met a young girl. That girl's memory was in a mess, and she couldn't even remember her name. So Yan Kai casually called her Miss Bing. Lady Bing vaguely remembered that she and Bei Liemo had a master and disciple relationship. Because she had made a big mistake, she had been locked up in the 18-layer ice prison by Bei Liemo. In the end, she had given Yan Kai a profound dark needle, which contained a forbidden technique she had created herself. Not too long ago, Yan Kai naturally remembered Miss Bing's words. She told him that the forbidden technique of the Xianming needle couldn't kill Bei Liemo, but it could delay her for at least 3 breaths and at most 10 breaths. This was the only thing Yan Kai had that could help him fight against Bei Liemo. The other divine technique was not worth mentioning in front of a Saint Master. However, the effect was somewhat beyond Yan Kai's expectations. When the Xianming needle appeared, Yan Kai also saw Bei Liemo's reaction, and he could clearly see a trace of fear and hatred in her eyes. At this moment, Yan Kai faintly felt that things weren't as simple as he thought. Perhaps Miss Bing still had some secrets that she hadn't told him. But now that the arrow was on the bow, he didn't have the heart to care about anything else. He only hoped that he could borrow the power of the Xianming needle's forbidden technique to do as Miss Bing had said. If he could really do that, he and the embodiment body might have a chance to escape. Bei Liemo's speed was extremely fast, and her figure was erratic, twisting and turning. She was indescribably agile and beautiful, but the Xianming needle was like a maggot that refused to let go. Even a dignified demon, Saint couldn't shake it off. 3 breaths, in just 3 breaths, the Xianming needle had already shot towards Bei Liemo. A trace of panic flashed across Bei Liemo's face, and immediately after, her devil chi shook, and a layer of protection appeared on the surface of her body. But it was meaningless. The Xianming needle easily broke through the demon saint's protection, and directly pierced into Bei Liemo's body. Bei Liemo's delicate body shook, as if someone had cast a spell on her, and she was frozen in place, unable to move. Her charming face was filled with disbelief. In the next moment, Yan Kai's dragon claw tore through her defense, and his hand pierced into her chest, grabbing her beating heart. He had succeeded. Yan Kai's eyes widened, as if he was in a dream. He really didn't expect that he would succeed so easily. Bei Liemo was a demon saint, one of the 12 strongest powerhouses in the entire demon territory, but she was actually restrained by the Xianming needle. Didn't Miss Bing say that this thing could only delay her for a few breaths? Why was it so powerful? What was it that he didn't understand? Chapter 3552. With no time to think, Yang Kai exerted force in his hand and prepared to destroy Bei Limo's demon heart. As a demon saint, she must have more than one demon heart. Even if he crushed it, it might not be enough to kill Bei Limo, but at the very least, it would severely injure her Yuan Qi, making it easier for him and his embodiment to escape. Yang Kai had also thought it through. After crushing this demon heart, he would immediately escape with his embodiment, regardless of the torrential flood behind him. But at this moment, the spot where the Xianming needle pierced into Bei Limo's body suddenly released an invisible force. The force spread out in a circle, visible to the naked eye, and swept across 1,000 miles of land at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai's movements suddenly froze, and he couldn't muster any strength in his body. His soul was in turmoil and showed signs of flying out of his body. At this moment, he was scared out of his wits, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stabilize his soul. His vision blurred, and the whole world changed drastically. As far as the eye could see, the entire world was covered in white snow, and the cold wind was howling. All around him were large and small ice mountains, all of them crystal clear. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers were constantly falling from the sky, and when they landed on his body, Yang Kai couldn't help but shiver. Bei Limo, who should have been in front of him and had her chest pierced by his dragon claws, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, she appeared on top of an ice pillar 100 feet away. She stood there beautifully, her silver hair fluttering behind her like a small flower blooming in this icy world. But at this moment, Bei Limo's expression was full of resentment, and she was staring in his direction, gnashing her teeth. Yang Kai frowned, obviously feeling that something was wrong with his situation. He carefully checked his body and was surprised to find that he was in the state of a soul avatar. In other words, he was in this world, not a physical body, but a soul avatar. It was the same for Bei Limo. Both of their physical bodies should still be somewhere in the cloud shadow mainland, maintaining the same posture as before. What was going on? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out, no matter how much he thought about it. Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind him. Yang Kai turned around and looked. His eyes slightly shrank as he said in a deep voice, "Miss Bing." Miss Bing, whom he had met in the ice prison of the proud Snow Ice Palace, was approaching from behind with a sweet smile on her face, as if she was ignorant of the ways of the world. But as she approached, Yang Kai felt a great sense of danger. He turned half of his body to face Bei Limo and this mysterious girl at the same time. Speaking of which, although Miss Bing had helped him in the ice prison that day, Yang Kai did not fully believe her words. The reason why he had accepted the profound nether needle was mainly because Miss Bing had said that it was quite powerful and could delay Bei Limo for 3 to 10 breaths of time. At that time, Yang Kai was repairing the world gate in Bei Limo's territory, so he had to guard against Bei Limo. If not for today's incident, Yang Kai would not have used the profound nether needle and would have kept it hidden. Now, it seemed that he had fallen into the other party's trap and had been used by them. But even if he could do it again, Yang Kai would still have to use the profound nether needle. In front of Bei Limo, he really did not have the ability to resist. "Boy, you did well." Bing Nu's figure came to a halt, and she stood 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai and Bei Limo, forming a triangle as she looked at him with a smile. "You've succeeded so quickly. Choosing you was the right choice." Yang Kai said lightly, "I don't know what you are talking about." Being used by others naturally made him unhappy. Although he had not seen the true face of Miss Bing until now, he knew that she was definitely using him to scheme something. This was enough to make Yang Kai vigilant. "What did you call her?" Bei Limo glared at Yang Kai hatefully and sneered. "Do you know how old she is?" "You actually called her Miss Bing." "You're not young either." Yang Kai glanced at her. These two women are not good at all. The most important thing right now is to figure out where this damn place is, and then find a way to escape. Since this Lady Bing dared to make use of him to scheme against Bei Liemo, it was likely that her strength was not low. Now that the city gates were on fire, it was best for him to escape as soon as possible. If he was caught in the crossfire, he was afraid that he would not be able to protect himself. Traitor! Miss Bing gritted her teeth. I haven't seen you for tens of thousands of years, and your courage has grown. You actually dare to talk to this senior like this. Bei Liemo sneered. Master, why are you still not dead yet? This disciple thought that you had already died in the ice prison. I didn't expect to see you again. Yan Kai, who was looking left and right to find a way out, heard this and couldn't help but laugh. You two are really master and disciple. That day when Miss Bing said that she and Bei Liemo were master and disciple, Yan Kai did not believe it. Now it seems that Miss Bing was not lying about this, but the truth was not like what she said. She was Bei Liemo's disciple. The truth was the other way around. She is actually Bei Liemo's master, a demon saint's master. This was simply an existence at the level of an antique. What did you tell him? Bei Liemo looked at Lady Bing and asked. When she saw the Xianming needle, Bei Liemo had already understood everything. It was definitely the day when Yan Kai was locked up in the ice prison that gave him the opportunity to come in contact with her master. However, for the past tens of thousands of years, Lady Bing had not made any movements in the ice prison. She had really thought that Lady Bing was dead. After all, she had personally investigated her many times, but she had not discovered any mysteries. Now, it seemed that Lady Bing had used some kind of secret technique to deceive her senses. Miss Bing pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. I didn't say anything. I just told him your story and asked him to do me a small favor. Shameless! Bei Liemo snorted coldly. Did you think that you would win by dragging me here? Master, you must have forgotten that I am no longer the obedient me of the past. I, Bei Liemo, am a demon saint. Miss Bing nodded repeatedly. I know, otherwise why would I be imprisoned in the ice prison for tens of thousands of years? Bei Liemo said, if you had hidden in the ice prison, perhaps you could have died of old age. But since you dared to come out and scheme against me, don't blame me for not being polite. Miss Bing smiled sweetly. Your ability was taught by me. What do you think your chances of winning are? More than enough to kill you, Bei Liemo retorted. Wait a moment, you two. Yan Kai heard them bickering and felt a little bored, so he raised his hand to stop them. Looking around, he asked, May I ask, what is this place? Miss Bing smiled and replied, This is this queen's soul battlefield. Yan Kai's expression changed slightly. Is this the secret technique sealed in the dark, profound needle? Yes, Miss Bing nodded. Once the soul battlefield is activated, it can pull the other soul avatar into this place and fight with their souls until death. Yan Kai couldn't help but nod. What an amazing secret technique! Miss Bing's physical body was still trapped in the 18 layers of ice prison and had been imprisoned there for tens of thousands of years. Even if her physical body was still intact, it probably wouldn't be of much use. In other words, even if she was given a physical body, she wouldn't be able to use much of its strength. However, this soul battlefield was different. Both sides were free from the shackles of their physical bodies and fought with their soul avatars. Lady Bing was able to suppress Bei Liemo's advantage to the greatest extent. Since she had been preparing for this for tens of thousands of years, her attainments in soul strength should not be underestimated. I have a proposal, but I don't know if Miss Bing is willing to listen. You just want to kill that slut Bei Liemo. So, if you can promise me, I will take her life within 10 breaths. Hearing Yan Kai call her a slut without hesitation, Bei Liemo's face turned black and she secretly gritted her teeth. If she had the chance, she would definitely teach Yan Kai a lesson. The corners of Miss Bing's mouth curled up. Take her life within 10 breaths? Boy, aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? What kind of cultivation do you have? Even this queen doesn't have this ability, let alone you. Yang Kai chuckled lightly. Naturally, I will need Miss Bing's cooperation. Miss Bing asked how. Let me out, and I promise to chop her body into mincemeat. As Yang Kai spoke, his hands turned into knives and quickly chopped the air as if he was chopping meat. As soon as this was said, Bailey Mo's face changed greatly, and she gritted her teeth. Boy, you dare! If her body was really destroyed, then she would be finished. So when she heard Yang Kai say this, she was very nervous, afraid that Miss Bing would agree to his proposal. Miss Bing suddenly laughed out loud. Yang Kai also laughed. What does Miss Bing think of my proposal? Speaking of which, I am very innocent. I accidentally got involved in your battle. I have nothing to do with this, and I can't help much here. So why don't you let me go out and help? Your proposal is very good. Miss Bing nodded, but the smile on her face disappeared. But I can't promise you. Yang Kai curled his lips. Why? Miss Bing narrowed her eyes and looked at Bailey Mo. If you chop her body into mincemeat, then this queen won't be able to take over her body. Yang Kai blinked and laughed involuntarily. So this is your plan? You actually want to take over my body? Bailey Mo sneered, but since the other party had such a plan, she was a little relieved. Otherwise, she was really afraid that Yang Kai would be released. Why not? Miss Bing raised her brow slightly. You and I cultivate the same secret art. As long as I can defeat you, it shouldn't be too difficult to take over your body. And this queen is just taking back what belongs to her. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Bailey Mo sneered. Whether I have the ability or not, we'll know after we try. Miss Bing smiled gently, her aura slowly rising as Ice Principle filled the air. Licking her red lips, she said, Disciple, do you know? That year, before that man died, he kept calling out your name, wanting you to save him. Chapter 3553. On the Cloud Shadow mainland, 300,000 feet above the place where Yang Kai had broken through, a man and a woman stood there like statues. Yang Kai's dragon claw pierced into Bailey Mo's chest and grabbed hold of her beating demon heart. A look of pain appeared on Bailey Mo's face, but her pair of beautiful eyes had no focus, only emptiness. A faint smell of blood drifted with the wind. The embodiment returned in a sorry state, but when it saw this scene, it was stunned for a moment and hurriedly rushed to the side, looking carefully for a while, its angular face showing a troubled and anxious expression. It didn't know what had happened just now, but it couldn't feel any trace of soul from Yang Kai and Bailey Mo's bodies. In other words, their souls had already left their bodies and gone to some unknown place. This made it a little difficult for it. At this moment, it was undoubtedly the best time to kill Bailey Mo. Bailey Mo's body was here, but her soul was nowhere to be seen. No matter what it did, she wouldn't be able to resist. But the key point was, if it really killed Bailey Mo, what if Yang Kai was also implicated? Two souls couldn't have left their bodies at the same time for no reason. It was definitely because of some secret technique. Before it saw through the use of this technique, the embodiment didn't dare to act rashly. It didn't even dare to move the bodies of the two. Helpless, it could only use the power of the entire mainland to cover up the traces here, lest it be discovered. In the divine soul battlefield, Miss Bing's voice was cold and piercing to the bone. Every word she said was heart-wrenching. That guy was infatuated with you. He thought that you would come and save him in the end. However, even when he died, he couldn't fulfill his wish. Disciple! Do you know, when he died, the look of despair on his face was really memorable? Why didn't you save him at that time? As long as you asked, Master would have helped you. You are Master's most valued disciple. Black Ice. Bailey Mo let out an angry roar as her pretty face twisted. Her delicate body trembled as countless cold lights shot forward like a swarm of locusts. Xian Bing had a faint sneer on her face. A visible light curtain appeared on her body, forming a semicircle in front of her. Sizzling sounds could be heard incessantly. When the cold light collided with the light curtain, it only created layers of ripples. However, it was unable to break through the protection of the light curtain. The concept of ice in the divine soul battlefield became more and more intense, as if it was going to freeze one's divine soul. This pair of master and disciple were both snow demons. They were both proficient in the laws of ice. Moreover, their attainments in the power of the soul had reached a frightening level. With this attack, the entire soul battlefield was affected. Yang Kai realized that something was wrong when Xianbing provoked him. He hurriedly ran away. Bei Liamo was a demon saint, so she naturally had a demon saint-level soul cultivation. Since profound ice dared to attack her, Bei Liamo estimated that her soul was not far off. Yang Kai did not dare to participate in the battle between these two. But what made Yang Kai speechless was that although this soul battlefield seemed vast and boundless, it was actually very limited. He had just escaped 10 kilometers away when he was blocked by an invisible force. It was as if he had reached the border of the soul battlefield and couldn't run any further. When the ice-cold power hit him, Yang Kai's entire soul avatar trembled, and a thin layer of frost appeared on the surface of his body. Startled, Yang Kai hurriedly pushed his spiritual energy to resist this ice-cold power. This was really bad luck. Yang Kai's heart was filled with grief and indignation. Judging from the situation in front of him, he was afraid that he would die here before the battle between Xianbing and Bei Liamo finished. Watching the tigers fight and reaping the benefits of the fishermen was nothing but a delusion. Although Xianbing had the protection of her spiritual energy, preventing her soul avatar from being harmed, she was still forced back step by step. From this point of view, it seemed that her attainments in spiritual energy were inferior to Bei Liamo's. After all, she had been imprisoned by Bei Liamo for tens of thousands of years, and Bei Liamo was now a demon saint. It was normal for her strength to be inferior, but the smile on her face didn't weaken in the slightest, and the provocation in her mouth didn't stop. Are you angry? After so many years, you still can't forget that guy. You really are a good disciple of Master. You even want to remember your Master's man. What happened in the end? He died by your hands. Bullshit. Bei Liamo, who had been silent all this time, gritted her teeth and cursed. You were the one who killed him. What does it have to do with me? Xianbing's face was cold. If it weren't for you, why would Master kill him? As she spoke, Xianbing retreated a few hundred meters. The corner of her mouth curled up, and she smiled. Disciple, you seem to be injured. Why is your soul strength different from what I expected? On the other side, Yang Kai, who was struggling to resist the cold, heard this and understood. Of course, Bei Liamo was injured. Not only Bei Liamo, but all the 12 demon saint in the territory were injured. Ming Yu had destroyed most of their soul fragments, and in such a short time, it was likely that these demon saint hadn't recovered yet. And with her soul strength injured, Bei Liamo's strength in the soul battlefield had dropped a lot. So what? Bei Liamo snorted coldly, raising a finger and gently pointing it at Xianbing. With this point, Xianbing's delicate body shook, and then a snowflake appeared on her chest. The snowflake was like a brand, imprinting itself on Xianbing's chest. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the snowflake quickly grew bigger, and the ice principle condensed, covering Xianbing completely. An extremely painful expression appeared on Xianbing's face. Her body also became stiff, but soon she suddenly laughed and said sarcastically, I told you I taught you this ability. What can you do to me? As she spoke, the snowflake on her body melted quickly, and at the same time, she took a few steps forward and pointed a finger at Bei Liamo. Bei Liamo's expression turned cold, and her body moved, avoiding the invisible finger. Before Bei Liamo could regain her footing, several white chains shot towards her from all directions. They were like spiritual snakes that had come out of their lair, trying to bind her. Bei Liamo stretched out her hand and grabbed at the air. A sparkling sword appeared in her hand. She casually pointed at the top of one of the chains. With a ding-dang, the chain was sent flying. She casually waved her hand, and a rain of swords fell like a waterfall, transforming into a curtain of light. The sound of clanging rang out incessantly, and when the cold light bloomed, the two were locked in a fierce battle. This master and disciple, whether it was their race or their cultivation method, came from the same source, and the methods they used to fight were very similar, but one was trapped for a long time and was weaker than the other, while the other was injured and fighting in an away place. For a short time, they were evenly matched. Yang Kai was completely ignored by them. Xian Bing did not know that Yang Kai had a great opportunity, so she was focused on seizing Bei Limo's body and devouring her disciple's soul, so she did not care about Yang Kai's life or death. Even if Bei Limo wanted to save Yang Kai's life, she had no time to be distracted at this moment. The result was that Yang Kai's situation was becoming more and more unbearable. It was fine when these two women did not fight, but when they did, the coldness of the entire soul battlefield rose steadily. Yang Kai desperately urged the power of his soul to resist, but he was unable to protect himself. Although he had hidden at the edge of the battlefield, his body was gradually covered in frost, and the bone-chilling cold not only made his soul tremble, but also seemed to freeze his mind. The frost gradually turned into ice, and in less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai's soul avatar was completely frozen, and his consciousness gradually sank, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss, and darkness filled his eyes. This time it was really over in the Eternal Heaven continent. He had escaped from under the nose of the 12 demon saint, but unexpectedly he was defeated in this damned place. Was there anything more sullen than this? Just as Yang Kai's thoughts had completely sunk into the boundless darkness, a cool feeling suddenly swept through his body, causing Yang Kai to suddenly wake up. When Yang Kai's vision refocused, he discovered that he was still wrapped in a layer of ice, and an unbearable chill was spreading from every part of his soul. However, under the effect of the cooling sensation, he didn't feel as uncomfortable as before. The soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai's eyes rolled, and he somewhat didn't dare to believe it. How could the soul-warming lotus still have an effect? His soul avatar was pulled into this soul battlefield, but the soul-warming lotus wasn't. Logically speaking, the connection between him and the soul-warming lotus should have been completely severed, but at this moment, it seemed that this connection hadn't been severed at all. Yang Kai even felt that he could summon the soul-warming lotus, and not just the soul-warming lotus, but everything in his sea of consciousness could be summoned, aware of this. Yang Kai quietly closed his eyes and decided to temporarily become a coward. On the battlefield, the battle between Xian Bing and Bei Limo was in full swing. Powerful soul energies were overflowing, and the entire soul battlefield was turbulent, as if it could collapse at any time. The crystal-clear ice mountains around them exploded into powder, and the entire world was filled with ice powder. The snowflakes drifting down from the sky became more and more violent. The two figures were entangled in midair, sometimes colliding, sometimes separating, and sometimes grunting. A soul battle was not like an ordinary battle, and this kind of battle could be said to be the most dangerous. A moment of carelessness could lead to death, and every time they collided, whether it was Xian Bing or Bei Limo, they would have to endure great pain, and it was almost like they were losing 800 of their own. But these two women, who were supposed to be master and disciple, were now like irreconcilable enemies, determined to kill each other. Now, it was time to see who would be the first to give up. Up to this point, Bei Limo's expression had returned to normal, and Xian Bing, on the other hand, was flustered and exasperated. Obviously, she was at a disadvantage. This wasn't hard to understand. Even though Bei Limo's soul was damaged, she was still a devil saint. If not, Xian Bing wouldn't have been her opponent long ago. Although she was Xian Bing's master, that was a matter of tens of thousands of years ago. A scholar who had been away for 3 days would have a whole new level of respect, let alone tens of thousands of years. Chapter 3554. Another violent collision shook the entire spiritual battlefield. However, this time, Bei Liemo and Xianbing did not separate. Instead, they stuck close to each other, their palms touching each other. Their spiritual energy surged wildly, turning into a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas as they attacked each other. It's been tens of thousands of years, and this is the chance I've been waiting for. Even if I die here today, I won't let you off so easily. Xianbing's pretty face was twisted in anger as she screamed hysterically. Bei Limo's expression was dignified as she urged her spiritual energy to resist Xianbing's attack. Teacher, the past is the past. I think we can sit down and talk. Talk? Xianbing laughed sarcastically. Talk about what? What do I have to talk about with a bitch like you? In order to deal with you, I even gave up my body. There is no way back. Bei Liemo said, but teacher, you are no longer my opponent. If you continue like this, your soul will be destroyed. Although you gave up your body, I can find you a new one. You may have a chance to rise again in the future. How can you be so kind? Xianbing sneered. Don't forget I raised you. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? I'm afraid if I stop, you will immediately kill me. Bei Liemo sighed slightly. Then what do I have to do to make teacher believe me? Stop dreaming. I will never believe you. Bei Liemo said lightly. Even if I swear in the name of the great demon god. Teacher, you will not believe me. Xianbing's eyes widened. You are willing to swear in the name of the great demon god. Bei Liemo nodded gently. As long as teacher is willing to stop. Xianbing did not expect Bei Liemo to be so sincere. Her expression froze for a moment, but it was only for a moment before she gave up on this thought. Her face became ferocious again, and she slowly shook her head. It's too late, it's too late. When I killed that person, you and I were destined to fight to the death. Bei Liemo gritted her teeth. Do you have to be so aggressive? I have already retreated time and time again. Seeing that you are my master, I am willing to give you a way out. Don't be so ungrateful. Xianbing coldly snorted. Don't try to flatter me. I'm not your opponent. If you keep going on like this, I'm going to die here. But so what? You won't have an easy time. She was confident that she would be able to deal a heavy blow to Bei Liemo if she risked her life. Bei Liemo closed her eyes and didn't say anything else. When she opened her eyes again, the fluctuation of her divine soul suddenly became stronger. Xianbing groaned under the pressure. In the sky, the two women were in a stalemate. Their spiritual souls were decreasing at an obvious speed. However, Xianbing's spiritual soul was decreasing much faster. In less than an hour, she would be killed here. Although she had borrowed Yang Kai's hand to forcefully drag Bei Liemo's spiritual soul into the spiritual battlefield, and Bei Liemo was also injured, but her strength was inferior to Yang Kai's, so all her calculations were useless. Even so, when Xianbing looked at Bei Liemo, her eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. After an incense stick's worth of time, Xianbing's spiritual avatar had become translucent. This was a sign that her spiritual strength had been overdrawn. At this moment, even if she wanted to stop, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long in this state. Bei Liemo, who had been confronting her for a long time, was also pale and her body was shaking. However, at this time, neither of the two women dared to stop. Otherwise, they would be the first to be injured. In this battle of spiritual energy, only one of them would be able to completely fall in the end. Judging from the current situation, the one who would die would undoubtedly be Xianbing. At this moment, another aura suddenly came from 10 kilometers away, like a sleeping dragon waking up. The two women turned their heads in unison and were both stunned. On the other side, Yang Kai, who had been frozen in ice, suddenly opened his eyes and summoned the soul-splitting saber with his divine sense, transforming into a curtain of light that enveloped him. With a series of cracking sounds, Yang Kai broke free and grabbed the soul-splitting saber in his hand, the corners of his mouth rising into a smile. The situation here was, as he thought, everything in his knowledge, see could be summoned. If the soul-splitting saber could, then the other thing should be able to as well. With a thought, a 7-colored light bloomed under Yang Kai's feet, and a 7-colored treasure, lotus, appeared out of thin air, lifting him into the air. Yang Kai stepped on the 7-colored soul-warming lotus and carried the soul-splitting saber on his shoulder, like a mountain king preparing to descend from the mountain to rob, valiantly walking towards the center of the battlefield. The wind was cold and the law of ice was raging, but the light around the soul-warming lotus blocked all the cold, and Yang Kai was not affected at all. Both Xianbing and Bei Liemo were stunned, staring blankly at Yang Kai until Xianbing whispered, "You're not dead!" After the battle with Bei Liemo, she did not pay attention to Yang Kai's situation. In her opinion, such a weak boy would not be able to last long in her spiritual battlefield, so there was no need to pay too much attention to him. But in fact, not only was Yang Kai not dead, but he was also full of energy. As he approached, a fierce and evil aura pressed down on Xianbing, causing her to stagnate. "Are you disappointed?" Yang Kai grinned at her, then looked at Bei Liemo, the corners of his mouth full of evil intentions. Bei Liemo's expression changed, and without hesitation, she opened her mouth and spat out an icicle towards Yang Kai. With a whoosh, a hole was immediately pierced through Yang Kai's chest and abdomen, but there was no blood. After all, he was a soul avatar, so naturally there would not be any blood. Yang Kai looked down at his wound in a daze, then looked up at Bei Liemo with a violent expression. "Bitch, it hurts so much!" While speaking, he stepped on the soul-warming lotus and rushed in front of Bei Liemo, then slapped her. With a bang, Bei Liemo's head tilted to the side. If she was a physical body, there would be a 5-finger mark on her face. This slap not only stunned Bei Liemo but also Xianbing. She stared blankly at the wounds on Yang Kai's body, unable to understand why he was still unscathed. With a soul avatar suffering such a heavy injury, even if it did not die, it would definitely lose the ability to resist, but Yang Kai was still alive and kicking. This was not normal. While the two women were still in a daze, the wound on Yang Kai's chest and abdomen was already flowing with a 7-colored light. The hole caused by the icicle was actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the soul-warming lotus at his feet also released a dazzling radiance. Soul-warming lotus, the treasure of heaven and earth. The soul-warming lotus. Xianbing screamed, her eyes burning with passion as she stared at the 7-colored lotus. Although Yang Kai came here on the soul-warming lotus, Xianbing did not think too much about it. She was only surprised by the tenacity of this little brat's vitality. Now that she saw the miraculous effects of the soul-warming lotus with her own eyes, a light flashed in her mind, and she recognized what the lotus was. This was the treasure of heaven and earth. The so-called supreme treasure was a unique existence that originated from the primal chaos and was born with the heavens and earth. No wonder this little brat was able to survive, with the protection of the treasure of heaven and earth. Although the environment of the soul battlefield was harsh, it would not take his life. This was a treasure that only existed in legends. Xianbing never thought that she would one day see it with her own eyes. Xianbing, who was already prepared to die, could not help but think. Her situation was not good, and she did not have a physical body. Unless she could successfully take over Bei Liemo's body, she would not be able to live for long. However, if she had the soul-warming lotus, things would be different. If she could obtain this treasure of heaven and earth, her soul avatar would never be in danger of dissipating. Not only would she be able to turn the tables, but she might even be able to take over Bei Liemo's body. Bei Liemo was stunned when she heard Xianbing's voice. As a demon saint, she should have been furious after being slapped by Yang Kai. However, when the words soul-warming lotus entered her ears, she forgot to be angry. She turned her head and stared at the rainbow lotus in a daze. Although she hated Xianbing, she believed in her judgment. Furthermore, she was a demon saint. Naturally, she could sense that the rainbow lotus was not ordinary. This little brat actually had the soul-warming lotus? What a terrifying opportunity. No wonder she always felt that this little brat's soul cultivation was higher than her own. So this was the reason. He also had a part of the will of heaven and earth in his body. He was also proficient in the laws of space. Any one of these was a dream that ordinary people could only dream of. Now, they had all gathered in one person. Was this Guy How Hung Yu's illegitimate son? How could a person's luck be so good? Just as Bai Liamo was in a daze, Yang Kai slapped her again. With a smack, Bai Limo's head was slapped to the side. She turned her head and gritted her teeth. You! Asterisk smack. Asterisk, she turned her head again. Asterisk smack. Asterisk, after 3 slaps, Bai Limo's body trembled. She was obviously furious. To think that she, a dignified demon saint, was slapped in the face like crazy. This was the first time in her life that she had ever been humiliated like this. The anger in her heart turned into a monstrous wave. However, she did not dare to turn her head again. She did not know why, but seeing Yang Kai again, she felt that he had changed a little. His words and actions were full of ruthlessness. Don't go too far. Bai Limo's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed in her eyes. I'm going too far. Yang Kai grinned fiercely as he pointed his soul-splitting saber at Bai Limo's white neck, coldly saying, Who's the one who's gone too far? You should be clear in your heart. I already said, if you don't kill me now, I'll kill you myself. Do you regret it now? Bai Liamo did not make a sound, but she gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to break. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Xianbing, chuckling lightly. Senior's calculation is really good. I almost fell for your trap. When you gave me the profound dark needle, you didn't say that it would be dangerous to me if it was activated. Xianbing said, Aren't you the one who reaped the benefits now? Chapter 35:55. I've caught a cold. It's so uncomfortable. Huh. Yang Kai rested the soul-severing saber on his shoulder again and rubbed his chin with his other hand. That's because this young master is lucky. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid their souls would have already scattered. Xianbing didn't say anything. Her face changed. No one knew what she was thinking. Yang Kai looked around for a while and said in an unquestionable tone, There are 2 options. I'll chop you to death with 1 strike, or I'll chop you to death with 1 strike. Make your choice. As he spoke, he slowly raised the soul-slaying saber. As his divine sense surged, the saber light flickered like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Both Xianbing and Bai Liamo paled slightly. The 2 women had never expected that the situation would develop to such a point. They had been fighting like fire and water, fighting to the death. But now Yang Kai had taken advantage of them. Without any hesitation, Bai Liamo looked at Xianbing and said, I will count to 3. You and I will retreat together. At this time, only if she and Xianbing reached a temporary compromise and stopped fighting at the same time could they escape this crisis. Otherwise, if Yang Kai really slashed down, even if she was a demon saint, she would still die here. After saying that, he began to count without any explanation. Yang Kai sneered from the side. The soul cutter's aura was becoming more and more dangerous. Before Bai Liamo could count to 3, the soul-severing blade had already slashed towards her mercilessly. To Yang Kai, Bai Liamo was undoubtedly more dangerous than Black Ice, so if he wanted to kill her, he would kill this demon saint first. Black Ice's soul avatar was now in a semi-transparent state, so there was nothing to fear. Bright Moon had only fallen for less than a month. If they could kill a demon saint, it would be considered as revenge for him. Seeing the blade chi slashing down, Bai Liamo's face fell, and she tried to retreat, disregarding her own injuries. Wait, Xianbing suddenly shouted. I have something to say. The saber chi stopped right above Bai Liamo's head, and the sharp chi cut into the Devil Saint Soul avatar, causing her to feel a piercing pain. She was so shocked that her face turned pale and her soul avatar trembled. Yang Kai looked at Xianbing and said coldly, "Cut the crap. I have no patience." Xianbing said straightforwardly, "Do you want a saint of devil who listens to you and works for you? If you do, you'd better listen to what I have to say." Xianbing, Xianbing. Xianbing, Xianbing. Xianbing, what do you mean? I mean it literally. Xianbing. Xian. Xianbing was Xianbing. In order to subdue a person, it was nothing more than planting one's sole brand in the other party's knowledge, or forcing the other party to hand over their sole brand. From there, one could control the other party's life and death with a single thought. Yang Kai had done this more than once, but the premise was that his soul cultivation was stronger than the opponent's. Only then could he break through the opponent's soul defense. Bei Liemo was a demon saint, and Yang Kai didn't have the confidence to control her life and death. Xianbing sneered, "The difference in strength between the two of you is too great. Even with my help, how can you subdue her?" She paused. Xianbing's lips curled up. "But I have my own plan." Narrowing his eyes, Kai Yang pondered for a moment before saying, "Even if you have the ability, what good will it do you?" "Of course it won't do me any good." Xianbing sneered, "Not only will it not do me any good, it will do me a lot of harm. But as I said, even if I die, I won't let this bitch have it easy." Bei Liemo said in a low voice, "Boy, this woman is full of tricks. Don't fall into her trap." Yang Kai pressed the soul-severing saber down and pointed his chin at her. "Before I give you permission to speak, if you say another word, I'll cut you in half." Bei Liemo trembled with anger, and her eyes were filled with hatred. Seeing that she had calmed down, Yang Kai turned to Xianbing. "Tell me in detail, how will you help me?" Yang Kai had to admit that Xianbing's words were very attractive to him. Compared to subduing a demon saint, killing a demon saint wasn't bad, but the benefits were too small. "Of course, it's to plant your soul brand. Are you joking with me?" Kai Yang's face suddenly sank. He felt like he had been deceived, making him feel very bad. Xianbing chuckled. "Of course I'm not joking. I know what you're worried about. It's just that this bitch's soul cultivation is stronger than yours, and you can't break through her soul defense. But what if someone takes the initiative to cooperate?" Yang Kai's face darkened. "She's not an idiot. She won't cooperate." As he spoke, he lost his patience and his aura became dangerous. "Of course she won't cooperate, but I will." Xianbing laughed, and there was a crazy look on her face. At first, Bei Liemo didn't take her words to heart, but after hearing what she said, she seemed to have thought of something. Her face changed, and she glared at Xianbing with a trace of fear in her eyes. Her change of expression didn't escape Yang Kai's eyes, and Yang Kai felt that Xianbing's words were more believable. Xianbing continued, "You can plant your brand in my soul, and then my life will be under your control. Then," she glanced at Bei Liemo coldly, "I will try to possess this bitch. If I succeed, my life will still be under your control, but if I fail, what will happen if you fail?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and asked, "Since this slut can devour my soul, the soul brand will naturally be transferred over and used on her." Xianbing laughed crazily. "So no matter if I succeed or fail, you will have a demon saint. What do you think of this deal?" As soon as she said this, Yang Kai's pupils dilated. If what Xianbing said was true, then this was a business without any capital and the returns would be great. It was really tempting, but how could he believe Xianbing's words? Bei Liemo looked anxious, as if she wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Yang Kai said, "What do you want to say?" Bei Liemo hurriedly said, "Don't believe her. She's just lying to you." Yang Kai turned to Xianbing and smiled. "What I said is true. Boy, if you have the ability to tell right from wrong, you will know that I can't lie to you about this." Bei Liemo humphed. "Is that so? No matter who swallows who in the end, the power of our soul will be much stronger than his. So what if he has the brand of soul? He will only need to spend some time to break it." Xianbing said, "You said it yourself. It will take some time to break it. What if he strengthens the brand of soul every once in a while? Bei Limo's face changed. She gritted her teeth and said, "You are digging your own grave." Xianbing laughed. "Are you afraid? It's good that you're scared. This consort is merely paying you back for all that you've done back then. Do you know how this consort has endured these tens of thousands of years? If I didn't want revenge, I would have killed myself long ago." Turning his head, he gritted his teeth and said to Yang Kai, "Little brat, if you're interested, then quickly lend me a hand. Otherwise, if she really manages to escape, all my efforts will be for naught." "How can I help you?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. In this very short period of time, Yang Kai had already made up his mind. He couldn't help but be tempted by Xianbing's proposal. Now that things had come to this, he could only take a risk. If he succeeded, he could really subdue a demon saint. "Use the power of the soul-warming lotus to replenish my soul." Xianbing gritted her teeth and said. Yang Kai did not hesitate. He immediately did as she said. The power of the soul-warming lotus bloomed and covered her. Xianbing, who had been in a stalemate with Bei Limo, couldn't help but groan. Her translucent body condensed again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, her body was shining, which looked very mysterious. Bei Limo's face was so gloomy that it could almost drip water. "Open your soul consciousness," Yang Kai shouted. Xianbing hesitated for a moment, but still did as she was told. Yang Kai's soul consciousness surged, and a chain suddenly appeared. It wrapped around Xianbing's soul avatar and disappeared into her body. At the same time, Yang Kai had a strange feeling. Before he could understand it, Xianbing said, "You can go out now. Next, it will be my battle with her." As soon as her voice fell, a huge repulsive force came from all directions and directly pushed Yang Kai out of the soul battlefield. Yang Kai only had time to curse before his eyes blurred and his soul consciousness returned to his body. In front of him, there was a fragrance and a faint smell of blood. He looked up and found that he was still in the same position. One of his dragon claws was in Bei Limo's chest, holding the beating demon heart. The avatar sensed it and immediately flew over and said, "What's going on?" It's a long story. Yang Kai's soul consciousness surged, and he shared what happened in the soul battlefield with the avatar. After a while, the avatar was surprised. "It can be like this," Yang Kai said with a dark face. "It seems that I was fooled by Xianbing." At the last moment, when he planted the soul imprint in Xianbing's soul, he had a strange feeling that made him realize something. Even if he planted the soul imprint in Xianbing's soul, he might not be able to control the life and death of a demon saint. The gap between their soul cultivation was too big. "Do you want me to?" The embodiment stared at Bei Limo, who was motionless and had a pained expression on her face. He raised his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture. Now was the best time to kill Bei Limo. She would not resist at all. Yang Kai could easily chop her into a pile of meat paste. But if he did that, then all the previous efforts would be in vain. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, "Let's wait and see." Although he could not control the life and death of a demon saint, the soul brand was not useless. Now he just had to see how effective it was. Chapter 3556. Moreover, he now had Bei Limo's demon heart and could severely injure it at any time, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Anyway, in the spiritual battlefield, no matter who won in the end, the spiritual soul would eventually return to the body in front of him. "I am afraid that time waits for no one," the embodiment said with a dignified expression. "Shui Li and Yu Meng have already arrived at Cloud Shadow." Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. As the master of this continent, since the embodiment said so, he must have sensed something. Yu Meng's arrival was not a big deal, but it was a good thing. However, Shui Li gave Yang Kai a headache. "Do we need to lure Yu Meng here?" the embodiment asked. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head and said, "No, don't let her know about this for the time being." Although Yu Rumeng had protected him on the Eternal Heaven continent, Yang Kai still could not completely trust her. Before the situation here was clear, luring her here would only add more variables. Her relationship with Bei Liemo had never been good, so if she really saw Bei Liemo's current situation, she might take the opportunity to kill her. Even if he succeeded here, Yang Kai did not intend to tell Yu Rumeng. He should always be on guard against what should be guarded against. Who knows when it will save his life? However, the two demon saint had already arrived at Cloud Shadow, so they would find this place sooner or later. Now, it all depended on how long the embodiment could conceal the aura here. How long can you delay them? Yang Kai asked. The embodiment shook his head and said, I can't delay them, but they are now searching around Cloud Shadow. They will find this place in an hour. Yang Kai's face darkened when he heard this. I'm afraid it's too late to move now. Bei Liemo's aura still lingered here, so it would be useless to move. Now he could only hope that the battle between Xianbing and Bei Liemo would end in an hour. The two were silent for a moment, and only the demon heart in Yang Kai's hand was beating continuously. In less than half an hour, only a stick of incense worth of time later, Yang Kai suddenly noticed that Bei Liemo's spiritual energy had been restored. Immediately afterwards, Bei Liemo's empty eyes became lively, as if she felt some pain and couldn't help letting out a groan. As she focused her vision, she saw Yang Kai standing in front of her with a guarded expression. One of his hands was already in her chest. Her heart was tightly gripped by that hand, making it hard for her to breathe. Bei Liemo? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Everyone's spirit aura was different. Yang Kai could naturally tell who the revived spirit in this body belonged to. But what made him feel a little relieved was that the feeling he felt in Xianbing's soul avatar hadn't disappeared. It seemed like Xianbing was right. The brand of soul avatar had been transferred to Bei Liemo, yes. Bei Liemo gritted her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai. So Xianbing is dead. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't too surprised. Xianbing herself didn't have much confidence in swallowing Bei Liemo, so this ending was within her expectations. Are you disappointed? Bei Liemo sneered. I wouldn't say I'm disappointed. Yang Kai shook his head. To me, it doesn't matter who lives and who dies. Neither of you are good people. Bei Liemo took a deep breath, her full breasts heaving up and down, causing the wound on her chest to tighten. Her brow furrowed slightly as she looked down at Yang Kai's big hand and asked, Can you take your hand out now? Don't you think it's rude to treat a woman like this? You are a demon saint, not an ordinary woman. Yang Kai snorted, but he didn't insist. Instead, he slowly released the demon heart and pulled his hand back. Blood splattered everywhere, and Bei Liemo groaned again, her face pale. Before she could even catch her breath, Yang Kai's divine sense had already moved. Bei Liemo immediately hugged her head and screamed, What are you doing? She glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, Testing the power of that soul brand. Stop it. Do you want to kill me? Bei Liemo screamed, her body trembling as she squatted down. Yang Kai looked down at her condescendingly, his expression cold and ruthless. Don't try to put on an act in front of me. I know that even with my soul brand, it's impossible for me to kill you, but that doesn't prevent me from causing you pain. Remember this feeling, if one day you dare to have any thoughts of harming me. This feeling will accompany you until the day you die. The soul brand couldn't control Bei Liemo's life or death, but it could restrict her movements. If Bei Liemo was in the middle of a life and death battle with Yang Kai, she would definitely die on the spot. Bei Liemo's screams were incomparably miserable, and it was obvious that she was really suffering. Her body was emitting killing intent uncontrollably, but she didn't dare to make a move. Yang Kai had been pushing the soul brand to the maximum, but he couldn't really take Bei Liemo's life, only making her scream even more miserable. After a short while, Yang Kai stopped. He had already tested the soul brand, and although it was different from what Xianbing had said before, it was still within an acceptable range. Bei Liamo was lying on the ground like a pile of mud, gasping for air, her body drenched in sweat. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared blankly at the sky, unable to focus for a long time, like a fish on the brink of death. A gust of wind blew, and a chill spread throughout her body, causing Bei Liamo to shiver uncontrollably. Only then did she regain her senses. Looking up, Yang Kai was standing in front of her, looking down at her. She tilted her head, clenched her fists, and the corners of her eyes were slightly wet. Ever since she became a demon saint, she had never suffered such great humiliation. That bitch Xianbing, even at the cost of her own life, she still wanted to make a move on her. Open up your knowledge. See, I need to strengthen the soul brand, Yang Kai ordered. Bei Liamo didn't move, as if she was deaf. Yang Kai laughed angrily. Don't look like you're being humiliated by me. Do you know that you're still very attractive like this? If you provoke my beast heart. Without waiting for Yang Kai to finish his words, Bei Liamo staggered to her feet, her silver teeth biting her red lips, and her anger couldn't be any greater. I won't say the same thing twice, Yang Kai said coldly. Bei Liamo closed her eyes. She was afraid that if she looked at Yang Kai again, she wouldn't be able to resist the urge to attack him. Good girl. Yang Kai laughed, and his divine sense surged, rushing into Bei Liamo's knowledge sea. I'm warning you, strengthening the brand is fine, but if you dare to pry into my secrets, I'll kill you. Bei Liamo suddenly opened her eyes and said. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he nodded and said, Don't worry, I don't have the habit of prying into other people's secrets. Bei Liamo had been vigilant all this time, and when she found that Yang Kai really didn't do anything else, she was relieved. Because the brand in Bei Liamo's knowledge sea was transferred to her through Xianbing, it was inevitable that there would be some loosening, and this strengthening also ensured that the brand was solid. After doing all this, Yang Kai said, I need a soul imprint from you. I'm sure you can fulfill this request. What if I'm not satisfied? Bei Liamo's expression was ugly. That's okay. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Rumeng is in the Cloud Shadow continent. I can lure her here, and I'm sure she'll be happy to have a good talk with you. Bei Liamo's expression changed greatly when she heard this. If Yang Kai planted the soul brand in her knowledge, see, it would not be a dead end. After all, she only needed to spend some time and pay some price, and she should be able to get rid of the brand, and then she would naturally be able to regain her freedom. But if Yu Rumeng knew about this, it would be over. With her relationship with Yu Rumeng, Bei Liamo guessed that she would be happy to plant another soul brand in her knowledge sea, among the 12 demon saint, because Yu Rumeng was born as a succubus demon. Her soul cultivation was the strongest. Even Huang Wuji had to admit that if she really planted the brand in her knowledge sea, she would never be able to regain her freedom in the future and would really become a chess piece in the hands of others. Bei Liamo had to take this threat seriously, and in her heart, she hated Xianbing to the extreme. If that bitch had not revealed a lot of information before, how could Yang Kai be so cautious? Glaring hatefully at Yang Kai for a long time, Bei Liamo suddenly smiled and said, It doesn't matter if I hand over my soul mark to you. In any case, even if you destroy my soul mark, I'll only be slightly injured, I won't really die. Even when a wisp of her soul was destroyed by Mingyu, she would only be injured and not die. So how could a soul mark control her life and death? I know. Yang Kai smiled softly, but it's better than nothing. He really couldn't rely on the soul brand and the soul mark to control the life and death of a demon saint. But with these two insurance in hand, he could ensure that Bei Liamo would not dare to play any tricks in front of him. Seeing him insist, Bei Liamo was full of helplessness, but in the end, she just nodded and said, Fine, as you wish, but you have to promise to treat me well. Otherwise, this queen will not comply. Yang Kai said, If you think my promise is useful, Then what's the harm in giving you a promise? Bei Liemo couldn't help curling her lips. A moment later, Yang Kai received Bei Limo's soul mark and placed it on the 7-colored island. Only then did he relax and turn to look at Bei Liemo. You better not try to crack that soul brand. I will check it every once in a while. If I find that you are disobedient, I will make you beg for death. I know, Bei Liemo reluctantly responded. Also, Yang Kai rubbed his chin and pondered, the matter between you and me, you must not let anyone know. Bei Liemo blinked when she heard this, her long eyelashes trembling a few times. Not even you, Rumeng? That's my business. You don't need to worry about it. Bei Liemo couldn't help rolling her eyes as she covered her mouth and giggled. Strange. Don't you have a heart seal secret technique? Why do you still look so guarded against her? Chapter 35:57. She had a fever, coughing, and felt weak all over. Ah, none of your business. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Bei Limo's eyes flashed as a meaningful smile appeared on her face. But seeing Yang Kai reach out to her, she frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" "Give me your space ring." Yang Kai stared at the ring on her finger. Bei Liemo was stunned for a moment before asking in surprise, "You want to rob me? Have you lost your mind?" Yang Kai simply turned his head towards the embodiment and said, "Bring Rumeng here." Here. Bei Liemo took off the ring and threw it at Yang Kai, her face pale with anger. Yang Kai caught the ring and poured his divine sense into it to investigate, feeling a little excited. A demon saint's space ring. How many good things were there? This was at least the accumulation of tens of thousands of years. There was indeed a lot of good things, such as a mountain of demon crystals, countless demonic artifacts, and some women's items such as colorful clothes. These clothes all had different styles, some revealing, some reserved, and others revealing. Yang Kai couldn't help but imagine what Bei Liemo would look like wearing these clothes. They would definitely be very attractive. Thinking so, Yang Kai couldn't help looking her up and down. Bei Liemo seemed to know what he was looking at and sneered coldly, intentionally or unintentionally reaching out to tuck her hair behind her ear, showing a myriad of flirtatious expressions. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze and continued to search the space ring, soon finding what he was looking for, the myriad demon pill. The myriad demon pill was something unique to the demon territory and had a great effect on the demon race above the Demon King. The reason why the demon race had so many high-level combatants was largely due to the myriad demon pill's role. It could even be said to have played a decisive role. Previously, Yang Kai had also found a lot of myriad demon pills on the disappeared continents, but they were all swallowed by the embodiment, allowing it to break through to the half-saint realm in a very short time. However, the path from half-saint to demon saint was a long one, and the accumulation of strength was unimaginable. In other words, it required a huge amount of myriad demon pills. Not only did the embodiment need them, Yang Kai estimated that he needed them now. Yang Kai couldn't take the myriad demon pills before because the nature of his demon chi conflicted with the myriad demon pill. But now it was different. His emperor chi had transformed into demonic chi, so the myriad demon pills should have a great effect on him. At this time, Yang Kai's, of course. As a great devil saint, there was no one in the entire devil domain who could threaten her safety, so she would definitely carry anything good with her. Yang Kai didn't know how many myriad demon pills there were in Bei Limo's space ring, but there were at least 10,000. There was no need to be polite with her, so Yang Kai simply tossed the myriad demon pills into his space ring while grumbling discontentedly. "You only have so many myriad demon pills?" Bei Limo's expression darkened. "Is this not enough to satisfy you?" Yang Kai grinned. Who would complain about having more good things? Then he looked at her. "Are you hiding them?" "What's there to hide?" Bei Liemo was furious. "I have so many people under me. Don't I need to consume them? Don't I need to reward them every year? How many myriad demon pills do you think a demon saint can accumulate? If you don't believe me, you can ask Rumeng and see how many myriad demon pills she has." Yang Kai just smiled and didn't say anything. Since she had already said so much, he figured Bei Liemo wouldn't lie to him. More than 10,000 myriad demon pills were enough for him and the embodiment to consume for many years. Yang Kai didn't take all of them, leaving 100 for Bei Liemo. Then Yang Kai began to fiddle with the demon crystals in her space ring. Demon crystals were not very useful to a demon saint, so Bei Liemo didn't have many in her space ring. At most, there was only 1 billion, but they were all high-rank demon crystals. After the demon crystals were the demon artifacts. In any case, she took whatever was valuable. After a while, Yang Kai returned the space ring to Bei Liemo. Bei Liemo checked her losses and sneered, "You're really something." In just a short while, the good things in her space ring had shrunk by more than half. It was equivalent to half of her life savings being snatched away by Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could speak, the embodiment suddenly said, "They're here." Yang Kai's expression turned cold as he stared at Bei Liemo and said, "Don't say what you shouldn't say." Bei Liemo frowned and soon understood who the embodiment was talking about. 2 streams of light rushed over from the horizon, one from the left and one from the right. The auras of the 2 demons saint were obvious. With 2 swishing sounds, Yu Meng and Xue Li landed nearby, revealing themselves. Seeing that Bei Liemo was here, Yu Meng's eyes shrank. Her figure flashed, and she directly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Staring at Bei Liemo, she tilted her head and asked, "Are you okay?" Of course. She wasn't asking Bei Liemo, but Yang Kai, who was standing behind her. Yang Kai smiled faintly. "I'm fine." Yu Meng's heart relaxed when she heard this, but her face was also full of suspicion. Since Bei Liemo was here, how could Yang Kai be fine? After careful observation, she discovered that Bei Liemo seemed to be injured. There was a pool of blood on her chest. What was going on? Who injured Bei Liemo? She wasn't in such a sorry state when they parted on the eternal heaven continent. Xue Li had the same question as her. His pair of dark red eyes looked at Bei Liemo, then at Yu Meng. Xue Li chuckled, and a faint smell of blood began to spread. At the same time, a dangerous aura began to spread. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Bei Liemo's mood was extremely bad. She glared at Xue Li and said, "If you laugh again, I'll knock your teeth out." The corner of Xue Li's eyes twitched. He didn't know how he had offended this woman. He stopped laughing and said, "You didn't succeed. How surprising." Bei Liemo glanced at him. "Why don't you try?" Xue Li said, "Why don't you and I join hands? We'll discuss who this boy belongs to later." On the other side, Yu Meng looked like she wanted to protect Yang Kai. It wouldn't be easy for him to deal with her alone, unless he pulled Bei Liemo along. At that time, one of them would entangle Yu Meng, while the other would take Yang Kai and escape. Yu Meng wouldn't be able to do anything. As soon as these words came out, Yu Meng's face turned cold. The demonic qi in her body surged and her aura rolled. If Xue Li and Bei Liemo really dared to make a move, she would fight to the death with them. Unexpectedly, Bei Liemo chuckled and said, "If you want to make a move, then go ahead. I won't interfere in this matter." Xue Li and Yu Meng were both stunned and looked at her in confusion. Xue Li frowned. Why? This answer was too surprising. With such a huge piece of meat in front of them, which demon saint wouldn't be jealous? Bei Liemo actually said she would interfere? Was this woman crazy? Why hadn't they noticed before? Bei Liemo said indifferently, "Because I don't want to offend Boss Huang." Xue Li was even more confused. What does it have to do with Boss Huang? After saying this, he was shocked and looked around. Boss Huang is here. Why would Boss Huang be here? Bei Liemo chuckled. It's just that Boss Huang had said before that if this brat really became a member of the devil race, then he would be able to keep that opportunity. Now he already has this qualification. Xue Li frowned. Isn't this boy a human? When did he become a member of the demon race? Yu Meng was also confused when she heard this. Just as the two were confused, Yang Kai stepped out from behind Yu Meng. As his feet landed, his body instantly surged with demonic qi, and his demonic qi soared to the sky. Xue Li was extremely shocked. Yu Meng also stared blankly at Yang Kai's back. Her beautiful eyes shone with the light of surprise. The scene in front of them undoubtedly showed that Yang Kai had completely become the demon race and fallen into the demonic path. Even if he really was born in the star realm and was a human, it wasn't a big deal. Only the demon race could have such pure demonic qi and activate such vigorous demonic qi. This was great news for both her and Yang Kai. Before, she was still worried about what to do if Yang Kai fell into the hands of another demon saint. Now that he was a member of the demon race, all her problems were easily solved. No one dared to not take Huang Wuji's word seriously. How is it? I should be considered a member of the demon race now, right? Yang Kai stared at Xue Li and asked indifferently. Xue Li's expression changed a few times. Suddenly, his divine sense surged as he sent a few words to Bei Liemo. Bei Liemo immediately sneered. You can do this kind of deceiving yourself. Don't drag me into it. I don't want to offend Boss Huang anyway. Xue Li's face darkened. For the first time, he realized that Bei Liemo was actually a psychopath. He had secretly sent a message to her, but she had actually exposed him. This put him in an awkward position. How embarrassing! Xue Li, what are you planning? Yu Meng shouted. Although Bei Liemo didn't say it explicitly, the meaning was obvious. Xue Li probably still hadn't given up and wanted to drag Bei Liemo along to capture Yang Kai. After all, only the three of them knew that Yang Kai had become the demon race. When the time came, Yu Meng couldn't do anything about it. Once the rice was cooked and Yang Kai's opportunity was taken away, Huang Wuji wouldn't say anything. Xue Li had an embarrassed expression. I just wanted to congratulate you. I don't have any ideas. Yu Meng didn't expose him and only said coldly, There's nothing to congratulate. This is Yang Kai's opportunity. This is my cloud shadow continent, so you can go wherever you want. I will tell Boss Huang that Yang Kai has become the demon race and let him decide the final result. Xue Li nodded. Yes, we should tell him. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai with some regret and slowly shook his head. He turned into a bloody light and soared into the sky. Bei Liemo didn't cooperate, so he couldn't do anything to Yu Meng by himself. If they really fell out, it wouldn't do him any good. Yang Kai did have a great opportunity, but it would take a long time for him to grow. In this endless flowing time, Great Emperor, he might be able to find another opportunity. Yu Meng stared in the direction he left. After confirming that Xue Li had really left, she looked at Bei Liemo and said vigilantly, What are you planning now? Chapter 3558. Bei Liemo's attitude today was really thought-provoking. With her relationship with her, it wouldn't be strange if she agreed to Xue Li's request. But in reality, Bei Liemo was protecting Yang Kai at every turn. If it weren't for Bei Liemo's insistence, today's matter wouldn't have been so easily resolved. Yu Meng really couldn't understand this. What Yu Meng couldn't understand was that Bei Liemo had obviously been here for some time. But with her methods, why hadn't she made a move on Yang Kai? She didn't believe that Bei Liemo would hesitate to act just because of Huang Wuji's words. Although Huang Wuji was the strongest demon saint, Bei Liemo was also a demon saint and not one of Huang Wuji's subordinates. So how could she be so obedient? Faintly, Yu Meng felt that today's matter was a little unusual. I don't have any ideas. Bei Liemo chuckled, her bright eyes looking at Yang Kai as she said affectionately, I just like this boy, can't I? That tender and sweet expression gave Yang Kai goosebumps. Yu Meng sneered, Is that really so? How could it be fake? Bei Liemo raised her chin and looked at Yu Meng provocatively. If you hadn't come so quickly, I'm afraid he and I would have already been together. Fine, Yu Meng opposed, waving her hand and saying, If you really want to, What's wrong with me fulfilling your wish? Right here, with the sky as your blanket and the earth as your bed, I want to see how you too will fulfill your wish." After saying this, she turned to Yang Kai and said, "Don't look at this woman's age. She still hasn't experienced the nourishment of a man. If you can really take her down, you'll be taking advantage of her." Yang Kai couldn't help sweating slightly, somewhat speechless. Bei Liemo retorted, "You say it as if you've been nourished by a man before." The two suddenly stared at each other, not wanting to give in. Under the collision of the demon saint's auras, even the heavens and earth changed color. However, Bei Liemo was injured after all, so she was somewhat at a disadvantage in such a competition of auras. After a while, her face turned slightly pale, and she waved her sleeve, blocking Yu Rumeng's line of sight, and coldly snorted, "Today's matter. You owe me a favor. I'll settle this account with you another day." After saying this, she turned around and left. If she didn't, he wouldn't allow her to break the brand he had planted in her knowledge sea. Although the brand couldn't control her knowledge's brand's knowledge. See, it's the brand as T. SSSS brand B's. STST B S. When. TSSS A's. When. When was his's when he T.S. when. Yu Rumeng stood in place and pondered for a long time before turning to look at Yang Kai, frowning. "What did that woman do to you?" Yang Kai shook his head and said nothing. "Then why is she injured? Who hurt her?" "I don't know. She was already like that when she came." Yu Rumeng stared at him deeply, as if she wanted to see into the depths of his heart. Yang Kai also looked at her calmly. After a while, Yu Rumeng sighed and stepped forward, holding Yang Kai's hand, and said softly, "Don't worry, I'm here. No one can do anything to you." Yang Kai held her hand and smiled. "I'm not worried. But you, I've caused you a lot of trouble this time." Before he could finish, Yu Rumeng covered his mouth with her hand, her watery eyes staring at him, her red lips slightly opened. "Between you and me, is there a need to say these things?" For eyes looked at each other for a moment. Then Yang Kai leaned down and kissed her. Yu Rumeng's eyelashes trembled twice, and she slowly closed her eyes. Her arms wrapped around Yang Kai's neck, and her full breasts were pressed against Yang Kai's chest, deforming a little. After a long time, their lips parted. Yang Kai held Yu Rumeng by the waist and said in a low voice, "Return to the palace." When the embodiment hiding underground thought, Yang Kai's vision blurred, and he returned to the palace in Cloud Shadow City with Yu Rumeng. Inside the palace, many demon kings were deeply worried. The change in the Eternal Heaven continent was really unexpected. No one had expected that the 12 demon saints' plan, hundreds of half-saints' participation in the battle, more than a dozen half-saints' deaths, and nearly 100 million people's deaths in the demon race, would actually be their king. If it was an ordinary opportunity, it would have been fine, but it was an opportunity that even a half-saint would fight for. It was an opportunity that even a demon saint couldn't ignore. How could it be so easy to protect? Being chased by all the demon saint and half-saints' combined forces, how could their king survive? Among them, the ones with the most worried faces were the 3 high-rank demon kings of the Blue Origin continent. It couldn't be helped, as 2 Kielyuo, Baza, and Guli had handed over their divine soul imprints and had gone through life and death with Yang Kai. If something happened to Yang Kai, the 3 of them wouldn't be spared either. After retreating from the Eternal Heaven continent and returning to Cloud Shadow, the 3 of them had been worried every day. They prayed more sincerely than anyone else that Yang Kai would be safe and sound. Today, Carson, Lao Ku, and the others had gathered with the 3 of them, not to monitor them, but to determine whether Yang Kai was alive or dead through their condition. If they suddenly died, it meant that Yang Kai had met with misfortune. If they were alive and well, it meant that Yang Kai was also safe and sound. The main hall was silent for a long time, and was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. It was at this time that a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from outside. The group of demon kings raised their heads and looked over. In the next moment, they all stood up and looked at the figure striding in from outside with incomparable shock. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Lao Ku even rubbed his eyes hard, fearing that he was hallucinating. "My king!" The 3 demon kings of the Blue Origin continent rushed over together with indescribably excited faces. They cupped their hands and said, "You've returned." Only then did Lao Ku and the others react, and hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. But soon, the group of demon kings saw Yu Ru Meng in Yang Kai's arms. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva and lower their eyes. Yang Kai looked around and said with a faint smile, "You've all returned. And this king is fine, so you can go do what you need to do." After saying that, he directly passed through the main hall and walked toward the rear hall, leaving behind a group of high, rank demon kings looking at each other in confusion. Wasn't their king being chased by a demon saint and a half-saint? How could he still be in the mood to relax? At the back of the crowd, a pair of empty eyes that seemed to have lost their soul stared at Yang Kai's back, and a cold light gradually appeared in them. In the side room, Yang Kai threw Yu Ru Meng on the bed. Under Yu Ru Meng's surprised gaze, he directly pounced on her and pressed her under his body. While holding the back of Yu Ru Meng's head with one hand, he had already kissed her again. His other hand skillfully climbed up the gap between her lower abdomen and her clothes and grasped a soft and elastic lump of fullness. Yu Ru Meng wanted to speak several times, but was blocked by Yang Kai's heavy breathing. Gradually, a warm current surged from her heart and lower abdomen, making Yu Ru Meng somewhat confused. With a tearing sound, her clothes were torn, and she was casually thrown off the bed by Yang Kai. Not long after, a perfect naked body was exposed to the air. The pure white luster was like the most exquisite porcelain. The skin was so delicate that it could be broken by a blow. The flat lower abdomen didn't have the slightest bit of excess fat. The slender, beautiful legs unconsciously entangled together, and one hand covered the most private place slightly shy. Yu Ru Meng's neck was faintly red, and her delicate earlobes were also dark red. Her pair of beautiful eyes were like a disturbed pool of water, and her breathing was rapid. Yang Kai's clothes were also quickly turned into a pile of fragments. Their hot bodies were entangled together, and they could feel each other's violent heartbeat. Without too much foreplay, when Yang Kai leaned down, a jade hand blocked his chest, stopping Yang Kai's attack. Yu Ru Meng looked at him with blurred eyes, and there was a trace of unclear pleading in her eyes. For eyes met. Yang Kai's face was calm, but Yu Ru Meng could feel his toughness and determination. This was something that had never happened before. In the past, she and Yang Kai had been honest with each other, but each time there was no real progress, because each time she controlled her emotions at the last moment. But this time, it was obviously different from before. She couldn't tell what the difference was, but she felt that if this time it was the same as before, she might lose something. After a long time, Yu Ru Meng sighed slightly and slowly withdrew the jade hand in front of Yang Kai's chest. She turned her head slightly and closed her eyes. Yang Kai didn't hesitate at all and entered. In an instant, he felt himself being wrapped in a warm and moist feeling. When the moaning sound came out, Yu Ru Meng bit her red lips and clenched her fists on the bedsheet. Yang Kai clearly felt a chill rising from his lower abdomen and rushing straight to his mind. In an instant, it shook his knowledge sea, almost making him faint at this moment. He quickly stabilized his mind, but there was still a lingering fear on his face. The shaking in his knowledge sea didn't stop, but instead became more violent. However, the soul-warming lotus was suppressed in his knowledge sea, so he didn't have to worry about any accidents happening to his soul. At this moment, a huge force exploded in his knowledge sea, filling the world of his knowledge sea, making Yang Kai feel that his soul strength was growing at a terrifying speed. This kind of growth was almost without end, as if it was going to explode his entire knowledge sea. This gave Yang Kai a fright. A murmur sounded in his ears. Yang Kai looked down and saw a drop of tear hanging from the corner of Yu Rumeng's eyes. But she was smiling. Her red lips squirmed, and when her pearly white teeth opened, strange syllables were spat out from her red lips, playing a wonderful sound of nature. The sound seemed to have a magical power, turning into an invisible hand that gently stroked his knowledge sea, slowly stabilizing its turbulence. His knowledge sea was still expanding, and the surge of soul strength made Yang Kai dumbfounded, but with the help of Yu Rumeng's sound of nature, Yang Kai gradually calmed down and slowly felt the strength of his soul strength increase. Chapter 35:59. When he broke through to the third layer Emperor realm, Yang Kai's soul had experienced an explosive increase. But compared to the current situation, that increase was simply insignificant. He had never expected that breaking through the final barrier with Yu Rumeng would give him such a huge benefit. However, although this was unexpected, it was also reasonable. The primordial Yin of a woman who had successfully cultivated generally contained a strange kind of power, and the stronger the woman, the greater this power would naturally be. There were many secret arts in this world that used this kind of power to cultivate, but this kind of plucking yin-yang, nourishing yang technique was generally extremely evil, and women who were plucked as cultivation furnaces generally ended up very miserable. The yin-yang joyous unification art that Yang Kai and Su Yin cultivated was similar to this kind of secret art. But this joyous unification art was not a simple plucking technique, but a dual cultivation secret art. Both parties could obtain some benefits from each other during dual cultivation. So to a certain extent, the yin-yang joyous unification art was an orthodox dual cultivation secret art, not an evil one. Yu Rumeng was a demon saint, so her primordial yin power was extremely terrifying. When she broke through the final barrier, the primordial yin power that had accumulated in her body all her life was released and absorbed by Yang Kai, causing his soul to experience an extremely shocking growth. This was probably related to Yu Rumeng being a succubus demon, so the benefits that her primordial yin power brought to Yang Kai were not physical, but soul. His knowledge, Si, continued to expand, but Yang Kai did not feel any discomfort. The dream-like murmurs kept echoing in his ears, allowing his mind to achieve an unprecedented calmness. This was a very strange state, one that made Yang Kai forget to return, and he wished he could continue like this until the end of time. However, everything had to come to an end. When his knowledge expanded to more than 3 times its original size, the power he obtained from Yu Rumeng's body was gradually digested, and the murmurs gradually subsided. Because of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's soul had always been higher than his realm. When he broke through to the third layer Emperor realm, Yang Kai felt that although his soul cultivation was slightly inferior to a half-saint's, it was still incomparable to an ordinary third-layer emperor or high-rank demon king. At this moment, his knowledge had expanded 3 times, allowing him to leave all half-saint in the dust. In this world, only the great monarchs and great monarchs were stronger than him in terms of soul power. With the rapid growth of his soul power, his perception of his surroundings had become much sharper, and he felt as if he had been reborn. Just as Yang Kai was inspecting his body with interest, a soft moan suddenly reached his ears. Only then did Yang Kai return to his senses. When he lowered his head, he saw Yu Rumeng looking at him with some hidden bitterness. Her face was full of shame and anger, and there were traces of moisture at the corners of her eyes. When their eyes met, Yu Rumeng looked away, bit her red lips, and pinched Yang Kai's waist. Yang Kai hissed and leaned over to kiss away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Yang Kai began to move gently. At this moment, the one pressing down on him was not one of the 12 demon saints, but a woman who could not bear the ravages of sex for the first time. Compared to Yang Kai, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, Yu Rumeng's delicate bud was not bright at all. She was truly tormented to death. He did not come out of his room for 3 days and 3 nights, which was extremely absurd. It was not until 3 days later that Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes in a room filled with decadence. Yu Rumeng's hair was scattered in his arms as she lay on his chest. She was like a kitten that had found the most comfortable and suitable position for herself. Her breathing was steady, and she was still in a deep sleep. This was extremely rare for a demon saint. At her level of cultivation, she could basically not sleep or rest. But 3 days and 3 nights of indulgence still made her feel exhausted. It was even more tiring than fighting an enemy who was also a demon saint. His big hand gently stroked her smooth back, and there was a soul-stirring curve between her back and her perky buttocks. Yang Kai resisted the impulse in his heart and quietly pulled one of his arms out from under Yu Rumeng. Dressed neatly, Yang Kai walked out of the room and came to the courtyard. There was a small bridge over flowing water in the courtyard, a rockery, and a few unknown fruit trees. At this time, it was the time for them to bloom. Small pink flowers hung on the branches, charming and lovely. Yang Kai stood under a tree with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky, his eyes absent-mindedly. He had actually succeeded. Yu Rumeng did not stop him. Even after 3 days and 3 nights of absurdity, Yang Kai still could not believe that he had actually broken through the last line of defense with Yu Rumeng and completely occupied her. The words of Bai Liemo and Mingyu before made him somewhat wary of Yu Rumeng. This time it could be considered as a test. If Yu Rumeng still refused him, then he would really have to plan carefully in the future. He never thought that the process would be so smooth. Could it be that Bai Liemo and Mingyu were wrong? A woman was willing to have a first time with him. This undoubtedly showed that this woman did not have any reservations about him. Otherwise, why would she joke about her virginity? In contrast, what surprised Yang Kai was that his attitude at that time was actually so tough. This was something that would never have happened in the past. Usually, as long as Yu Rumeng showed a little bit of resistance, he would not force her. However, 3 days ago he had thought that he could either have her or break up with her. There was no third possibility. It seems that after becoming the demon race, his temperament has changed a little. Fortunately, the impact was not too great. Otherwise, Yang Kai was afraid that he would become a different person. Chi. A light sound came, accompanied by a delicate voice that entered Yang Kai's ears. Go to hell! A sharp Chi attack came from behind. Yang Kai quickly turned around and clamped his fingers in front of him. A gleaming cold sword was caught between his 2 fingers, only 3 inches away from his eyes. The owner of the sword struggled a few times, but was unable to take back his weapon. Gritting his teeth, he threw the sword away and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai. Emperor Qi surged, filling the air with a fragrant scent. Yang Kai felt that what was coming towards him was not a jade palm, but a blooming flower, a peerlessly beautiful flower that wanted to swallow him whole. Yang Kai stepped forward and rushed into his opponent's attack range, startling his opponent. Caught off guard, Yang Kai grabbed his wrist, and under the shock of his demonic qi, he instantly lost the ability to resist. Looking at the woman in front of him, Yang Kai sighed slightly. He knew that after seizing the opportunity of the great emperors, he would not have an easy time in the future, but he did not expect that the first one to jump out to make trouble for him would be Li Shiqing. At this moment, Li Shiqing's beautiful eyes were bloodshot as she glared at Yang Kai with great hatred. She, who had always been timid, was now filled with murderous intent. With her sword snatched, her wrist captured, and her emperor qi unable to circulate, Li Shiqing could not break free from Yang Kai's grip. But her other hand did not hesitate to punch Yang Kai in the chest, gritting her teeth as she shouted, I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Yang Kai looked at her calmly, letting her punch his chest, but since she was unable to circulate his emperor qi, it was no different from scratching an itch. After a while, Yang Kai asked, Why do you want to kill me? Li Shiqing glared at him. You killed the great emperors, so I want to avenge the great emperors. How do you know I killed the great emperors? I saw it with my own eyes. Yang Kai lowered his eyes and said indifferently, What you saw with your own eyes may not be the truth. What I saw was that you killed the great emperors. Li Shiqing suddenly burst into tears. Tears streamed down her face, and her murderous aura instantly disappeared. With red eyes, she asked, "Why did you kill him?" "Why?" Her punch had lost all its strength, and if someone who did not know better saw it, they would have thought they were flirting. Yang Kai was speechless. Why did he kill the great emperors? If he had known that the person he attacked was Mingyu, he would not have been so decisive. Unfortunately, Mingyu had already passed away, so it was useless to think about this now. Li Shiqing's reaction was normal. Anyone who saw this scene in the star boundary would want to kill him to avenge Mingyu. Not to mention, Li Shiqing was the disciple of the great emperors, so she should have more responsibility and awareness than the average person. Yang Kai could not blame her, nor would he blame her. He only hated himself for being too weak at that time and not being able to protect Mingyu. The abnormality quickly attracted Lao Ku and the others, and they all stared at them with wide eyes. Boya seemed to understand something and could not help but sigh. Li Shiqing was still crying when Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked her unconscious. Holding her body, he gestured to Boya and ordered, "Take her down and have a look." Without a word, Boya took the unconscious Li Shiqing, carried her by the waist, and quickly disappeared. "Disperse!" Yang Kai waved his hand and walked towards his room. He pushed open the door and walked in, only to see Ru Meng lying on the bed, her jade-like hand supporting her cheeks, looking lazy. She was not wearing any clothes, only a thin layer of gauze covering her body. Her beautiful body was faintly discernible, making one's blood boil. Their eyes met, and Ru Meng said with a smile, "She wanted to kill you, and you let her go just like that." What's the point of bickering with her? Yang Kai's eyes wandered over Ru Meng's body as he spoke, then climbed up and lay down behind Ru Meng. He held her waist with one hand and used the other to rub her body. Ru Meng grabbed the mischievous hand and said with a frown, "Stop! I can't take it any more." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and blew into her ear while breaking free from her grip. He covered her plump softness and rubbed it vigorously, chuckling, "You are a demon saint. Your recovery shouldn't be this bad, right? What do you want?" Ru Meng did not know whether to laugh or cry, but she also closed her eyes and leaned back. "I want to stir up trouble." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he bit her shoulder. Ru Meng immediately moaned. Chapter 3560. The atmosphere in the room was sluggish, and there was a strange smell everywhere. As the clouds and rain gradually dissipated, Ru Meng's naked body was dyed a faint crimson red as she lay on Yang Kai's broad chest like a kitten, her fine black hair scattered about as she whispered, "Smelly man, are you satisfied now?" Yang Kai stroked her round buttocks and grinned. "If I could do this every day, then I would be satisfied." Ru Meng suddenly raised her head and angrily glared at him. She punched his chest. "In your dreams. This time is an exception. Don't even think about touching me in the future." "No way, right?" Yang Kai's eyes widened as his hand froze. He miserably looked into her beautiful eyes. "What do you mean?" "Nothing." Ru Meng leaned back and said with a smile, "It's not impossible for you to have me. When you become the 13th demon saint in the demon territory, I will give you whatever you want." Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. How long will that take? After the transformation of the energy in his body, he was only a high, rank demon king. After that, he would become a half-saint and then a demon saint. Although it was only 2 steps, these 2 steps were the most difficult to break through. It was even more difficult than becoming a high-rank demon king. Ru Meng said, "It will depend on your own efforts. Don't be like this." Yang Kai bashfully stretched out his hands to hold her face and said seriously, "You are joking with me, right?" Ru Meng's expression was very serious as she said seriously, "I am not joking. Before we reached this step, I didn't care about you and let you do whatever you want. But now that you are my man, you have to be worthy of me. I am a demon saint, and only a demon saint is worthy of me." Yang Kai was silent. Although these words didn't sound very pleasing to the ears, they were the truth. It was unreasonable for a demon saint's man to be too weak. Did killing Ming Yu have a big impact on you? Yu Meng looked at Yang Kai and asked. After all, he is one of the great emperors. Yang Kai frowned. After all, I came from the star boundary. Yu Meng said, even if you didn't kill him, someone else would have killed him. From the moment he fell into the demon territory, it was impossible for him to escape. Just like how devil saints like us won't easily enter the star boundary. If we are really surrounded by those great emperors, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape death. Naturally, Yu Meng. By the way, how did you suddenly become the demon race? Yu Meng asked curiously. Previously, in the star boundary, although Yang Kai had become the demon race once and had a demonic nature, the situation was not too serious. The power in his body was still Emperor's Qi. But when Yang Kai urged his power, what appeared was incomparably pure demon Qi, just like a real demon race. Speaking of which, I was just about to ask you. Yang Kai frowned. Previously, when I obtained the opportunity of the great emperors and fled, my aura fluctuated. I had no choice but to return to Cloud's shadow to break through. But when I broke through, after briefly recounting what had happened to him, Yu Meng's expression changed as she asked, you're saying that when you were breaking through, a strange shadow sneaked into your knowledge sea. That's right. That black shadow was incomparably peculiar. It was practically indestructible. I didn't even know when it was lurking nearby. When I wasn't paying attention, it slipped into my sea of knowledge. After I killed that black shadow, my entire sea of knowledge was contaminated with demonic nature. Then I was able to absorb demonic energy. The power within my body also underwent a world-shaking change. Yu Meng asked curiously, since you couldn't destroy it, how did you kill it? Yang Kai said, I once raised some soul-devouring insects in my knowledge sea. It was by relying on those soul-devouring insects that I was able to slowly kill it. Soul-devouring insects, Yu Meng whispered, extremely surprised that Yang Kai raised soul-devouring insects in his knowledge sea. What was that shadow? Yang Kai asked. It's hard to say. Yu Meng slowly shook her head. Although I have some guesses, I can't verify them until I see that shadow. What are your guesses? Yu Meng poked Yang Kai's chest and said, don't ask so much. You will slowly find out in the future. Without waiting for Yang Kai to ask anything, she suddenly glared at Yang Kai and changed the topic. Your luck is really good. You obtained the opportunity of the great emperors and broke through your own bottleneck. Now even your soul cultivation has skyrocketed, right? Yang Kai grinned. You expected this? Yu Meng snorted. Why do you think I repeatedly stopped you before? I was afraid that you couldn't bear the pressure brought by the skyrocketing soul power. This time, if it weren't for you being pitiful, you wouldn't have succeeded. Pitiful? Where did this come from? Yang Kai was a little speechless, but the benefits he obtained from Yu Meng were obvious. So he didn't bother to argue with her. He said thoughtfully, I feel that not only has my soul grown a lot, but it also seems to have gained something else. Yu Meng gently nodded and said, I am proficient in charm techniques, which is the innate divine technique of my succubus demon clan. So in the future, you will have a great resistance to similar soul secret techniques. Let me put it this way. Even if those demon saint and great emperors want to use charm-type soul secret techniques to deal with you, it will be very difficult for them to succeed. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. Is there such a good thing? Wasn't this equivalent to gaining a natural immunity? Even the great emperors and demon saint would have a hard time, let alone those half-saint. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Some debts should be settled properly, Yu Meng said, but it is limited to charm-type soul secret techniques. It's better than nothing, Yang Kai grinned. Do you want to avenge Ming Yue? Yu Meng suddenly asked, making Yang Kai's body and smile instantly stiffen. Just as he was about to speak, a small hand covered his mouth, and Yu Meng continued, I didn't mean to pry into your thoughts, But when you accepted my primordial een, our divine senses merged, and I could more or less see into your thoughts. This let me know that you didn't come to the demon territory with me wholeheartedly. You probably came to the demon territory for Mingyue, am I right? Yang Kai's stiff body slowly relaxed. Since Yu Meng said this, there was no point in denying it, so he could only nod and say, "Yes, I did come to the demon territory for Master Mingyue." Yu Meng immediately gritted her teeth and said, "You lied to me!" While speaking, a slender jade finger had already pointed at Yang Kai's chest, and demon chi pulsed from her fingertip, and a dangerous aura instantly filled the air. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, "Do you want to kill me?" Yu Meng said hatefully, "You think I can't bear to kill you?" Yang Kai sighed and slowly shook his head, "Then do it." While speaking, he closed his eyes, as if he was at Yu Meng's mercy. Yu Meng's teeth creaked, and the demon chi on her fingertip stretched out little by little, turning into a sharp aura, piercing Yang Kai's skin and flesh, and heading straight for his heart. In an instant, blood flowed from Yang Kai's chest. However, when it was only half an inch away from his heart, Yu Meng stopped. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at her proudly, then turned over and pressed her under his body. Ignoring the blood flowing from his chest, he laughed and said, "I knew you couldn't bear to do it." Although Yu Meng was a demon saint, she was still a woman after all. She would have some strange feelings for the man who first took her. What's more, the two of them were restrained by the Heart Seal's secret technique, so how could she really kill Yang Kai? While speaking, Yang Kai lowered his head and kissed her plump lips. But soon, he raised his head with a painful expression. His mouth was full of the smell of blood because Yu Meng had bitten him so hard that even his tongue had been cut. Is it fun to lie? Yu Meng looked at him coldly. This woman changed her face as quickly as flipping a book, making Yang Kai feel somewhat at a loss. Yang Kai covered his mouth and stammered, "But don't bite me." "You asked for it," Yu Meng coldly snorted. "I said, don't even think about touching me again." "Are you serious?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Do you think I'm joking with you?" Yu Meng raised her foot and kicked Yang Kai to the side. When she got up, her clothes fluttered and covered her body. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, she was almost fully dressed. Her towering chest rose and fell violently. Obviously, she was still angry. Yu Meng squinted at Yang Kai and said, "Let me ask you, is your heart in the demon territory or in the star boundary?" This question was too sharp. Yang Kai was silent for a moment and said, "So what if my heart is in the demon territory? So what if my heart is in the star boundary?" Yu Meng said, "If your heart is in the demon territory, I will do my best to help you ascend to the throne of the 13th demon saint. If your heart is in the star boundary, I will no longer care about your life or death from now on." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "If I said my heart is in the demon territory, would you believe me?" If Yu Meng had not seen through Yang Kai's thoughts, this promise would not be a problem. But with the divine sense from before, it was impossible for Yu Meng to believe him. Frowning, Yu Meng said, "You have completely become the demon race, and the power in your body has been transformed into demon chi. Even if you return to the star boundary, will it accept you? Why are you so stubborn?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said solemnly, "The power in my body doesn't mean anything. As a cultivator, I only ask my heart. As long as I have a clear conscience, why should I be afraid of heavenly thunder rolling?" Yu Meng was stunned. Yang Kai struck while the iron was hot. "Why don't you lend me a hand, Ru Meng? With your help, I will be like a tiger that has grown wings. I don't need to tell you about the situation in the demon territory. You probably know that this world is sick. The continents are gradually disappearing, and many of the world gates are unstable. One day, the demon territory will collapse. If the demon race wants to find a way out, they will have to completely occupy the star boundary. But how can the star boundary be so easy to occupy? In the end, both sides will suffer and both worlds will be plunged into misery and suffering. Yu Rumeng said, "This is an inevitable result. From the moment the passage between the two worlds opened, the demon territory and the star boundary will end in either one of them dying." Chapter 3561. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "Perhaps there is another ending." Yu Rumeng looked at him with a strange expression. "You aren't thinking that the creatures of the two worlds can coexist peacefully, are you?" Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. If there weren't countless casualties, perhaps there would be such a possibility. But now, both the demon territory and the star world have suffered countless casualties. With such a deep hatred, how can they coexist peacefully? Then what is the other ending you are talking about? Yang Kai said with burning eyes. The dispute between the star world and the demon territory in the final analysis is only one word: survival. The demon territory seeks another world to survive, while the star world seeks to protect its own land. The great emperors and demon saint do not dare to act rashly because they are afraid of collapsing the world. And if the struggle between the two worlds is allowed to continue, even if the demon territory can obtain the final victory, how many people will survive in the end? Not to mention the demon race at the bottom. Even demon saint like you won't have a good ending. Yu Rumeng looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. "You can see so far." Yang Kai said with a smile, "In any case, I have stayed in the demon territory for such a long time. If I can't even see this point, then I would have come here in vain. Even if you're right, so what? All sentient beings are searching for their own way of survival. The battle between the two worlds will never end until a victor is decided." Yang Kai looked at her and said, "What if there is a place that can accommodate all the demon race?" Yu Rumeng frowned and said thoughtfully, "You mean another great world?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, his eyes deep. "The territory of that world will not be smaller than the current demon territory. The world laws there will also not be worse than the demon territory. Whether it is the lowest demon race or you demon saint, you will all be able to survive there. That world can be said to be a brand new demon territory. You know where that world is." Yu Rumeng raised her eyebrows. Yang Kai was silent for a moment. Then he slowly shook his head and said, "I don't know yet. Maybe I will know in the future." Yu Rumeng looked at him for a long time and said with a smile, "What do you want to say?" Yang Kai said seriously, "If there is such a place, Rumeng, are you willing to help me?" "How can I help you?" "Convince the other demon saint to migrate all the demon race there." "What a joke!" Yu Rumeng sneered. "Perhaps in the beginning, the war of the two realms started in the demon territory for the sake of survival. But now, it's hard to say how many people can still maintain their original intentions. Don't forget, the demon race is filled with bloodthirsty and warlike fellows." Yang Kai frowned. Thinking about it, it made sense. He took a step back and said, "Let's not talk about others for now. I only want to ask you, when the time comes, what will you choose?" Yu Rumeng was stunned. After thinking for a moment, she said softly, "If there is such a place." She suddenly flicked her sleeves and said, "We'll talk about it when the time comes." Without giving Yang Kai a chance to speak again, she said, "I'm going back to Holy City. You come with me. Before Boss Huang says anything, it's not safe for you to stay here. If you have anything to pack, pack it up quickly. I'll wait for you outside." Saying so, she walked outside. But after taking 2 steps, she frowned and showed a pained expression. She reached out and covered her lower abdomen. Then, she glared fiercely at Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood by the bed, completely naked. With his hands on his waist, he admired her enchanting back and her strange, walking posture, and smiled. Although Yu Rumeng did not make a clear statement at the last moment, Yang Kai could see that she was moved. This encouraged him greatly and made him feel that the idea he suddenly came up with was very likely to be realized. Moreover, after understanding many thoughts in his mind, she did not do anything to him. Instead, She wanted to take him to Holy City to take refuge. This showed that Yu Meng still had him in her heart. Maybe it was because of the heart seal secret technique, or maybe it was because of the pleasure of having sex, or maybe it was because of both. But no matter what, this was a good start. Yang Kai also felt his body suddenly relaxed. He did not have to act in front of her anymore, which reduced a lot of his pressure. After a short while, Yang Kai dressed up neatly. He went out to find Lao Ku and told him something. Then, he flew away with Yu Meng. He did not take his Dharmakaya with him. He left it to guard Cloud Shadow in case of accidents. Along the way, Yu Meng ignored Yang Kai, as if the joy of the previous few days did not exist at all. Probably because she was still angry. Yang Kai did not want to provoke her and simply closed his eyes to rest. This made Yu Meng grit her teeth even more. Several times, she wished she could throw Yang Kai out of the sky. A demon saint's flying speed was extremely fast. After only half a day, the two arrived at the Phantom Continent and entered the Holy City's palace. Yu Meng directly threw Yang Kai into the courtyard where he had lived before and disappeared, not giving Yang Kai a chance to speak at all. The maids in the courtyard were naturally the same as last time. Except for Xiao Wu, who was taken to Cloud Shadow by Yang Kai, the others had not changed. Naturally, they all recognized Yang Kai and served him wholeheartedly. After entering the room, Yang Kai ordered that no one was to disturb him. Only then did he sit down cross-legged, and after a slight sigh, his figure flickered and he entered the small sealed world. The next moment, he appeared in the medicine garden of the small sealed world. Mu Zhu and the wood spirits sensed his presence and immediately flew over from somewhere in the medicine garden. After seeing Yang Kai, they shouted in unison, "Master." Yang Kai looked around and said, "Where is the person I sent in a few days ago?" The two wood spirits looked at each other, and Mu Zhu said, "Master, please come with me." Saying so, she led the way. Shuttling through various exotic flowers and grasses, Yang Kai, under the guidance of the two wood spirits, soon arrived in front of a spirit plant with huge leaves. This spirit plant had 3 long leaves, like 3 big beds. 2 of the leaves were stretched out while the other one was wrapped up as if it was wrapping something. Yang Kai understood and looked sadly at the spirit leaf. Mu Zhu stretched out her hand and touched the spirit leaf. The rolled-up spirit leaf immediately unfolded, and a figure appeared on the spirit leaf, looking peaceful as if he was sleeping. Mingyu, the great emperor's. The blood on the great emperor's body had been washed clean, and they had even changed into a new set of clothes to cover the huge wound on their chest. Their face was pale and lifeless. "Didn't you try to restore his vitality?" Yang Kai asked. The Wood Spirit clan was not only proficient in cultivating exotic flowers and grasses, they were also extremely skilled in healing. When he sent Mingyu here that day, he hoped that the 2 wood spirits could think of a way to bring the dead back to life and protect this mainstay of the star boundary. When Master sent him in, his soul had already dissipated, leaving behind only a shell. "Nana and I were powerless," Mu Zhu replied softly. Yang Kai was speechless. "Master, this master is—" Mu Zhu asked softly. When Yang Kai sent Ming Yu's body here that day, she and Muna were the first to discover it and realize that this must be the work of a master. After all, this was the first time Yang Kai had sent a corpse to the medicine garden. If this person did not have an extremely special meaning to Yang Kai, how could he have been sent here? One of the 10 great emperors, the great emperors of Mingyu. As Yang Kai spoke, he lifted his robes and respectfully knelt in front of Mingyu's corpse, took a deep breath, and solemnly said, "Master, Junior Yang Kai swears here that he will not disappoint Master and will protect the star boundary's will and the star boundary's safety. I hope that the Master's spirit in heaven will protect us." Finished speaking, Yang Kai respectfully kowtowed 3 times, and the 2 wood spirits behind him also followed suit. Although they had never interacted before, a great empress was enough for them to show proper respect. A moment later, after instructing the 2 wood spirits to take good care of Mingyu's corpse, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared. Not long after, Yang Kai appeared on a high mountain. At the top of this mountain, a figure stood alone. It was unknown how long this figure had been standing there, but it was indescribably bleak and desolate. As if sensing something, that figure suddenly shouted, "Who is it?" When he turned around, that person's eyes suddenly widened in surprise, as if he had seen a ray of hope in a desperate situation. He rolled and crawled in front of Yang Kai, crying, "Master, I finally see you. Master, please let me go." Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at the low-rank Demon King in front of him, thought for a moment, and said, "I remember that you are called Hualun?" Hualun hurriedly nodded. Yes, this little one is indeed called Hualun. This guy was a low-rank Demon King that Yang Kai captured when he returned to Cloud Shadow from the Eternal Heaven continent. It was also with this guy's help that he passed through several sealed world gates and safely returned to Cloud Shadow. However, this guy knew about the existence of the sealed world bead, so Yang Kai directly threw him into the sealed world bead, just in case. On one hand, he didn't want the secret of the sealed world bead to be exposed, and on the other hand, he wanted to do an experiment. Hualun said, "Master, if you have any orders, just say the word. This little one will climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire. This little one will not frown. I only beg Master not to imprison me here." This damned place was incomparably vast. He had been looking for a way out since he came in, but he hadn't been able to find it. What made him feel extremely horrified was that there was not a single living thing in this place. It was as if he was the only one left in the entire world. In this lonely and unfamiliar environment, this low-rank Demon King was under tremendous psychological pressure. If it weren't for the Demon King's cultivation and temperament, he would have already collapsed. Seeing Yang Kai at this time was naturally like seeing his savior. "What's wrong? Are you not used to living here?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. Hualun said with a sad face, "Master, this place is like a primitive wilderness. There is no one here. How can I get used to it?" He spoke the truth and said with a sincere expression, "As long as Master lets me out, this little one will definitely obey all of your orders in the future." Yang Kai smiled. "What can I do with a low-rank Demon King?" Hualun's face turned pale. Thinking about the strength Yang Kai had shown before, a low-rank Demon King really wasn't of much use to him. For a moment his heart turned to ashes. Chapter 3562. Just as he was grieving, he heard Yang Kai ask, "Let me ask you, what is the difference between this place and the demon territory?" Since Yang Kai asked him a question, he naturally didn't dare not answer, calming his mind and replying, "The world energy here isn't abundant and the world principles here are slightly weaker. If I stay here for too long, my cultivation will likely regress." The mysterious small world's original territory had abundant world energy and world principles, but this newly merged mysterious small world's territory was much worse. After all, these were all fragments of a continent that had disappeared. Being able to fuse back together was already a pleasant surprise. So how could he ask for more? After speaking, Hualun hesitated for a moment before asking cautiously, "Master, isn't this the demon territory?" He was a low-rank Demon King. Suddenly coming from the demon territory to another world, he would more or less be aware of it. "Naturally, this is not the demon territory." Yang Kai nodded, his mouth curving into a grin. "However, it may become another demon territory." What do you mean?" Hualun was stunned. "You don't need to know what I mean. I have a very important task for you. If you can complete it well, you may be able to regain your freedom in the future." Hualun was pleasantly surprised. "Please speak, Master. This lowly one will do his best to complete it. Stay here peacefully. In the near future, there might be some unexpected changes in this world. What you need to do is to remember all the changes in your heart and then tell me. Perhaps there will be a day when you won't be willing to leave this place. Only a ghost would be reluctant to leave this place." Hualun cursed in his heart, but he still quickly agreed. wondering what kind of task this was and what kind of changes could occur in this world. While he was wondering, Yang Kai had already disappeared. Huoluan was shocked and hurriedly shouted a few times, but he didn't get any response, inevitably feeling a little frustrated. However, thinking about Yang Kai's previous instructions, he could only pray that Yang Kai would keep his word and let him go one day. After a while, a treehouse appeared on the top of the mountain. Since he was going to live here, he had to have a place to stay. It was very simple for a low-rank demon king to find a place to live. So with the help of the local materials, a treehouse was quickly formed. In the side room, Yang Kai sorted out his thoughts and sat cross-legged, calming his qi and concentrating. Ming-Yi was already dead and could not be revived. The only thing he could do now was to complete Ming-Yu's request and protect his own destiny. If he wanted to protect himself, he would need to have a strong cultivation base. Since breaking through the shackles and advancing a few days ago, he hadn't had the time to properly experience his current state. Now that he had some rare free time, he naturally couldn't wait to see the difference between himself and before. Of course, more importantly, he wanted to check if there were any hidden dangers in his body. The sudden change in the power in his body caused him to be on tenterhooks, especially the unsealing of the ancient devil's devil chi in his dantian. He was very worried about whether there would be any repercussions. A powerful divine sense surged out and swept through his body inch by inch, thoroughly inspecting him. After a full day, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. This inspection allowed him to confirm that there was nothing wrong with his breakthrough. The power in his body had been completely transformed, and his flesh and meridians were not damaged in the slightest. The vigorous and pure demonic qi was also flowing through his meridians without the slightest obstruction. Although there were no major problems with his body, Yang Kai was still somewhat distressed. His current state was impressively that of a standard high-rank demon king, which made him feel somewhat unaccustomed. He really didn't know if he would be treated as a demon race member if he returned to the star boundary. But thinking about this now was useless. Yang Kai simply threw these thoughts to the back of his mind and tried to operate his secret art. The demonic qi between heaven and earth rolled over in an instant. Along with Yang Kai's breath, it poured into his body through his millions of pores and flowed through his meridians, immersing itself in dantian. He really could cultivate without any worries in the demon territory. Yang Kai had been in the demon territory for such a long time, but he had basically not cultivated at all, mainly because the conditions did not allow it. The world here was filled with demonic qi, which was completely different from the world energy in the star boundary. Rashly absorbing it into his body could lead to unpredictable consequences. He also did not cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method, like his embodiment, so he naturally did not dare to try it lightly. But now, after completely becoming the demon race, the environment in the demon territory was no longer a hindrance to his cultivation. Old demon qi could be absorbed, but what about demonic crystals? Without hesitation, Yang Kai took out a large number of demonic crystals from his space ring and shattered them. In an instant, the room was filled with rich demonic qi. After inhaling and exhaling, the demonic qi flowed into his body without the slightest discomfort. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai took out a myriad demon pill and, after a moment of hesitation, popped it into his mouth and swallowed it. The myriad demon pill was not a pill, but a special existence formed by the nest of 10,000 demons in the demon territory. Each of these nests of 10,000 demons was constantly devouring the vitality, essence, and soul of the demon race on the various continents, allowing the nest of 10,000 demons to produce myriad demon pills. Yang Kai did not know why the nest of 10,000 demons had such a strange ability, but he knew that ever since the demon territory collapsed and turned into various continents, these nest of 10,000 demons had suddenly appeared. The nest of 10,000 demons gave Yang Kai an extremely strange feeling, as if they were living beings, but this did not hinder the great effect that the myriad demon pills could bring to the demon race. The myriad demon pills produced in the nest of 10,000 demons were equivalent to the crystallization of the vitality, essence, and soul of the demon race on the various continents, containing a huge amount of terrifying energy. Thanks to the myriad demon pill, the embodiment was able to advance to half-saint in an extremely short period of time. When the pill entered his stomach, Yang Kai did not feel anything at first, but soon his lower abdomen suddenly became scalding hot, as if what he had swallowed was not a myriad demon pill, but a piece of hot iron. A huge amount of energy exploded in his lower abdomen and rushed into every corner of his body, causing his flesh and blood to squirm and his meridians to swell. Yang Kai was secretly shocked, although he already knew that the energy contained in the myriad demon pill was unimaginable. Only when he actually consumed it did he realize how enormous the energy was. No wonder only the Demon King level demon race had the qualifications to enjoy the myriad demon pill. If this thing was eaten by a Demon King or below, even a high-rank demon commander would immediately explode and die. He could now be considered a high-rank Demon King, and his strength was far from what a normal high-rank Demon King could compare to. A single myriad demon pill naturally could not do anything to him, guiding the energy in his stomach to his limbs and bones, refining the energy into his body bit by bit. Yang Kai could clearly feel his strength increasing bit by bit. He could not help but sigh with emotion. The myriad demon pill was much more effective than any emperor pill. No wonder the demon race had a huge advantage over the star realm in terms of the number of Demon King and above. This was not only because the population of the demon race was greater than that of the star realm, but also because of the myriad demon pill. The strength of the two realms was unbalanced from the beginning. Now that Mingyu had died, one of the great emperors was missing, and this imbalance was even more obvious. If the struggle between the two realms was allowed to continue, the star realm would definitely be doomed. In less than 10 years, the entire star realm would fall, unless they could find a way to eliminate the demon saint population. But how could the demon saint be so easy to kill? If they could use another method to end the struggle between the two realms, it would give the star realm a chance to preserve itself. Yang Kai felt that he had to speed up. He had to invade the territory of the demon race and find a way out before the demon saint left the battlefield. Yang Kai spent a full 10 days to digest the myriad demon pill. It was far slower than the embodiment's speed. Because of the embodiment's physique and cultivation method, the embodiment consumed the myriad demon pill much faster than him. Now that it had become a half-saint, its speed would definitely increase. Fortunately, he had robbed nearly 10,000 myriad demon pills from Bei Liemo. After opening the door, Yang Kai asked the maid and learned that Yiru Meng had not looked for him recently, nor did she have any news to pass on to him. Yang Kai began to cultivate again. Another myriad demon pill entered his stomach, and he refined it as usual. It was only after refining 3 myriad demon pills that Yiru Meng sent him a message. The person who came to pass on the message was not an outsider, but an old acquaintance of Yang Kai by Zhua. This guy had participated in the fight for opportunities in the Eternal Heaven continent, but his luck was not too good. He was injured by Mingyu and had been recuperating in the Holy City recently. Otherwise, he would have rushed to the two-realm battlefield. When Yang Kai saw him, this guy's face was still a little pale, and he coughed a few times from time to time. The two left the palace together, found a restaurant in the Holy City, and chatted while drinking. After 3 rounds of wine, Bai Zhuo smiled slightly. Brother Yang is indeed a person of great fortune. In the Battle of Eternal Heaven, more than 100 half-saint returned empty-handed, and more than a dozen half-saints even died. Only Brother Yang managed to snatch the opportunities. I am so envious. Yang Kai drank the wine in his cup in one gulp and said with a smile, "Fortune is mysterious and unpredictable. Who can say for sure?" That day, I didn't want to snatch any opportunities. I just wanted to join in the fun. Bai Zhuo said with an envious expression, "That's why I said Brother Yang's luck is amazing." So many half-saints were rolling up their sleeves and glaring at him covetously. Yet in the end, They were taken advantage of by someone who came to join in the fun. It was truly infuriating. Baizhua paused for a moment and said, "The holy seniors asked me to tell Brother Yang that the matter has been dealt with properly, and all the holy seniors have come to an agreement. They won't make a move against you." This was within Yang Kai's expectations, since Desolate Infinite had said that he wouldn't slap his own face, and the other demon saint would more or less give him face. In any case, in the eyes of the demon race, he had completely become the demon race and could be considered a part of the demon territory. There wasn't much difference between him and the other half-saints' opportunities. This was also the reason why Shui Li had no choice but to retreat that day. Hearing this, Yang Kai said, "In other words, I'm safe in the demon territory from now on." Baizhua smiled meaningfully. "Relatively speaking, it's much safer." Relatively speaking. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. He understood the meaning behind his words. Chapter 3563. Baizhua smiled and said, "Saint Desolation has spoken first, so the other saint sages will naturally not make things difficult for you. However, the same can't be said for the half-saint." Yang Kai was surprised. Even the saint sages have some scruples. So how can the half-saint be so unscrupulous? Baizhua slowly shook his head and sighed. "Brother Yang, you have to know that the opportunity you have was originally prepared for the half-saint in the demon territory. However, it ended up in your hands due to a freak combination of factors. If you were really a member of the demon race, then it would be fine. However, Brother Yang, you know your current situation. It's inevitable that someone will use your background to make an issue out of it and then bargain with you." "Brother Baizhua, I understand what you mean. In the demon territory, the demon saint will not do anything to me due to their status and reputation. However, those half-saint won't let it go, right?" Baizhua said, "Since ancient times, wealth has dazzled people's eyes and opportunities can bewitch people's hearts. Moreover, this opportunity is like a path to heaven for us half-saint. If I hadn't known Brother Yang for a long time and worked under the saint sages, to be honest, I would also be tempted." Yang Kai gently nodded. Baizhua lowered his voice and said, "This is also the result of the saint sages' discussion with the other saint sages. The other saint sages didn't think there was anything wrong with it. If you don't have the ability to protect your own opportunity, then it's better to hand it over early." After pausing for a moment, Baizhua said, "The saint sages asked me to tell Brother Yang that since you have already obtained the opportunity, it's best for you to stay in the holy city and cultivate in peace. When the day comes that your cultivation is great, no one in the demon territory will be able to do anything to you." Yang Kai looked at him and said, "Is this the saint sage's words?" Baizhua said seriously, "Not a word more, not a word less." Then, with a strange expression, he asked, "Brother Yang, may I ask something that I shouldn't ask? Did you offend the Lord?" She felt that the Lord's attitude towards Yang Kai was a little subtle this time. There was a hint of arrogance in his concern for Yang Kai, as if he did not want to face him directly. That's right, it was Tsundra. Baizhua would never forget that kind of expression. He had followed her for so many years, but he had never seen Yu Rumeng show such an expression. That was exactly the expression of a little girl who had her first awakening of love. When Baizhua saw it, he was shocked. If it was someone else, it would have been fine. However, who was Yu Rumeng? She was one of the 12, demon saint in the demon territory. She was an existence that stood at the pinnacle. Yang Kai smiled and did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Since the Lord asked you to pass the message, does that mean she doesn't want to see me?" Baizhua coughed softly and said vaguely, "I don't know about that. It's just that the Lord values Brother Yang very much." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Brother Yang, you mean?" Baizhua looked at him inquiringly. Yang Kai grabbed the wine pot in front of him and poured it into his mouth. After a while, he slammed the wine pot on the table. He wiped the corner of his mouth and said, "Time is not on my side. I can't stay in the sacred city for long." Baizhua sighed again and smacked his lips. He said, The Lord said that if Brother Yang wants to leave, he can leave at any time. There's no need to inform her. Yang Kai heard him and nodded. That's good. Women are troublesome. It'll be troublesome if we meet. Baizhua lowered his head and looked at his shoes. He pretended that he did not hear anything. By the way, Brother Baizhua. Yang Kai suddenly looked at him with burning eyes. Let me ask you something. If a half-saint comes to trouble me, will I kill him? Baizhua was shocked when he heard this. He looked up and saw Yang Kai's murderous eyes. He could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth and said, Brother Yang, who do you want to kill? I'll kill whoever comes to trouble me. If it was an ordinary high-grade devil king spouting such nonsense, Baizhua would probably laugh it off. He would feel that the person who said such words didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The difference between a devil king and a half-step saint was like the difference between an elephant and an ant. An ant wanting to bite an elephant to death was simply ridiculous. However, the person who said this was Yang Kai. Baizhua had no choice but to take him seriously. The person in front of him was not an ordinary upper-tier demon king. After thinking for a moment, Baizhua said, No one is willing to stretch their neck out for others to chop off. If someone really wants to harm Brother Yang will naturally return blood for blood. This is Brother Yang's freedom. That's good. Yang Kai stood up and cupped his hands. Many thanks for Brother Baizhua's hospitality. We will meet again someday. After saying this, he walked out in large strides. After leaving the restaurant, Yang Kai turned around and looked in the direction of the temporary residence. He could faintly feel that there was someone watching him, but he could not tell who it was. Yang Kai grinned and raised his hand to wave in that direction. Then he flew into the sky. Half an hour later, in the temporary residence, Baizhua truthfully reported his meeting with Yang Kai. Yu Ru Meng listened calmly. Her eyebrows twitched as she said, He left just like that? Didn't he leave any message? Baizhua lowered his eyes and slowly shook his head. He didn't leave any message. Then he seemed to hear the sound of teeth grinding. He could not help but feel a chill down his spine. After considering it for a moment, Baizhua said, Brother Yang is now in possession of a great opportunity, but his strength isn't very strong. If he leaves rashly now, it will be no different from a child carrying gold through a busy market. I'm afraid countless people will covet him. Should I chase him back? Why chase him? Yu Ru Meng's face was livid. She gritted her teeth and flicked her sleeves. Let him die outside. Baizhua lowered his head even more as he cursed Yang Kai in his heart. This guy just patted his ass and left, leaving me here to endure the storm of attacks from the Holy Senior. How disloyal! Instinctively, Baizhua felt that nothing good would come out of staying in the sacred city. He could not care less about his injuries. He cupped his fists and said, My lord, I've been back for some time. The two-realm battlefield is without a leader. Please allow me to return to the front line and take charge of the situation. Hearing this, Yu Ru Meng's face softened. She asked with concern, How are your injuries? Baizhua said, It's nothing serious. I just need to rest for a few days, and I'll recover. Thank you for your concern. Yu Ru Meng nodded and said, Since you have such intentions, I'll fulfill your wish. Take this. It can help you recover. As she spoke, a jade box flew steadily in front of Baizhua. Baizhua knew that it must be a treasure that could heal his injuries. He quickly took it and thanked her. Just as he was about to leave, Yu Ru Meng suddenly said, When you go to the two-realm battlefield, focus on defense. Don't start a war so easily. Baizhua was stunned. He did not know why Yu Ru Meng would give such an order. The army under the 12 demon saint was now divided into 12 groups. Each group had their own duties. The territories that each group conquered belonged to themselves. It was equivalent to snatching the territories of the astral world for the 12 demon saints in advance. When they unified the astral world in the future, the size of the territories occupied by the demon saints would be determined by the number of territories that were seized during wartime. Once Yu Ru Meng gave this order, It was equivalent to giving up the advantage of snatching territories in advance. Even if she really conquered the astral world in the future, she would not have much territory. Without territory, she would not be able to settle down the people of her various continents. If she could not settle down those people, there would definitely be chaos. He was puzzled. If it were any other time, Baizhuo would definitely ask in detail. However, the sage was currently in a fit of anger, so Baizhuo did not dare to ask. He could only obediently follow the order and leave. After Baizhuo left, an extremely powerful force suddenly erupted from Ru Meng's delicate body. It swept through the entire hall, shattering all the decorations in the hall. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Bastard!" The guards and maids in the hall were so scared that they trembled and crawled on the ground. The scenery of the flying cloud continent was beautiful. There were undulating mountains and countless spirit rivers. The energy of heaven and earth was also extremely abundant. It was one of the territories under Ru Meng. Under the rule of a half-saint, the overall strength of the entire continent was not weak. However, there was an extremely obvious difference between the customs of this continent and most other continents. That was, women were superior to men. Unless the strength of the male demon race had reached a certain level, the status of the male demon race was inferior to that of the female demon race. This was extremely obvious among the lower class of the demon race. In every village, tribe, and even city, the important positions were generally held by the female demon race. Even if they were of the same cultivation level, the male demon race was weaker than the female demon race. The reason was that the half-saint who ruled this continent was a female succubus demon. Moreover, she was from the same race as Ru Meng. Within the demon territory, each race had their own specialties and characteristics. The succubus demon race's specialty was that their divine soul was more powerful than the other demon races. The female succubus demon was a natural beauty. Within the demon territory, which demon race had a little bit of strength and status? Which family didn't raise a few female succubus demons for their entertainment? The female succubus demon's bedroom technique and ability to bewitch people were famous throughout the entire demon territory. This was something that Yang Kai had experienced with Ru Meng to his heart's content. Even if it was his first time, Ru Meng's performance in the bedroom made Yang Kai forget to return. It was almost comparable to Shanqing Luo, and this was only the beginning. If this continued, even Shanqing Luo would have to admit defeat. As the ruler of the flying cloud continent, although the half-sainting sea was born as a succubus demon, because of her extremely high cultivation and status, no one had the qualifications to make her act obedient. On the contrary, she had raised 3,000 male companions in her flying cloud palace. Moreover, this number was increasing every year. New male companions would enter the flying cloud palace. Naturally, there would be old male companions who would be sent out of the palace. However, no matter what race they were from or what cultivation they had, as long as they stayed in the flying cloud palace for more than 3 years, they wouldn't be able to live for long. The succubus demon race's bedroom technique was exquisite. Taking yang to replenish yin was their specialty. Which demon race could withstand a half-saint's yang harvesting? Every year at a certain time, the flying cloud continent would be busy for a period of time. The demon king in charge of various places would think of ways to select the most outstanding and strong demon race in his territory and send them to the flying cloud palace for Yin-Si to enjoy. Chapter 3564. The flying cloud continent was once again bustling with activity even before the selection date. Furthermore, the demand for the flying cloud palace this time was even greater than the previous years. The entire continent was in operation. Male demon race members who met the requirements were constantly sent to the flying cloud palace. Within a month, more than 1,000 people had already entered the flying cloud palace, and it wasn't over yet. Ordinary demon race members naturally didn't know the mystery behind this. They only thought that Yin-Si's master was doing this on a whim. They secretly admired Yin-Si's vigor and were endlessly envious. even though they knew that those who were sent to the Flying Cloud Palace didn't have many days left. Being able to have sex with a half-saint, especially a half-saint who was born a succubus demon, was something that countless men wished for but couldn't get. Because of this, every time the Flying Cloud Palace wanted people in the past, many male demon race members on the Flying Cloud continent who felt that they met the requirements would take the initiative to register and enter the palace. Only a few Demon King members knew the inside story. In-Si had always been the ruler of the Flying Cloud continent. Although she had always been the ruler, she had never been as absurd as this time. This wasn't because her master was doing this on a whim, but because she was injured and urgently needed the young demon race members to heal her injuries. In the battle on the Eternal Sky continent, more than a dozen half-saint experts had died, and the number of injured was even greater. Baizhua was one of them, and so was In-Si. Compared to Baizhua, In-Si's injuries were even more serious. She was almost killed by the great emperors of the Star Realm on the spot. If she hadn't escaped quickly when she saw that the situation wasn't right, perhaps the Flying Cloud continent would already be without a leader. The Flying Cloud Palace was located in the place with the densest old demon chi on the Flying Cloud continent. The entire palace was built in a grand and magnificent manner. There were countless palaces inside the palace, showing the grandeur of the ruler of a continent. Outside the main palace, a group of male demon race members were lined up in a long line. Each of them was wearing a thin robe as thin as a cicada's wings as they waited calmly. These male demon race members were selected from all over the continent. Each and every one of them had a strong body. Some were as tall and sturdy as an iron tower. Some were as beautiful as phoenixes, and some were profound. Each and every one of them had an extraordinary appearance and temperament. At the front of the group, there was a female devil king with an extraordinary cultivation base who was wearing revealing clothes. She walked around the group, inspecting them one by one. Perhaps it was because she had served Silver Thread for a long time, but this female devil king was bold and unrestrained. While inspecting the male devil clan members, she would occasionally reach out and touch their muscular chests. She would even pull out a few handfuls of their crotches to personally evaluate the size of their assets. If they were to her liking, she would give them a charming smile. If not, she would drive them away on the spot. From time to time, some male demon race members would be dragged out of the line by the guards and thrown out of the Flying Cloud Palace. The male demon race members who passed the inspection were quickly divided into groups of 10 and led into the main palace by another female demon king. The door of the main palace was constantly opening and closing. It was as if an invisible beast was devouring delicious food. The male demon race members who entered the main palace never came out again. No one knew where they went. Occasionally, when the door of the main palace opened, some faint moaning could be heard from inside. This sound entered the ears of the male demon race members outside, causing their blood to boil and their breathing to become heavy. Not long after, the female demon king who was in charge of the inspection arrived in front of a male demon race member. She couldn't help but frown. For some reason, she felt that this guy in front of her was a little out of place. But when she looked carefully, she didn't find anything wrong with him. Instead, her eyes lit up when she saw the faintly discernible firm chest under his thin robe. Licking her red lips, the female demon king reached into the robe and gently touched it. Feeling the hardness of iron, the female demon king couldn't help but hold her breath. Swallowing her saliva, she asked, "Which race are you?" The male demon race member grinned and said, "Power demon." No wonder. The female demon king's breath was like orchids. Her voice was soft. While caressing, she said softly, "It feels so strong." As she spoke, her small hand moved down. Just as she was about to touch a vital part, a large hand suddenly grabbed her lily-white hand. A tyrannical force came from the large hand, causing her to feel a little pain. However, this didn't make her angry. Instead, it made her more interested in this power demon in front of her. Her beautiful eyes glistened and her face flushed red. "What?" Can't I touch it? The power demon leaned over and whispered in her ear, "If Master really wants to touch it, you can just bring this little one back. At that time, you can touch it however you want." His heavy breath hit the female demon king's earlobe, causing her ears to instantly turn dark red. Her entire body felt hot and uncomfortable. She lightly bit her red lips and laughed in a low voice. "You actually dared to tease me." After saying this, she hesitated for a moment and sighed softly. Pulling her hand back, she said, "Later, someone will bring you into the palace. Once you are inside, serve the master well." "Oh." The demon power shrugged, his expression indifferent. The female demon king brushed past him with a regretful look on her face. She really wanted to bring such a top-grade fellow back, but she didn't have the guts to snatch anything from her master, so she could only feel sorry for him. The doors of the palace opened and closed. Almost every half an hour, 10 people would enter. The long line continued to move forward. About 6 hours later, it was the turn of the power demons group. Following the female demon king, they entered the palace. After the doors closed, a strange sound of impact and low growls could be heard. The sound came from the deepest part of the palace, but it was much clearer than the sound outside the door. For a moment, the male demon race in the line were breathing heavily. Following the female demon king's footsteps, they continued to go deeper. Not long after, a pink world appeared in front of them. This was a side room. There was a huge bed in the room. On the bed, naked bodies were entangled together like maggots. The air was filled with a decadent aura. Among the entangled bodies on the bed, there was only one woman. Her figure was graceful, and several other men surrounded her like stars surrounding the moon. They were very close to serving her. From time to time, a male demon race would fall to the ground, their eyes rolled back, and they would stop breathing. The male demon race would be quickly dragged out by some maids. However, the remaining male demon race didn't seem to feel anything. They still surrounded the female demon race with an infatuated expression, offering their lives to her. Even the newcomers of the demon race didn't seem to see anything. Their faces were burning, and their eyes were red as they stared at the perfect body of the female demon race. In the crowd, the demon race's lips curled into a sneer, and his eyes were filled with ridicule. As if she sensed something, the disheveled evil woman on the bed frowned. She looked up and happened to meet the power demon's eyes. In the next instant, the female demon race's expression changed. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Yang Kai!" Insi, Yang Kai, who had disguised himself as the demon race, had a cold look in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and rushed in front of Insi, sending a palm towards her. Even though they were in the middle of sex, and even though they were injured, a half-saint's reaction was quick. In the blink of an eye, Insi, who was kneeling on the bed like a bitch, grabbed a male demon race next to her and used him as a shield. At the same time, her posture didn't change as she suddenly retreated. The male demon race that she had grabbed to act as a meat shield was still kissing every inch of her skin. Under her charm, he was completely unaware of the crisis in front of him. Even after Yang Kai sent him into a bloody mist, he still had a smile on his face. Another male demon race that was kneeling behind In-Si suffered the same fate. However, his death had nothing to do with Yang Kai. In-Si retreated. He didn't know how to dodge and was directly smashed into a bloody mist. Not even his bones were left. Hot blood splattered all over In-Si's body, dyeing her snow-white body red. Only then did a terrifying burst of energy erupt. The large pink bed collapsed, and all of the male demons on the bed were killed on the spot. Audacious. In the room, the female demon king that had been serving her finally reacted. Their expressions changed greatly. They never thought that in Flying Cloud Palace there would be someone who dared to kill In-Si's master. Who is this guy? The female demon kings weren't weak. 1 was high rank, 3 were mid rank, and 2 were low rank demon kings. In an instant, All of them pushed the demon chi in their bodies and pounced towards Yang Kai without hesitation. Die! Yang Kai waved his hands and sent out a series of pitch-black moon blades in all directions. With a series of rumbling sounds, the female demon kings who were pouncing towards him instantly felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their eyes widened in unison, and their bodies that were pouncing forward also seemed to be knocked back by a huge force. Before they could even land on the ground, their bodies had already split into pieces. Ever since he started cultivating, Yang Kai had always been good at fighting those above his realm. When he was still a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he had already killed a high-rank Demon King and a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Now that he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, in the entire Demon Territory, only half-saint and half-saint Realm Masters could exchange blows with him. Although the female Demon Kings weren't weak, how could they get close to him? In just a single exchange, they were all wiped out. The female Demon Kings probably didn't expect Yang Kai to be so strong. Thinking that Yin Si was here, they let their guard down and suffered such a tragic fate. On the other side, Yin Si, who had retreated from Yang Kai's attack range and casually pulled off a thin veil to cover her body, narrowed her eyes. Only now did she realize that Yang Kai was much stronger than the last time she saw him. The death of her subordinates made her even angrier. She immediately gnashed her teeth and shouted, "You're courting death!" Although she said so, she didn't immediately attack Yang Kai. Although she was a half-saint and had the ability to crush Yang Kai in terms of strength, Yin Si still felt inexplicably uneasy. After all, the last time she saw Yang Kai in the Eternal Heaven Continent, this guy had a powerful helper by his side. Therefore, as she spoke, Yin Si spread out her divine sense, as if she was searching for something. Chapter 3565. Are you looking for Zhui Feng? Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Then, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Zhui Feng is not on this continent. In a sense, Yang Kai was not lying. Zhui Feng was indeed not on the flying cloud continent, but in the small sealed world, so Yang Kai did not feel the slightest burden when he said this. Yin Si heard this, and her expression relaxed. Although she was injured, her half-saint foundation was still there. She did not detect Zhui Feng's aura, nor the auras of other half-saints, so her nervous mood calmed down a little. Although Yang Kai's performance was good, she did not put him in her eyes. As long as that beast from the 100th Spirit Continent was not here, she was not afraid of anything. You broke through. Yin Si frowned slightly. Even when she was asking this question, she still looked pitiful, as if she was not the one who was doing the lewd things on the pink bed. This was the terrifying part of the succubus demon. Every move, every frown, and every smile had the ability to charm people, and it was very natural, without the slightest trace of intention. Yes, Yang Kai admitted frankly. When he attacked just now, the fluctuations of power were very obvious, so it was meaningless to deny it. Yin Si smiled. A demon king's breakthrough was not very meaningful to her. What was the difference between a mid-rank demon king and a high-rank demon king? The only thing she needed to worry about was why Yang Kai came to the flying cloud continent. Was there any deeper meaning to this? After pondering for a moment, Yin Si said, "Did the Holy Senior ask you to come here?" Last time in the Eternal Heaven Continent, she was bewitched by Yu Sang to set up a trap to deal with Yang Kai. At that time, she did not think much about it, mainly because she owed Yu Sang a favor. When Yu Sang asked, she really could not refuse. Moreover, Dili was also involved. 3 half-saint subordinates under Yu Meng joined forces. Even if the Holy Senior knew about it, he would not be able to blame her. But that plan was a complete failure. Afterwards, she found out that the Holy Senior valued this human very much, so she was a little scared. However, the Holy Senior did not cause any trouble for her recently, which made her think that the matter of the eternal heaven had already passed. At this time, Yang Kai suddenly and brazenly came to the Feiyun continent and even unscrupulously attacked her. Yin-Si couldn't help but wonder if this was Yu Ruming's idea. If it was really Yu Ruming's idea, then she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. "This has nothing to do with you, my lord." Yang Kai snorted coldly. "It's just that I'm repaying my debts." In the Eternal Heaven continent, he was jointly attacked by 3 half-saint realm experts under Yu Rumeng's command. Although Yu Sang had been killed by Mingyu, Yin-Si and Di Li were still alive and kicking. If it weren't for his current situation, Yang Kai wouldn't have bothered to come and find trouble with Yin-Si at this time. He had more important things to deal with, so he didn't have time to waste here. But now that Yu Rumeng and the other demon saint had reached a new agreement, who knew how many half-saint realm experts were secretly watching him in the territory, if he didn't show them his strength, then he was afraid that there would be endless troubles in the future. And the Feiyun continent was the stage for him to show his strength. Yin-Si was his test target, and he could use this opportunity to settle the score of being schemed against in the Eternal Heaven. A high-rank demon king boasting shamelessly made Yin-Si angry and angry. If it was any other time, she would have already taught him a good lesson and let him know what he could and couldn't say. But this guy in front of her was a little special, not to mention that he was valued by the Holy Master, and now he had the opportunity of becoming the great emperors. In time, he might become the 13th demon saint in the territory. Yin-Si really didn't have the guts to touch him. After muttering to herself for a while, Yin-Si smiled sweetly. "Prince Yang, I think there might be a misunderstanding between us." "Misunderstanding?" The corner of Yang Kai's mouth curled up. Yin-Si's reaction was a little unexpected. He thought that there would be a tough battle today, but who would have thought that the other party would be scared before the battle even started, and had the intention of turning hostility into friendship? He immediately said, "Yin-Si, master, you think that the matter between us is just a misunderstanding?" "Of course." Yin-Si nodded. "A few days ago, I was bewitched by Yu Sang and joined hands with her. But at that time, I didn't do anything to you. I just helped Yu Sang distract Zhue Feng, and in the end you came out unscathed. On the contrary, Yu Sang died at the hands of the great emperors. Speaking of which, you didn't lose anything. Moreover, you and I are now serving under the Holy Master. If we really shed all pretense of cordiality and fight here, it won't be good for the Holy Master. It will only make the other demon saint laugh at the Holy Master's incompetence. What do you think?" Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, "That makes sense." Yin-Si giggled. Her voice was pleasant to the ears. Under the gauze covering her body, her swollen breasts were enough to arouse people's imagination. Any man who saw them would have the desire to climb and liberate them. This was not because she used any charm technique, but because of her own charm. In the midst of her laughter, Yin-Si said, "Since it's a misunderstanding, then let's talk things out. It'll save us a lot of trouble." Her tone was soft, but she was really sick of it. If it weren't for Yu Rumeng's face, how could she be so amiable to a high-rank demon king? As a half-saint, she had the pride of a half-saint. In her eyes, a high-rank demon king was just a tool to seek pleasure. She thought that Yang Kai's attitude would soften and he would give her face, but who knew that Yang Kai would grin and say, "My Cloud Shadow mainland suffered countless casualties in that battle." "Yin-Si, master, don't tell me that you want this king to give up and retreat with just a few words. That's too insincere. Cloud Shadow had casualties, but didn't Feiyun also suffer casualties? In that battle, whether it was Cloud Shadow or Feiyun, many people from both continents died. Originally, this was not a big deal. Those who died were just some insignificant people, so Yin-Si did not really care. But since Yang Kai wanted to talk about it, then the situation was different. She was angry that Yang Kai did not know how to appreciate her kindness, but on the surface she still smiled and said, "Then what do you think this king should do to show my sincerity?" As she spoke, she actually glanced over at Yang Kai with a seductive look like a dissatisfied woman in her boudoir. Yang Kai's Adam's apple moved, and he waved his hand and said, Simple, as long as Master Yin-Si takes out 1,000,000,000 demon pills. This king will not pursue the previous matter. As you said, we all work under the saint. It's not good for anyone to have a falling out. So this king will give you face. 1,000,000,000 demon pills. Yin-Si's eyes twitched. Your Highness must be joking. It was not that she could not take out 1,000,000,000 demon pills, but if she really did, she would have to empty her family. The million demon pills were also very useful to her. So how could she be willing to take them out? If it was 100,000,000 demon pills, it was not impossible to negotiate. Yang Kai's face darkened. So this king is giving you face, but Master Yin-Si is not giving me face? If you don't give me face, this king will go crazy. Yin-Si frowned. 1,000,000,000 demon pills. That's too much. Why don't we discuss it again? There's nothing to discuss. Yang Kai waved his hand overbearingly. Either you take out 1,000,000,000 demon pills, or this king will tear down your Feiyun continent. Your Highness, do you really have to be so aggressive? Yin-Si's face also darkened. In her opinion, she had already given Yang Kai enough face. If it was any other high-rank demon king, they would not have the qualifications to argue with her. Did they really think that they could do whatever they wanted just because they were given the title of prince by the saintess? As a half-saint, her patience was about to run out. I see that you don't have the slightest bit of sincerity. Yang Kai's eyes widened, his face filled with killing intent. Under the stimulation of his demon qi, his entire body was wrapped in pitch-black, demonic qi. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. This king will kill you first. As he spoke, he threw a punch at the silver thread. As he punched out, demonic qi surged and condensed, transforming into a pitch-black dragon. It roared as it opened its mouth and bit at the silver thread. Kill me. Yin-Si was so angry that she laughed. She really did not know where Yang Kai got his confidence from. She raised her hand and punched Yang Kai. With a loud bang, the whole palace was torn apart by the force of the explosion. Countless houses collapsed. Yin-Si took a step back and flew into the sky. Her eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. This guy's strength was not something that an ordinary high-rank demon king could compare with. Although she had not recovered from her injuries, there was no demon king that could casually push her back. On the other side, Kai Yang had been sent flying several tens of feet away, tumbling through the air. Shaking his head, he said, "This little girl's strength isn't small." Before he had finished speaking, he had charged over once again. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed the devils outside. At this moment, they all raised their heads to look and saw that their semi-sage was fighting fiercely with the Devil King. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were full of astonishment. The female demon race, who was in charge of checking the male demon king outside, was even more shocked. She recognized the guy fighting with Yin-Si. It was the power demon that had made her feel a little amorous. But now that she looked again, that guy was not a power demon. She did not know why, but she had believed that guy's words without a doubt. Asterisk schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk one figure after another flew into the sky. All of them had the cultivation of a demon king. They all rushed towards Yang Kai with a murderous look on their faces. "Get lost!" Yin-Si shouted. "Without this queen's order, no one is allowed to come close." As she spoke, she exchanged another blow with Yang Kai. Her figure swayed slightly, but Yang Kai was sent flying more than 100 feet. As a half-saint, she naturally had the dignity of a half-saint. Being provoked by Yang Kai so unscrupulously, Yin-Si was a little annoyed. If it was an ordinary demon king, it would be fine, but Yang Kai's identity was a little special. It made her feel a little restrained. She did not dare to let her subordinates get close. If by any chance her subordinates killed Yang Kai, she would not be able to explain it to Yu Rumeng. With a command, the demon kings that were rushing towards the battlefield stopped and spread out. They surrounded the battlefield so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Under the gazes of all the demons, Yang Kai and Yin Si each wore a thin silk dress. The two's bodies were extremely beautiful, but they were fighting fiercely in the sky. The scene was quite comical. Chapter 3566. It was just that the battle had been one-sided from the start. Yu Si stood tall in the air, not moving in the slightest, while Kai Yang was like a butterfly fluttering through flowers. Every time he approached, he would launch a fierce attack, but it was all easily resolved by Yu Si. This scene looked like an adult master toying with a child. The spectating demon kings finally relaxed. At the same time, they wondered where this guy had jumped out from. He was clearly weak, so why did he come here to humiliate himself? Yang Kai, you are not my opponent. Why don't you just stop here? Yin Si's beautiful eyes were cold. She was also angry. Although Yang Kai couldn't do anything to her, being provoked by a high-ranked demon king was damaging to her dignity. To her, this was simply a farce. Naturally, she couldn't wait to end this as soon as possible. This king hasn't even used his full strength yet. How do you know I'm not your opponent? Yang Kai angrily shouted. He pushed the demon chi in his body and charged towards Yin Si with even more ferocity than before. Enough! Yin Si angrily shouted. Facing Yang Kai's attack, she surprisingly didn't have any intention of counterattacking. She only coldly stared into Yang Kai's eyes and coldly said, You haven't used your full strength, but did you think this queen would use her full strength? As soon as she finished speaking, her divine sense fluctuated. Her eyes turned into bottomless pools with a strange luster flowing through them. Yang Kai's figure suddenly froze in front of her. His eyes, which were originally overflowing with killing intent, suddenly became hollow. His fist was only 3 inches away from Yin Si's towering breasts. The wind created by the punch made Yin Si's hair dance. Their eyes met. Yin Si calmly said, Don't you know what a succubus demon is best at? Do you really think I won't dare to kill you just because you have the Saint Sovereign's protection? As she spoke, her slender finger was already pointing at Yang Kai's chest. A look of struggle flashed through her eyes. Standing in front of her was not just a high-rank demon king, but a great opportunity. If she killed Yang Kai here, that opportunity would also be transferred to her, opening a path to heaven for her. She was now a half-saint. One more step and she would be a demon saint. She was in existence, standing at the peak of the demon territory. It had to be said that the temptation was too great. Originally, after the battle of eternal heaven ended, she didn't have any hope for this opportunity. She only hoped that Yu Rumeng wouldn't find trouble with her afterwards. Who would have thought that this opportunity would present itself to him when he was just enjoying himself in his own home? However, if she really killed Yang Kai here, it would be tantamount to shedding all pretense of cordiality with Yu Rumeng. She would have to immediately leave the flying cloud continent and seek protection from another demon saint. And if she stayed in another demon saint's territory, she didn't know what kind of unforeseen events would occur. If she was schemed against again, then the gains would not make up for the losses. That was why she was hesitant. Should she make a move here? But before she could think clearly, she suddenly felt her wrist tighten. She looked down in shock and saw that Yang Kai had grabbed her arm tightly. That terrifying strength actually caused her bones to hurt. Yang Kai's originally empty eyes instantly regained their color. He grinned sinisterly. Caught you! You! Yin Si's beautiful face turned pale. Without even thinking, she raised her other hand and fiercely slammed it toward Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai didn't dodge. He only urged his devil essence to protect himself. At the same time, his other fist, which was hovering in front of Yin Si's chest, exploded with a violent power and fiercely punched out. A resplendent shockwave spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. Among the demon kings gathered in the surroundings, a few of them who were not strong enough were shaken to the point where they almost fell headfirst. 2 mouthfuls of blood were spat out in midair. One mouthful was golden, and the other was bright red. Under the attack, Both Yang Kai and Yin Si felt the blood and energy in their bodies roil, and their breathing become labored. The blood sprayed out, drenched the two men's heads and faces, making their expressions look ferocious. In comparison, Yin Si only felt that the full lump in front of her chest had almost been smashed by Yang Kai. The intense pain almost made her spasm. Her beautiful eyes trembled violently. She couldn't believe that Yang Kai was actually able to break free from her soul charm. The other party was only a high-rank demon king. Even if he cultivated a soul secret technique, how could he not be affected by her soul secret technique? After all, she was a half-saint and a succubus demon. At this time, how could Yin Si not know that she had fallen into a trap? The other party's previous pestering attacks were only to numb her nerves and lure her into using her soul secret technique. He wanted her to feel that she was in control of the situation. The moment she relaxed, the other party suddenly attacked. Her arm was caught, and a huge force came over. Yin Si couldn't break free. The man standing less than half a foot in front of her was emitting a ferocious aura like that of a wild beast. It was as if he wanted to devour her, causing her to tremble in fear. What was going on? How could the other party break free from her soul charm? Dragon form. As he shouted, a resounding dragon's roar sounded. A huge golden dragon head suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. It looked down on the world and looked down on all living things. Under the gaze of the dragon, Yin Si felt as if her life was no longer in her control. The dragon head flashed and disappeared into Yang Kai's body. Immediately after, Kai Yang's appearance underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Short dragon horns grew out of his forehead, and the exposed skin on his body was covered in dragon scales. His hands turned into sharp dragon claws, and a dragon tail grew out of his back. Only his body size didn't change in the slightest. With the improvement of his dragon bloodline and his mastery of the dragon transformation art, Yang Kai was already able to control the size of his body during his dragon form. An even more powerful force came over. Immediately after, Yin Si felt her waist tighten, as if she had been bound by a long whip. Looking down, she discovered that it wasn't a whip that was binding her. Instead, it was Yang Kai's dragon tail. The dragon tail was curled up tightly around her slender waist, and the terrifying force behind it seemed as if it was going to snap her in half. Yin Si knew that it was time for her to fight for her life. If she couldn't break free from the other party's restraint, then today's matter would be difficult to resolve. Her beautiful eyes instantly became icy cold. She raised her lily-white hand and viciously swatted it toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned maliciously. He clenched his dragon claws into fists and also punched out mercilessly. The originally farcical battle had turned into a close combat of life and death in the blink of an eye. The Demon King, spectating the battle, couldn't accept this sudden turn of events. Asterisk boom boom boom. Asterisk in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. They had already exchanged over 100 blows with each other. The sound of bones breaking was as dense as beans being fried. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. The demon yuan covering the surface of his body was also fluctuating, as if it could collapse at any moment. His physical fitness had always been incomparably strong. At this moment, he had even activated the dragon form's secret technique, with dragon scales covering his entire body as protection. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be in any danger of being injured. However, Yin Si was a half-saint. She was stronger than Yang Kai, and this was the Feiyun continent. As the ruler of this continent, Yin Si could communicate with the continent's source strength and borrow the strength of this continent to increase her own strength. Every blow aimed at his chest was more than twice as strong as Yin Si's normal strength. Under such fierce attacks, even Yang Kai wouldn't be able to withstand them. However, he had no choice but to do this. If he let go of Yin Si, she would definitely disappear. Unless a demon saint personally came, it would be harder to kill a half-saint in the territory of a half-saint. Capturing Yin Si and exchanging blows with her was the only way Yang Kai could win. From the very beginning, he had been pretending to be weak. From the very beginning, he had planned to engage in close combat with Yin-Si. Yang Kai's condition was miserable, but Yin-Si wasn't much better. Although this was her territory and she was a half-saint in terms of physical fitness, she couldn't compare to Yang Kai. The succubus demon didn't have any advantage in this aspect. Yang Kai's cultivation as a high, rank demon king, coupled with the berserk strength of his dragon form, was unleashed. Every blow caused her internal organs to tremble, and she spat out even more blood than Yang Kai. Another boom sounded out. Yin-Si's delicate body trembled as she felt something shatter on her body. When she lowered her head to look, she was completely shrouded in fear. Her plump chest had been crushed by Yang Kai's punch, causing blood to gush out, drenching her entire body in a warm, wet state. Yin-Si's beautiful eyes trembled. She simply couldn't accept what was happening in front of her eyes. The women of the succubus demon clan were all natural beauties. They were all very confident in their figures and faces. Now, one of their most prided weapons had been smashed. How could she accept this? Although this kind of injury wasn't impossible to recover from, the ugly scene had already been imprinted in Yin-Si's eyes. She instantly became hysterical. When she looked up, her berserk spiritual energy surged out and turned into a sharp awl. It directly rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Yin-Si gritted her teeth and roared, "Die!" The awl formed from spiritual energy was now visible to the naked eye. It was clear how terrifying Yin-Si's spiritual energy was. At this point in the battle, she no longer had any scruples. Even the opportunity on Yang Kai's body couldn't cause her heart to waver. She only wanted to kill this man in front of her. As for everything else, she would think about it after killing him. The spiritual all suddenly rushed into Yang Kai's mind. Then, what she received in response was Yang Kai's even more ferocious attacks. Each of his attacks heavily bombarded Yin-Si's wounds, causing her unbearable pain. Yin-Si was completely dumbfounded. For the first time, she revealed an expression of fear. If her previous bewitching technique had not worked on Yang Kai, it would have been understandable. Perhaps the other party was wearing some kind of treasure that was able to offset her bewitching ability. But why had her attack, which she had poured all of her spiritual energy into, failed to work? Not only did it not work, it didn't even cause the slightest ripple. Chapter 35:67. Yin-Si's beautiful eyes trembled violently as her heart turned ice cold. Her palm strike aimed at Yang Kai also weakened due to fear. On the contrary, Yang Kai was like a mad beast. The power of his fist grew stronger and stronger, causing her internal organs to tumble inside her body. The blood she spat out was mixed with fragments of her internal organs. If this continued, she would really die. She had never thought that a half-saint like her would one day be threatened by a high-rank demon king. Her strongest advantage had actually become her biggest flaw in front of this man. Her failure to use the soul secret technique twice had thoroughly consigned her to eternal damnation. Coupled with the fact that she had yet to recover from the injuries she had received in the Eternal Heaven continent, she was now at a complete disadvantage. "Why haven't you killed him yet?" Yin-Si roared as she vomited blood. Hearing her shout, the surrounding demon kings finally reacted. Their expressions shook as they pounced over one after another with their devil origin rolling. "No one can save you." Yang Kai's expression was sinister. With a thought, the mountains and rivers bell appeared and enveloped him and Yin-Si. Without waiting for the demon kings to approach, the two were completely enveloped by the mountains and rivers bell, disappearing without a trace. Pictures of mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, fishes, and beasts appeared and rotated on the bell as a world-suppressing aura filled the air. Countless ferocious attacks landed on the mountains and rivers bell, but the mountains and rivers bell was as steady as a rock. Only layers of ripples appeared on its surface. The numerous demon kings turned pale with fright as they attacked even more ferociously. For a moment, the wind and clouds changed color and the heaven and earth trembled. Fierce vibrations continuously came from within the mountains and river's bell, mixed with resounding dragon roars and the sorrowful cries of women, playing the final dirge of life. After an unknown amount of time, when the movements within the mountains and river's bell slowly stopped, the group of demon kings also stopped attacking. Their faces were pale as they looked at each other in dismay. With a whoosh, the mountains and river's bell flew up, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared in a flash. It entered the chest of one of the people on the ground, revealing the two figures lying on the ground. In-Si and Kai-Yang were still in their original position, like a pair of lovers who had committed suicide. They were tightly pressed against each other and didn't move at all. In-Si was even lying on Kai-Yang's chest, so quiet that it was as if she was sleeping soundly. However, both of them were now badly mutilated, and there wasn't a single intact spot on their bodies. Who won? Master In-Si. Many demon kings secretly swallowed their saliva and carefully released their divine senses to investigate. In the next instant, the faces of all the demon kings changed drastically, because the silver thread lying on Yang Kai's chest had lost all signs of life while Yang Kai was still alive. And although he was gasping for breath, he was still alive. A multicolored light suddenly shot out from In-Si's body. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the sky and then exploded. The entire sky of the Feiyun continent seemed to be dyed with colors at this moment, and suddenly became a riot of colors. However, behind that dazzling and colorful light, there was a sadness that shrouded the entire continent. At this moment, all the demon race living on the Feiyun continent came to a realization. The master of the continent had died. In-Si was the master of the Feiyun continent. Naturally, she had refined the origin source of the Feiyun continent. Now that she had died, the origin source that she had refined had also broken free from its shackles and regained its freedom. The sun was shining high in the sky, but there was a downpour. Yang Kai, who was being pressed down by In-Si, slowly opened his eyes. The rainwater hit his face and washed away the bloodstains on his face. The bloodstains and the rainwater mixed together to form a golden red stream. He raised his hand and pushed the corpse on top of him to the side. Then he stood up shakily. After swaying a few times, he barely managed to stabilize himself. He covered his chest with his hand and spat out another mouthful of blood. As he breathed, a hoarse sound like a broken bellows could be heard. He turned his head and looked around. Pairs of frightened eyes were fixed on him. Every demon king who had gathered around him was at a loss. In-Si had actually been killed on the Feiyun continent. Moreover, it was by a high-rank demon king. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. What should they do now? Most of the demon kings were at a loss. Kill him! Avenge In-Si's master! A delicate shout sounded. It was the female demon king who was in charge of inspecting outside the palace. She was probably one of In-Si's trusted subordinates. Otherwise, she wouldn't be thinking about avenging In-Si at this time. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight. He doesn't have much strength left. After saying that, she was the first to charge at Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a biting, cold, killing intent. She should have quite a bit of prestige on the Feiyun continent. Therefore, when she moved, many demon kings followed her. All of them were surging with killing intent. To be honest, she wasn't wrong. Yang Kai was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. As a high-rank demon king, he had killed a half-saint. Even if that half-saint was injured, Yang Kai had paid a huge price in close combat. At this moment, he couldn't even use half of his usual strength. Any demon king could take his life. But he wasn't alone, coldly looking at the demon kings pouncing at him from all directions. Yang Kai's eyes, which were almost unable to open, were filled with ridicule. When the numerous demon kings were less than 10 meters away from him, Yang Kai suddenly waved his hand. With a gallop, a guy with golden flames burning on his hooves appeared. He was exceptionally handsome and exuded the aura of a half-saint from head to toe. Wind Chaser. After escaping from the Eternal Heaven continent, Wind Chaser was placed in the sealed world bead by Yang Kai. Even when he was in a life or death battle with Yin-Si, Yang Kai didn't release Wind Chaser. The main reason was that he couldn't release it at the beginning. Otherwise, Yin-Si would definitely run away when he saw Wind Chaser. And during the battle, Yang Kai didn't have the time to release it. This was the best time for him to appear. The Demon Kings pouncing at Yang Kai didn't expect such an unforeseen event. By the time they saw Wind Chaser, it was already too late for them to retreat. The female Demon King, who was the fastest, was the first to be killed. Zhuai Feng only moved his head forward, and his large head smashed into her body. That female Demon King seemed to have been struck by lightning as countless bones in her body shattered. She tumbled backwards as blood and pieces of her organs sprayed out in the air. Before she even landed on the ground, she no longer had any signs of life. Immediately after, Wind Chaser ran around Yang Kai's location. Shaking his head and wagging his tail, the Demon Kings pouncing at him were sent flying back at an even faster speed, either dead or injured. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's surroundings were cleared. Excited from killing, Wind Chaser actually took the initiative to attack. His speed was extremely fast, and only a golden light could be seen flashing in the air. In the blink of an eye, he had already moved from one place to another. One by one, the Demon Kings screamed as they died on the spot. Even more Demon Kings saw that the situation wasn't good, so they turned around and ran. In just a few dozen breaths of time, the entire palace was empty. Wind Chaser probably knew that Yang Kai's current situation wasn't good, so he didn't chase too far. After driving everyone out of the palace, he turned around and moved his big head in front of Yang Kai. He opened his big mouth and snorted, looking like he had done a good job, so he could praise him. Yang Kai pulled back the corners of his mouth. He wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. In the end, he could only raise his hand and pat Wind Chaser's head. Seeing this, Wind Chue slowly squatted down and used his head to push Yang Kai onto his back. Then he took a step forward and rushed off in a certain direction. An hour later, on a barren mountain far away from the palace, under the guidance of Yang Kai, Wind Chaser stopped and descended. Yang Kai rolled down and panted heavily. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the sealed world bead and showed it to Wind Chaser, saying in a hoarse voice, "Guard it well!" After saying so, Yang Kai forcefully pushed his divine sense and flashed into the sealed world bead. When the sealed world bead landed on the ground, Wind Chaser's eyes widened as he stared at this yellow bead, his eyes full of curiosity. After observing it for a long time, Wind Chaser couldn't find anything special about this bead, so he boldly approached it, sniffed it gently, and then licked the bead with his big tongue, finding nothing unusual. Wind Chaser walked around the sealed world bead a few times before letting out a neigh and walking over to the sealed world bead. He then bent his 4 hooves and sat down, like an old hen incubating eggs, hugging the sealed world bead under his belly. Inside the sealed world bead, in the medicine garden, Yang Kai appeared, his body covered in blood, and after taking a few steps, his vision turned black and he fell to the ground. While he was unconscious, he seemed to hear the screams and cries of the Littlewood spirit. 3 days later, in the study of the Phantom Continent, Yuru Meng sat behind a white jade desk, quietly listening to the report of a Demon King in front of her. According to our investigation, after Prince Yang left the Phantom Continent, he quietly sneaked into the Flying Cloud Continent and took advantage of the fact that Yin-Si Master was summoning many male companions to sneak into the Yin-Si Master's boudoir. Then he launched a violent attack and killed Yin-Si Master on the spot. In this battle, more than 800 people were killed or injured, including 23 Demon Kings. Flying Cloud Continent is now in chaos. He killed Yin-Si? Yuru Meng's eyes widened. Has the news been confirmed? It has been confirmed. When Yin-Si Master died, the entire Flying Cloud Continent experienced a natural phenomenon. All the people living on the Flying Cloud Continent felt it. The Demon King lowered his head and replied, Bastard! Yu Meng slapped the white jade table in front of her, causing cracks to appear on the hard white jade table. She gritted her teeth and said, "Who gave him the courage to kill me, a half-saint?" The Demon King was so scared that he knelt on the ground, his body trembling. It was not a good thing for the sacred sovereign to be angry. If things went wrong, rivers of blood would flow. At this moment, the Demon King couldn't help but mourn for Prince Yang for a moment. He felt that this guy's luck was not good. They were both subordinates of the sacred sovereign, but they actually had internal strife and even killed one of their own. How could this be good? Chapter 3568. However, it had to be said that Prince Yang was really amazing. It was said that he was only a high-rank demon king, but he was actually able to kill a half-saint. It was simply unbelievable. When he first heard this news, he didn't dare to believe it. He even personally went to the flying cloud continent to inquire about it. After confirming it, he returned to report it. A high-rank demon king killing a half-saint in the entire demon territory, not to mention that no one else had done it in the future. It was absolutely unprecedented. Even the Saint Masters had never achieved such a feat from a certain point of view. He couldn't help but admire Prince Yang's courage and strength. Just as he was on tenterhooks, he heard Yu Meng, who was behind the desk, grinding her teeth and cursing, "Little bastard! Little bastard!" Hearing this, the Demon King's expression couldn't help but become a little strange. Why does this name feel a little strange? Moreover, the Saint Master's anger doesn't seem to be as fierce as expected. It seems that the rumors I heard aren't baseless. The relationship between the Saint Master and Prince Yang seems to be really unusual. Tell me in detail, how did he kill Yin Si? Hearing this, the Demon King immediately told her the details of the battle 3 days ago. He also personally went to the flying cloud continent and found a few survivors to inquire about the situation. Therefore, he had a very detailed understanding of what happened that day. This time, it was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. There wasn't the slightest difference from what happened that day. After a while, Yu Meng's voice came from behind the desk again. There was a trace of unconcealable surprise in her tone. "You're saying that from the beginning to the end, he was fighting Yin Si alone, and no one else intervened?" According to what this subordinate knows, this is indeed the case. After Prince Yang killed Yin Si's master, he seemed to be an arrow at the end of its flight. When the Demon King of the Flying Cloud Continent wanted to harm him, he summoned Jue Feng to protect him. He can actually reach this level. Yu Meng's expression became complicated. However, thinking about it carefully, Yin Si's death wasn't unjust. As a succubus demon, she was extremely confident in her soul secret technique. However, ever since Yang Kai had sex with her, his soul strength had skyrocketed to a level that even a half-saint couldn't reach. Furthermore, the charm technique of the succubus demon clan couldn't possibly work on him. It was likely that Silver Thread was also at a disadvantage because Yang Kai had taken the initiative. In addition, Yin Si had been severely injured during the Battle of Eternal Heaven. Although more than a month had passed since then, she definitely hadn't fully recovered yet. Even though she was the master of the Flying Cloud Continent, it was hard to say how much strength she could possibly display. This was why Yang Kai was able to accomplish such a feat. If it had been a half-saint at his peak, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't have been able to achieve this with his own strength. However, this dead man actually went to find trouble with Yin Si as soon as he left the Phantom Continent. This was really beyond her expectations. Moreover, he even killed Yin Si in the end. If this matter were to spread out, she would definitely become the laughingstock of the other demon saint clans. Yu Meng could even imagine what kind of hateful face Bei Liamo would show when she saw her again. How hateful! Just as she was pondering, the Demon King below cautiously asked, "How should we deal with this matter? Saint, please advise us." After all, the death of a half-saint wasn't a trivial matter. If it wasn't handled properly, it might cause the other half-saints to feel uneasy. Yin-Si had followed Yu Meng for many years. She had been killed in her own territory for no reason. There had to be an explanation. Where is that little bastard now? Yu Meng asked with a sullen expression. His whereabouts are unknown. Since Prince Yan left on Jue Feng 3 days ago, no one has seen him. Investigate. Find him for me. He must be seriously injured now. Once you find him, bring him back to the holy city. This saint will personally deal with him. Even though Yu Meng was gnashing her teeth when she said this, as if she couldn't wait to eat Yang Kai alive, the Demon King was still able to discern a different message from her words. The Holy Senior really cherished this prince. Otherwise, why would she send someone to bring him back to the holy city? She only needed to send a few half-saints to kill him. Master Yin-Si probably died in vain this time. In addition, say to the outside world that Yin-Si colluded with the traitor Yu Sang and wanted to do something bad. Now that he was killed, it was his own fault. Sure enough, the Demon King responded respectfully. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Then what about Master Dealey? Do we need to send someone to inform him?" He obviously knew what happened in the Eternal Heaven continent that day. Since Yang Kai went to find trouble with Yin-Si and even killed Yin-Si, he definitely wouldn't let Dealey go. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Prince Yang could kill Yin-Si single-handedly, so he definitely had the power to fight against Master Dealey. Moreover, he had Jue Feng by his side. If he really went to find Dealey, it would definitely be a big mess. Dealey has already gone to the two-realm battlefield. There's no need to inform him. Yu Meng said lightly. Yes. The Demon King had a respectful look on his face. He secretly thought that the Lord had already made arrangements. Since Lord Dealey had already gone to the two-realm battlefield, Prince Yang probably wouldn't be able to find trouble with him anymore. This matter should end here. You may leave. Yu Meng waved her hand. Then she slowly closed her eyes and relaxed her whole body on the soft chair. Yang Kai's words echoed in her mind. Even if the demon territory can win in the end and occupy the star realm, how many of you demon saint can survive the demon race? In the medicinal garden, when Yang Kai opened his eyes, he felt his whole body itch. It was as if there were millions of ants swimming in his body. The strange itch that came from his blood, flesh, meridians, and bones made him want to scratch, but couldn't. It was very uncomfortable. "Master, you're awake?" Mu Lu's surprised voice came from beside his feet. Yang Kai looked down and saw this little wood spirit looking at him with a face full of surprise. Her eyes were red, and there seemed to be a trace of tears on her small cheeks. She must have cried. At this moment, Mu Lu was floating beside his feet. Her hands were forming seals, and the surface of her body was blooming with a dark green light. Above her head, Mu Zhu also maintained the same posture. The green aura released by the two wood spirits was like a water tank that wrapped around him, immersing him in this kind of energy full of vitality and vitality. "How long have I been asleep?" Yang Kai asked in a hoarse voice. As soon as he spoke, he felt as if his throat was on fire, as if there was a mass of magma in his throat. Even his voice was somewhat distorted. 8 days. Mu Zhu's voice came from above his head. So long. Yang Kai was shocked. He was very clear about his own physique. He didn't need to care about ordinary injuries. Even if his muscles and bones were damaged, it would be fine as long as he recovered a little. This time he had actually been unconscious for 8 days. It was obvious how serious his injuries were. It could be said that since his debut, he had never suffered such a serious injury. Even now, although he had woken up, the injuries in his body had still not healed. "Master, you work too hard." Mu Lu was worried to death. Mu Zhu scolded with a serious expression. If you hadn't woken up, Mu Lu would have cried herself blind. "How?" Mu Lu's face was red as she glared at Mu Zhu, as if scolding her for spouting nonsense. When she saw Yang Kai looking at her with a smile, her face became even redder. She lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "I really didn't cry." Seeing her delicate appearance, Yang Kai's heart warmed. He waved his hand and said, "You too rest." Saying so, he tried to sit up with his hands on the ground. Seeing this, Mu Zhu hurriedly flew behind him and propped him up. Mu Lu also rushed over and hugged one of Yang Kai's fingers with both hands. Her face was flushed red as she used all her strength to pull on him. As soon as the two wood spirits moved, the green aura full of vitality dissipated. Sitting up straight, Yang Kai smiled and raised a finger to rub Mu Lu's little head. He said, "It's been hard on you too." Mu Lu immediately narrowed her eyes and revealed a look of enjoyment. Mu Zhu came out from behind him. Seeing this scene, she pursed her lips and smiled. She said, "It's all thanks to Master's good physique. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to do anything. If an ordinary person suffered such injuries, they would have died even if they had 10 lives." After saying so, she put on a serious face and said, "Next time Master can't risk his life like this." The fist-sized little person pretending to be dignified really made Yang Kai one laugh. However, the two wood spirits' concern for him were sincere. Yang Kai hurriedly nodded and said, "It won't happen next time." Hearing this, Mu Zhu sighed. She knew that Yang Kai was just saying it casually. The outside world was extremely dangerous. There was no time when one didn't need to risk their life. If one didn't risk their life, others would. Thus, she didn't say anything else and changed the topic. "Master, you should examine your body first. You mustn't leave behind any hidden dangers." "Okay." Yang Kai nodded and sat down cross-legged. His divine sense surged as he examined his body. Beside him was the immortal tree. But at this moment, the immortal tree was completely bare. The remaining 3 leaves on the tree had been gifted to the great emperors by Yang Kai. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu flew to a branch of the immortal tree and sat side by side. Mu Lu swung her 2 little feet in the air with a very happy expression on her face. As if she sensed something, she turned her head and saw Mu Zhu looking at her with a playful smile. Mu Lu's face immediately flushed red. Lowering her head, she could feel white steam rising from her head. His injuries this time were really quite serious. Even with his powerful recovery abilities and the 2 wood spirits' 8 days of continuous healing, he still hadn't fully recovered. However, after a thorough examination, Yang Kai felt slightly relieved. His injuries were indeed serious, but there weren't any hidden dangers left behind. Instead, because of the battle with Yin Si, he had gained some unexpected benefits. At the very least, his cultivation as a high-rank demon king had been completely stabilized. Chapter 3569. Sure enough, a life and death battle was the fastest way for a cultivator to grow. The various insights that one could gain in life and death situations would be imprinted into one's flesh and blood and would never fade away from one's mind. Thinking back to the battle 8 days ago, Yang Kai was more or less relieved. Fortunately, after his spiritual energy had skyrocketed, he could nullify Yin Si's soul secret technique and even become immune to her charm. Fortunately, Yin Si hadn't fully recovered from her injuries that day. Even more so, he was relieved that Yin Si had been too careless, allowing him to grasp her weakness. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to kill a half-saint in her territory. As the master of the Flying Cloud continent, if she hadn't been imprisoned by him, Yin Si would have been able to escape at any time. Even if he was proficient in the space divine technique, he wouldn't have been able to stop her. Of course, Yang Kai wasn't hot-headed and insisted on fighting her one-on-one. At that time, he had already decided that if he really couldn't do anything, he would release Wind Chaser. At that time, it would be 2 against 1, and Yin Si wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Yang Kai gained a lot from this battle, the most direct manifestation of which was that he had a deep understanding of his current combat strength. He might be slightly inferior to a half-saint, but he wasn't like when he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, where he couldn't even fight back against a half-saint. And if he really revealed all his cards, Yang Kai estimated that even if he really had to fight a half-saint one-on-one, he might still be able to put up a fight. Thinking back to when he met Song Mo outside the Heavenly Wolf Valley in the eastern territory of the Star Boundary, he couldn't help but sigh. Time had changed. If he met Song Mo again at this time, he and the embodiment would definitely be able to kill him without a burial ground. His body didn't have any hidden dangers, and with his powerful restorative abilities, those injuries that hadn't completely healed would only need to rest for a few more days. Only then did Kai Yang relax. With a flip of his hand, Yang Kai took out a space ring. This space ring was very ornate and was the one that Yin Si wore. After Yang Kai killed Yin Si inside the mountains and rivers Bell that day, he naturally did not forget to collect his spoils. With Yang Kai's current cultivation and strength, an ordinary Demon King's space ring might not be able to arouse his interest, but a half-saint space ring should have some good things inside. After a round of examination, Yang Kai beamed with joy. There were indeed some good things in Yin Si's space ring, but what interested Yang Kai the most was naturally the myriad demon pill. There were only a little more than 1,000 pills, which wasn't a lot. It couldn't be compared to what he had robbed from Bailey Mo, but it wasn't a small amount either. There were also billions of demon crystals, some demon artifacts, and secret techniques for the demon race, as well as Yin Si's personal belongings. What made Yang Kai a little speechless was that her space ring was a little similar to Bailey Mo's. There were countless clothes of various styles, most of which used very little materials and were extremely revealing. It seemed that women were still women in the end. Whether it was a demon saint or a half-saint, there wasn't much difference in their pursuit of beauty. Yang Kai wondered if Ru Meng's space ring also had these things. After seeing the richness of Bailey Mo's space ring, Yin Si's could only be regarded as a small matter. So although Yang Kai was very happy to be able to obtain some useful things, he didn't care too much. Yang Kai took out all the things that were useful to him, leaving the clothes and other things in the space ring. After busying himself for a while, he finished processing them. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai took out some healing spirit pills and swallowed them. While refining the medicinal effects of the spirit pills, he also took out some space spirit jades and urged his power to refine them into a space spirit bead. Being chased by the demon saint a few days ago made Yang Kai feel an urgent sense of crisis. With his current strength, if he encountered a half-saint, he could still fight, but if he encountered a demon saint, he could only suffer. Although Ru Meng had reached a new agreement with the other demon saint and no demon saint would attack him, if he had entrusted his safety to such an agreement, Yang Kai wouldn't have lived to this day. In the face of enough benefits, any agreement could be easily torn up. Being in enemy territory, Yang Kai had to consider his own safety. And now, the only thing he could rely on was the space divine technique. Teleportation was a method of escape, but compared to the space spirit bead, the distance of teleportation was undoubtedly shorter, and it was easy to be interrupted by the demon saint. The space beacon attached to the space spirit bead was more convenient and faster than teleportation, and the distance of teleportation was also less limited. Seeing Yang Kai busy himself, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu sat quietly and watched with curious expressions. New space spirit beads took shape in Yang Kai's hands, and time passed slowly. During this time, Yang Kai saw that the two wood spirits had nothing to do, so he took the initiative to chat with them. The main reason was that Yang Kai was afraid that they would be bored after being locked in the small sealed world for so long. After all, after getting them from the wood spirit patriarch, these two little ones had been living in the small sealed world all this time and had never left. Usually, only he and his embodiment could communicate with them. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were very curious about the demon territory, so most of the following topics revolved around the demon race. Hearing about the special geographical environment in the demon territory and the fragmented continents, the two wood spirits showed surprised expressions. They also heard that there were 12 demon saints in the demon territory, all of whom were extremely powerful, causing Mu Zhu and Mu Lu to worry. A few days later, Yang Kai had refined several hundred space spirit beads. Feeling that his injuries were much better, Yang Kai finally stopped. After informing the two wood spirits, Yong-kai flashed out of the small sealed world. On the same barren mountain, Windchaser was crawling on all fours on the ground. Its large eyes were vigilantly looking all around, as if it was a guardian guarding a treasure. Anyone who dared to approach would have to suffer its thunderous fury. Yong-kai directly appeared beside him. Wind-chasing wolf turned his head and immediately stood up with a grin, rubbing his big head against Yong-kai intimately, then turned his head to the sealed world bead on the ground, indicating that he had been guarding this place all this time. No one has come here recently, right? Yong-kai asked. Wind-chasing wolf snorted and good job. Yong-kai patted his head and put away the sealed world bead. Using his divine sense, he soon found a deserted cave on this barren mountain. Ordering Wind-chasing wolf to wait in place, Yong-kai's figure flickered and disappeared, only to return a moment later. In this short period of time, he had hidden a space spirit bead in a hidden place in the deserted cave. He wanted to connect all the continents in the demon territory with his space spirit bead, especially near the world gates. This way, it would be much more convenient for him to travel between continents in the future. If he encountered a demon saint chasing after him again, he could escape in time. If not for this, he wouldn't have made so many space spirit beads at once. Jumping onto Wind-chasing wolf's back, Yong-kai took out a map to check his position and the direction of the world gates, then pointed out a location to Wind-chasing wolf. Wind-chasing wolf immediately stepped on his golden flames and flew off. He didn't plan on finding trouble with Deely. It had been a long time since he killed In-si, so the news should have already spread throughout the demon territory. If he went to find Deely now, he would definitely be prepared, and he might even fall into his trap. He had already achieved his original goal, since Yuru Meng had reached an agreement with the other demon saint. Then, after the news of him killing In-si spread, many half-saint would be afraid and suppress their desire to cause trouble. It didn't matter if he went to find Deely or not. Moreover, Deely wasn't In-si. As a succubus demon, In-si's strength was greatly reduced after being restrained by him. However, if it was Deely that day, the outcome would be unknown. What he didn't know was that Deely had already gone to the two-realm battlefield and wasn't in the demon territory at all. The journey was a bit slow, mainly because Yong-kai had to stop from time to time to find a suitable place to hide his space spirit beads. After passing through one continent after another, Yong-kai left at least 3 space spirit beads in each continent. There was definitely one near the world gate, and the rest were hidden in other suitable places. These ethereal spirit pearls might be discovered and taken away by others, but it shouldn't be enough to wipe them out. As long as any one of these ethereal spirit pearls played a role at a critical moment, his plan today wouldn't be in vain. It wasn't until half a month later that Yong-kai arrived at the destination of his trip, a bone-piercingly cold and snowy place, the proud snow continent. Naturally, he didn't come to the proud snow continent with good intentions. That day, with the help of the mysterious ice, he transferred the soul brand to Bei Liemo. Although Yong-kai took away her soul imprint as a double insurance, it wasn't impossible for a demon saint to get rid of such shackles. Although Bei Liemo agreed readily that day, Yong-kai guessed that she must have been thinking of ways to break the brand he planted in her sea of consciousness. At that time, the difference in cultivation between the two of them wasn't small, especially in terms of soul cultivation. Yong-kai wasn't sure how long his soul brand could last under Bei Liemo's methods. Therefore, he couldn't wait to rush over in order to strengthen the strength of the soul brand and prevent Bei Liemo from escaping his control. Controlling a demon saint would be of great help to his future plans. It could even be said that it was the key to success or failure. How could he allow Bei Liemo to regain her freedom? And this time he estimated that he would give Bei Liemo a big surprise. He hoped that woman wouldn't be too surprised. Yong-kai's mouth curled into a playful smile. First, he found a place near the realm gate to hide a space spirit bead, leaving a way out for himself in case of an accident, and then rode Jue Feng to the proud snow ice palace. Half a day later, from a distance, Yang Kai saw the huge and hazy outline of the proud snow ice palace, and at this moment he suddenly had a feeling that he was closely connected to something in that place. Yang Kai laughed, knowing that he wasn't too late. Bei Liemo hadn't cracked his soul brand yet. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a feeling of close connection. He was the connection of the soul brand, nothing else. Chapter 3570. However, at the same time that Yang Kai sensed something, a stream of light suddenly shot out from proud Snow Ice Palace's side and fled in the same direction as Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't realize what was going on at first, but when he felt the connection getting farther and farther away from him and out of range, he suddenly flew into a rage. Damn it! This bitch wants to run! That stream of light was none other than Bei Liemo's main body. Yang Kai estimated that at the same time that he sensed the connection, she had also noticed his aura, so she was in such a hurry to leave. This woman actually didn't want to meet him face to face. Perhaps she was already at the final juncture of breaking the connection. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken such a risk. How could Yang Kai allow such a thing to happen? Immediately urging his space force, he teleported with Shui Feng and reappeared 1,000 kilometers away, reconnecting with the broken connection, just as Yang Kai was about to teach Bei Liemo a lesson. Who would have thought that she would suddenly accelerate and use some kind of secret technique to increase the distance between them and Yang Kai's senses? Yang Kai was furious. If he let Bei Liemo escape now, she might really regain her freedom. Urging his space force again and again, after teleporting several times, Yang Kai finally reconnected with the connection. The moment he sensed it, he didn't hesitate to use his space force. In the distance, the stream of light that was fleeing in the same direction suddenly paused and swayed a few times in midair, almost falling to the ground, but it still managed to fly up again. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai grinned, thinking to himself that he wouldn't let a cooked duck fly away, while constantly controlling the soul brand. Giving Bei Liemo unbearable torture, he urged Shui Feng to increase his speed. Shui Feng's speed was naturally not slow, and after being urged by Yang Kai, it sped up even more. 2 people and 1 beast, one fleeing, one chasing, one fleeing. The ground beneath their feet flashed by in the blink of an eye. However, the distance between them was getting closer and closer. It wasn't that Bei Liemo's flying speed was slower than Windchaser's. If Windchaser flew at full speed, he might not be able to catch up to a demon saint. Not to mention, Bei Liemo was running for her life. The main reason was that under the torture of the brand of her soul, she was unable to escape with all her strength. The pain that came from her soul was something that even a demon saint would find difficult to endure. Affected by this, how fast could she be? Gradually, Yang Kai was able to see Bei Liemo's silhouette, and the distance between the two of them shrank again. After another incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai was only a few dozen kilometers away from Bei Liemo. With such a small distance, it would only take a short while for him to catch up. You'd better stop now, or you're dead. Yang Kai shouted fiercely, his voice shaking the surroundings. Many members of the demon race below heard this voice and looked up, only to see 2 streaks of light flashing by at an extremely fast speed, causing them to show a look of surprise, wondering who was chasing after them. If they knew that their own Saint Master was the one who was escaping, who knew how they would feel. Facing Yang Kai's threat, Bei Liemo naturally turned a deaf ear. It would be strange if she could respond at this time. Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed and nodded. Good! Good, good. It seems you won't give up until you see the coffin. Since that's the case, don't blame this king for being ruthless. As his words fell, he urged the soul brand even more fiercely. Bei Liemo, who was fleeing in front, seemed to let out a muffled groan as sweat dripped down from her body. Even her speed had decreased by more than a notch. However, she gritted her teeth and endured the pain. As soon as she slowed down, Yang Kai immediately chased after her, riding Jue Feng and flying side by side with her, tilting his head and looking at her with a majestic look. Bei Liamo didn't even look at him, but her eyes were full of burning flames, obviously sullen to the extreme. Suddenly, Bei Liamo raised her hand and slammed it towards Yang Kai, her demonic qi surging wildly as the slender jade hand rapidly enlarged in front of Yang Kai's eyes, blocking out the light in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled and didn't even hesitate to give Bei Liamo a fierce slap. The next moment, Bei Liamo, who had been gritting her teeth all this time, suddenly screamed, her voice full of pain, her whole body trembling violently as she was unable to maintain her flying posture and plummeted to the ground. As the demonic qi in her body fluctuated, the slap towards Yang Kai also disappeared. Yang Kai was still in shock as he cursed loudly, but just as he was about to find trouble with her, he saw that Bei Liamo had regained her footing a few hundred meters below him and was continuing to flee. So persistent, Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked ahead, seeing the light of a world gate in the distance, and immediately understood what Bei Liamo was planning to do. He didn't chase after Bei Liamo. Instead, riding Jue Feng, he continued to pressure her while rushing towards the realm gate. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the realm gate first and stretched out his hand to slap it. Space principles surged, and the huge realm gate rippled before disappearing. At the same time, Bei Liamo finally arrived. She watched helplessly as the realm gate disappeared without a trace. Her originally pale face was completely drained of blood. "Run, why don't you run?" Yang Kai sat on Jue Feng's back and looked down at her with a ferocious expression. "Bitch, you actually dared to attack me!" Bei Liamo pursed her pale lips. Her clothes were drenched in sweat, revealing her beautiful figure. Her gaze was fixed on the spot where the realm gate had disappeared, her face filled with despair. She reckoned that she was probably the most aggrieved demon saint in the history of the demon territory. And today's situation was all thanks to Black Ice. Bei Liamo couldn't wait to resurrect Black Ice and kill her a few hundred times. "I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" Yang Kai roared. Bei Liamo took a deep breath, causing her full breasts to rise and fall in a soul-stirring arc. She tilted her head and looked at Chu Yang with an unconvinced expression. "Winner takes all. What do you want this senior to say?" "Who gave you the courage to attack me?" Yang Kai glared at her, his face filled with malice. Bei Liamo retorted sarcastically. "Who told you to be so close to me? Hey, you still dare to be stubborn." Yang Kai was furious, and with a single thought, Bei Liamo began to wail again, her whole body curling up as beads of sweat began to fall from her forehead like rain. If not for Yang Kai's demon qi wrapping around her, she would have fallen to the ground by now. Yang Kai ruthlessly tortured her until Bei Liamo's voice became hoarse. Only then did he stop, and the anger in his heart subsided a lot. Coldly looking at Bei Liamo, who was still convulsing and trembling, Yang Kai sneered, "This is the first time, and also the last time. If there is a next time..." Bei Liamo immediately looked at him coldly. Yang Kai blinked and found that he really couldn't say anything ruthless. The main thing was that although he could use the soul brand to torture Bei Liamo, there was no way to control her life and death. It was really a tragedy. Scratching his chin, he said, "If there is a next time, I will take off your clothes and lead you around the proud snow continent." Bei Liamo's expression changed greatly. "You dare!" Yang Kai grinned. "You can try and see if I dare or not." Staring at each other, intense sparks flew in the air. After a while, Bei Liamo tilted her head and snorted heavily. Yang Kai didn't want to be long-winded with her and immediately shouted, "Open your knowledge, see. I want to strengthen the soul brand." Bei Liamo's face was full of resentment, but after being ruthlessly tortured by Yang Kai, she knew that it was useless to resist at this time, unless she could kill Yang Kai. But after being frightened just now, this guy has been keeping a distance from her. As long as she makes a move, he will definitely be able to react. Reluctantly opening her knowledge, C's defenses, in the next moment, Bei Liemo felt Yang Kai's divine sense pouring into her knowledge sea. A moment later, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense. It's done. While speaking, he rejoiced in his heart. Just now, when he was strengthening his soul brand, he found that more than half of the brand had been worn away by Bei Liemo. He was afraid that in 10 days or half a month, this brand would be completely cracked. At that time, even if he still controlled Bei Liemo's soul imprint, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do anything to her. A wisp of soul had already been cut off by Mingyu, so it wasn't like she couldn't give up the soul imprint. This bitch should have begun to crack the soul brand after returning to proud Snow Continent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to make such progress in such a short time. Fortunately, he had been worried about her and immediately rushed over after the matter in Flying Cloud Continent was over. Otherwise, she really might have regained her freedom. On the other side, after Bei Liemo checked her knowledge, her expression suddenly changed, and she looked at Yang Kai in amazement. How can your soul change so much? Although this time it was only strengthening. Compared to before, the strength of the soul brand in her knowledge, was simply incomparable. If she really wanted to crack the previous soul brand, she could have done so within a month or two, but with the current soul brand strength, it would take at least a few years to crack it. The longer it took to crack the soul brand, the more impossible it was for her to break free from Yang Kai's control. If she could still see a glimmer of hope before, now this glimmer of hope was completely shattered. Yang Kai only needed to strengthen her soul brand every few years, and she would never be able to regain her freedom. In just over a month, how could a person's soul become so powerful? Bei Liemo was shocked. Yang Kai looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. You found out. That's impossible. Bei Liemo looked unwilling to accept reality, biting her lip and asking, Who the hell are you? Yang Kai lowered his body slightly and looked at her playfully. I am me. Who else could I be? After saying that, he swept his eyes over Bei Liemo and smiled slightly. Why do I feel like I have the ability to control your life now? Do you want to try? Chapter 3571. Just now, even if he pushed his soul brand to its limit, he would only be able to inflict the greatest amount of pain and torture on Bei Liemo. But at this moment, Yang Kai really felt like he could kill Bei Liemo with a single thought. Of course, this might just be an illusion, but if he really pushed his soul brand to the limit, he would definitely be able to cause irreparable damage to Bei Liemo. It definitely wouldn't be as simple as just now, where she only suffered a moment of pain. Bei Liemo stared at him for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter, rocking back and forth as she laughed so hard that tears flowed out of her eyes. Seeing her laugh, Yang Kai's expression turned cold as he asked, What's so funny? Bei Liemo clutched her stomach and finally managed to stop laughing, looking at Yang Kai with interest as she asked, You and your Rumeng did it? She can guess that. Yang Kai was startled, thinking to himself that this person who could become the demon saint really had amazing observation skills. Just from the changes in his divine sense, she was actually able to infer such information. He really couldn't underestimate her. If this matter can make you laugh, isn't it a little too easy for you to laugh? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Really? Bei Liemo's beautiful eyes widened. Yang Kai said proudly, Rumeng and I are of one heart and soul. Now that we are a match made in heaven, what is there to be surprised about? It's nothing. Bei Liemo waved her hand, unable to restrain the smile on her face. It's just that my mood suddenly became a lot better. Tilting her head, she looked at him with a look of disbelief. That woman is really willing to spend so much on you. Yang Kai looked at her provocatively. If you are willing, I can also take you in and call you sister with Rumeng. Go die. Inside proud Snow Ice Palace, under the transparent dome, on top of the soft couch that originally belonged to Bei Liemo, Yang Kai lay unscrupulously, surrounded by a group of women. A beautiful female demon king peeled off the skin of a fruit and placed it in front of Yang Kai's mouth, making him eat it in one bite. Someone even brought a cup of fragrant wine to Yang Kai's mouth, while someone else massaged his legs and back. The most beautiful woman, the strongest wine, the best food. If one were to use 4 words to describe Yang Kai's current situation, it would be tyrannical. Bei Liemo sat at the side and looked at him coldly. A group of female demon king servants who served Yang Kai were surprised. No one had ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of the Lord, and they had never seen the Lord so tolerant of anyone. Today they finally witnessed it. Since returning to the proud snow-ice palace, Bei Limo's good mood had been completely ruined. Yang Kai's actions had a great impact on her prestige, but she could not do anything about it. The door opened, and a female demon king walked in. When she saw the scene in front of her, she could not help but be stunned for a moment. Feeling that Bei Limo's mood had dropped to the freezing point, she carefully walked over and whispered a few words in her ear. Bei Limo nodded slightly and waved her hand to dismiss her. "Are you ready?" Yang Kai looked up at her. Bei Limo gritted her teeth and said, "It's just a mere 500,000 people. How long do you need to prepare?" "Yes," Yang Kai replied and got up from the couch. He straightened his clothes and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, my lord. We will meet again." Bei Limo's mouth twitched and her red lips squirmed silently. No sound came out, but from the shape of her mouth, she seemed to be scolding someone. Yang Kai then said, "Oh, right, my lord. You don't have to miss this king too much. I think it won't be long before this king comes to visit my lord again." After saying that, he winked at her. Bei Limo's face was as cold as ice. Naturally, she knew that Yang Kai's so-called visit was fake. His real purpose was to check if there were any signs of damage to her soul brand. Laughing heartily, Yang Kai strode out of the room. Outside the proud snow-ice palace, the 500,000-strong army was divided into 5 groups of 10,000 people, quietly standing in the huge square. Although there were many people, there was not the slightest sound, and a kind of solemn atmosphere enveloped the whole place. Each group was equipped with 8 to 10 demon king, and among them there were many high-rank demon kings. At the front of the group, a person stood proudly. When he saw Yang Kai appear, he immediately greeted him and cupped his fists. "Brother Yang!" Yang Kai returned the greeting and smiled. "Brother Baya." Baya sternly said, "In the name of my lord, Baya will lead 500,000 proud snow-ice guards to listen to Brother Yang's orders." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Very good." His eyes swept over the 500,000 proud snow-ice guards, and his expression became serious. The proud snow-ice guards were the most elite army in the entire proud snow continent. They were also considered as Bei Limo's personal guards. They were also the trump card of Bei Limo's army. Even in the entire Devil Domain, such an army could be counted on one's fingers. Every proud snow-ice guard was selected through layers upon layers of selections. The lowest cultivation level to enter the proud snow-ice guard was Devil Commander. Bei Limo only had 5 million soldiers under her command. If it were not for Yang Kai's order, she would not have given out 500,000 proud snow-ice guards at once. Yang Kai had commanded an army before, whether it was in the astral boundary or recently in the demon territory. He had commanded at most 2 million troops. However, those guys could not be compared to the proud snow-ice guards in front of him. Whether it was the overall quality or the individual strength, the ones he had commanded before were just like a ragtag army. However, the 500,000 proud snow-ice guards in front of him were the ones who could really charge and break through enemy lines in blood and fire. If it was a real battlefield, these 500,000 proud snow-ice guards would definitely be able to wipe out the allied forces of the Cloud Shadow continent. From now on, these 500,000 proud snow-ice guards belonged to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's heart was burning with passion, although Bei Limo did not say that she would give these people to him. Since the 500,000 proud snow-ice guards had fallen into his hands, How could he give them back so easily? Even Baya. Baya seemed to feel that Yang Kai was looking at her with a somewhat malicious gaze. She could not help but shiver. She asked, "Brother Yang, are you really going to continue repairing the realm gate in the demon saint's territory? Brother Yang, now that you are in the limelight, shouldn't you hide your strength for a while before making any plans? This is really not a good time to show your face in public." Yang Kai had the opportunity of the great emperors. In the entire demon territory, the low-level demon race might not know about this, but existences above the level of Demon King would definitely have heard about it, especially those half-saint. Which one of them did not have their eyes on Yang Kai now? At this time, he really could not understand why Yang Kai wanted to expose himself and bring trouble to himself. His friendship with Yang Kai was not very good. He said this not because he wanted to help Yang Kai, but because he had been ordered by the saint to stay by Yang Kai's side and listen to his orders. He had to think of a way to protect himself. He did not want to be implicated by Yang Kai when the time came. That would not be worth the loss. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "You must finish what you started." Although there were some misunderstandings between this king and the half-saint in the Eternal Heaven continent, since I promised someone I must complete it. He then grinned and looked at Baya and said, "Besides, there is a new agreement between the Saint Venerables now. The Saint Venerables will not attack me. If there are only a few half-saint, don't I still have Brother Baya on my side?" Baya smiled bitterly, but didn't say anything after looking at Zhue Feng, who was riding on Yang Kai. Although Zhue Feng's intelligence was not high, its strength was obvious to all. If she counted herself, Yang Kai would have 2 half-saint by his side. If someone really wanted to harm Yang Kai, they would need at least 3 half-saint to have a chance of winning. However, there was only one opportunity for the great emperors. If more than 3 half-saint were to attack, how would the opportunity be distributed? No one would be willing to work for others, so this kind of situation was unlikely to happen. Moreover, Yang Kai was also proficient in the law of space. It was said that he had killed a half-saint under Saint Venerable, Ru Meng, called Yin Si. His strength should not be underestimated. Thinking of this, Boya heaved a sigh of relief. "By the way, what did the Saint Venerable say to you?" Yang Kai suddenly asked in a low voice. Baya said, "The Saint Venerable asked us to listen to Brother Yang's orders. We can't disobey. What if I ask you to kill a demon saint?" Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Baya said seriously, "If Brother Yang asks us to do so, the proud Snow Ice Guard will do it." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "Very good." He waved his hand and said, "Then let's go." As he spoke, he led the way. Baya called out, and the 500,000 soldiers followed in an orderly manner. They were not slow at all. On the way, Yang Kai asked Baya about the structure of the Proud Snow Ice Guard. Only then did he know that the Proud Snow Ice Guard was divided into 5 ranks: army, town, battalion, guard, and team. 500,000 people formed an army. 10,000 people formed a town. 3,000 people formed a battalion. 1,000 people formed a guard. 300 people formed a brigade. 100 people formed a team, and 10 people formed a small team. The hierarchy was clear and strict. In this way, the entire Proud Snow Ice Guard had 10 armies. The army that Bei Li Mo had assigned to Yang Kai was one of the armies. Naturally, the commander of the army was Bai Ya. The 5 strongest high-tier demon kings were in charge of the town. The battalion and guard were also led by mid-tier demon kings and low-tier demon kings. The captains were the positions of demon commanders. There were no demon commanders in the Proud Snow Ice Guard. With such a clear structure and strict discipline, they could definitely unleash unimaginable destructive power on the battlefield. This gave Yang Kai a lot of inspiration. The star boundary was not like the demon territory. Even if the demon territory did not have a war between the 2 realms, there were still many conflicts on a daily basis. The clashes between the continents were often large-scale battles involving millions of people. The demon race was no stranger to this kind of war. The star boundary had been peaceful for a long time, although there were occasional conflicts between cultivator and even sects that attacked each other. This kind of large-scale battle involving millions of people had never happened before. In terms of experience in dealing with this kind of situation, the star boundary was far inferior to the demon territory. This was also one of the reasons why the star boundary had been forced to retreat since the beginning of the war between the two realms. Large-scale battles were often not something that one or two powerful experts could control. What could be relied on was the strength of both sides involved. Chapter 3572. The demon territory was undoubtedly much more powerful than the star realm. This was also the reason why Yang Kai couldn't wait to find a way out for the two worlds. He wasn't thinking about the demon race, but the star realm. The star realm's chances of winning the war between the two realms were too low. Strong fortresses always crumble from the inside, and Yang Kai was now inside the enemy's territory. Even he didn't have much confidence that he could destroy the powerful enemy in the demon territory. He had done his best and left the rest to fate. The first destination of the 500,000 army was the Eternal Heaven continent. When Yang Kai first entered the Eternal Heaven continent, he also passed through Bei Limo's territory and entered from a neighboring continent under the Demon Saint. Therefore, the distance wasn't too far. The army's speed wasn't slow. In just 4 days, they had already arrived at the entrance to the Eternal Heaven continent. There were originally 2 entrances to the Eternal Heaven continent, but Yang Kai sealed one of them when he escaped. Now there was only one left. In the end, the sealed world gate was completely destroyed by the great devil saints. This time, the army arrived at the only remaining realm gate. Bo, you didn't know why Yang Kai had come to the Eternal Heaven continent. One had to know that the Eternal Heaven continent had already been shattered and disintegrated after the previous catastrophe. Even the world principles were in shambles. The demon race of the entire continent had already been sacrificed. The current Eternal Heaven continent could be said to have no value at all. The only world gate was showing signs of instability at this moment. Once this world gate disappeared, the entire Eternal Heaven continent would be completely annihilated in the territory of the demon domain. Although he was puzzled, he didn't ask anything. Bei Liemo had asked him to command the Proud Snow Ice Guards to follow Yang Kai. She had clearly said that he shouldn't ask anything he shouldn't ask, and that he should listen to Yang Kai's orders. He was a half-saint. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to follow the orders of a high-rank demon king. But since the Holy Master had said so, he could only obey. After letting Baya and the 500,000 army camp near the entrance, Yang Kai passed through the entrance alone and arrived at the Eternal Heaven continent once again. As far as the eye could see, the whole world was gray without the slightest light. The earth was broken, and the sky was full of cracks, as if there were scars that could never be healed. A trace of sadness welled up in Yang Kai's heart. This was the burial place of a great emperor, but when he recalled everything that happened that day, he had no choice at all. The bright moon great emperor had used his life to hand over his final instructions and responsibilities to Yang Kai. He didn't know how to explain it to Lan Sun when he returned to Star. Before setting off from the star boundary to the demon realm, Lan Sun had great expectations for him, but who would have thought that in the end, her father would die at his hands? Just thinking about it gave Yang Kai a headache. Sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai wandered around the Eternal Heaven continent at will. The whole world was like a broken plate, and fragments of this continent could be seen everywhere. The place where Mingyu and the holy sages had fought that day still had a mysterious aura and traces of battle. The place where the boundless blood sea used to be still had a dazzling, blood-red color. Only the formation base of the 12 Citadel demonic formation had disappeared. It might have been taken back by the Devil Clan. After confirming that there was no aura of life on this continent, Yang Kai summoned the Sealed World Bead. Had the Sealed World Bead transformed into a rolling beast, and began to devour the fragments of this continent. Since devouring many continents in the demon territory, the rolling beast's body had grown larger and larger, swallowing an entire continent fragment with a single gulp. Inside the sealed world bead, on an uninhabited mountain, Huoluan stood in front of his wooden house, looking up at the sky with a lonely and desolate look. Over the past few days, he had also circled around this strange world. He found that there was not a single living thing in this world other than himself. There was an invisible barrier in the sky that prevented him from flying too high. Every time he reached a certain limit, he would be stopped. This world seemed to have its own edge, and that edge was also impossible to break through. He felt like a bird trapped in a cage, except that the cage wasn't small. What the hell is this place? Huoluan had asked himself this question more than once, but he could not find an answer. He remembered that before that guy left a few days ago, he had said that this world might become another demon territory in the future. Huoluan did not take this seriously. In the demon territory, even the most barren continent was 1,000,000 times better than this place. There was a loud bang, and there seemed to be a thunderclap in the sky. Huoluan's expression brightened, and he became ecstatic, his eyes widening as he looked up at the sky. He had lived here for nearly 2 months, and the whole world had not changed at all. There were no living creatures, not even a single sound. But now there was a sudden thunderclap in the sky, and this sudden change naturally made him feel that this world was different. No matter what this change was, it was better than living here alone. His figure flickered as he rushed up into the sky, seemingly wanting to get closer to the thunderclap to see what kind of changes had occurred in this world. There was another loud bang, one so loud that it seemed to shake the entire world. Under Huoluan's nervous and excited gaze, a huge crack appeared in the sky, as if an invisible beast had opened its mouth. In front of this crack, Huoluan felt as small as an ant, but this did not stop him. Instead, he became even more excited as he rushed up. Huoluan felt that this might be his chance to escape. But before he could reach the crack, a colossal figure suddenly emerged from the crack, and a terrifying pressure spread out. Huoluan came to an abrupt halt as he stared at the colossal figure with wide eyes. Moments later, the colossal figure finally revealed itself, and Huoluan could not help but draw a sharp breath. He was shocked to discover that this colossal figure was actually a huge continent, as if someone had cut off a piece of a continent and thrown it into this world. The crack spat out the fragment of the continent, and it fell straight down. Huoluan looked on with wide eyes, and just as he was worried about what kind of impact such a huge thing would have on this world, he discovered that the fragment of the continent was gradually melting as it fell, as if it was being digested by this world. In less than a dozen breaths of time, the fragment of the continent had disappeared without a trace before it hit the ground. Another fragment of the continent was spat out from the crack, and the same scene as before reappeared. Huoluan couldn't help but gulp. Could it be that he was in the stomach of some ancient beast? Although he was unwilling to admit it, he couldn't help but think that way. The fragments of the continent that had been swallowed up from the huge crack seemed to be the food of that colossal beast, and this world was the stomach of that colossal beast. Otherwise, how could it have digested those fragments without a trace? One fragment after another was spat out before disappearing without a trace, as if there was no end to it. Suddenly, Huoluan's brows furrowed as he keenly sensed that there seemed to be a slight change in this world. His cultivation was not very high, but he was still a low-rank demon king, so his perception of his surroundings was quite good. After pondering for a moment, Huoluan's face was filled with shock. He discovered that the energy in this world was a bit denser than before, and the world principles were also a bit denser. Although the change was not too great, the feeling was unmistakable. The words of the fellow who had thrown him and came back to his ears. Perhaps one day in the future, this place will become another demon domain. At that time, he hadn't thought much of it, but now it seemed that it wasn't impossible. If this continued to develop at this rate, when the energy in this world became abundant enough and the world principles were perfected, wouldn't it become another demon territory? Huoluan was shocked. At this moment, something seemed to have fallen from the sky from one of the digested continental fragments. Was there something that this world could not digest? Huoluan rubbed his eyes to confirm that he was not seeing things, and his heart filled with excitement as he hurriedly flew in the direction that the object had fallen. After a full 2 hours, he finally arrived at the location and began searching through a large area with his divine sense. Without much effort, he found a spear in a clear lake. The spear was not light, and the patterns on the spear were complicated. It was obvious that it was a high-quality item that had been carefully crafted. After pouring in his essence to become the demon race, the spear actually flashed with a dazzling light. Huoluan sucked in a breath of cold air. High-grade demon artifact. This was actually a high-grade demon artifact. Moreover, even among high-grade demon artifacts, it was an extremely high-quality one. He did not feel the slightest bit of obstruction when pouring in his demon essence, and was able to wield it as if it was his own arm. According to Huoluan's knowledge, only high-grade demon kings and half-saints had the qualifications to use such a high-grade demon artifact. A mid-grade demon king and low-grade demon king had no chance at all. He also had demon artifacts, but they were only low-grade demon artifacts. Whether it was in terms of quality or value, they could not compare to this spear. What made him feel even more incredulous was that this high-grade demon artifact was as shiny as new, as if it had been used not long ago. But if this demon artifact was here, then where did the high-grade demon king or half-saint that used it go? Huoluan could not care less as he tightly gripped the spear in his hand and laughed loudly. The gloominess and depression he had felt during this period of time were swept away. Just this demon artifact that he had unexpectedly picked up was enough to make him happy for many days. This kind of treasure was not something he could covet in the past. Just as his good mood began to rise, another object fell from the sky and landed several dozen kilometers away. Chapter 3573. After determining the direction, Huoluan hurriedly flew off to search, and a moment later, an even happier laugh rang out. This time he had actually picked up a space ring, and the treasures and wealth stored inside were innumerable. Huoluan even found nearly 1,000 myriad demon pills inside. These were myriad demon pills. Normally, he wouldn't even be able to see them, but now he had obtained nearly 1,000 of them. Huoluan almost thought he was dreaming. With so many myriad demon pills in his hands, as long as he calmly cultivated, becoming a high-rank demon king would be just around the corner. Even becoming a half-saint wouldn't be a dream. So many myriad demon pills were definitely not something a demon king could possess. According to what he knew, only a half-saint could possess so many myriad demon pills in the entire demon territory. Recalling the spear he had just picked up, Huoluan realized that he had likely picked up a half-saint's relic. As soon as this thought appeared, Huoluan was startled. For him, who was only a low-rank demon king, a half-saint was a lofty existence. Who could actually kill a half-saint? His shock wasn't over yet. In the next few days, Huoluan constantly saw things fall from the sky, all of which were things that this world couldn't digest. Most of these things were demonic artifacts. Many of these demonic artifacts had already lost their spirituality. Their owners seemed to have experienced an extremely dangerous life and death battle before returning to the great demon god's embrace, leaving behind these demonic artifacts that had been used in battle. Huoluan also picked up a lot of space rings, making him rich. However, the half-saint's space ring was only the one he had picked up at the beginning. Although there were many good things in the other space rings, and even myriad demon pills were occasionally found, none of them could compare to the wealth contained in the first space ring. This situation continued for 7 or 8 days until, under Huoluan's eager gaze, the crack in the sky gradually closed and nothing else was swallowed in. After waiting for a long time and confirming that there were no more treasures to pick up, Huoluan turned around and flew back to his wooden house, his face full of excitement. At this time, he no longer complained that he was like a little bird in a cage. What kind of guy in a cage would have such a terrifying opportunity? The wealth he had obtained in these past few days was something he couldn't obtain even in 100 lifetimes. Huoluan flew back to the mountain and was about to return to his residence when he suddenly stopped in midair and looked down. A moment later, Huoluan's eyes narrowed. The mountain where his wooden house was located had actually become a lot taller. This was definitely not an illusion. Although he hadn't measured of this mountain a demon king's perception, the mountain had grown taller, and even the ground had become heavier. The laws of heaven and earth had become denser, and the energy of heaven and earth had become more abundant. This world had already undergone some subtle changes without anyone noticing. Outside the sealed world bead, where the eternal heaven continent was located, had become a void. The entire continent had been swallowed up by the rolling stone. The huge rolling stone had transformed into the sealed world bead and was recalled by Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned around and passed through the world gate, then sealed it again and called out to Baya, who was waiting outside, "Let's go." He didn't expect that there would be so many good things left behind from the battle of the eternal heaven continent. Ming Yu had killed more than a dozen half-saint realm cultivators in the eternal heaven continent, so the remains of these half-saint realm cultivators were naturally left behind. Most of them were found and taken away after the battle, but there was still one space ring that was completely lost. Now it was Huoluan who was imprisoned in the sealed world bead. After leaving the eternal heaven continent, Yang Kai took Baya and the 500,000 proud snow ice guards to various continents in the demon territory. Nominally, they were repairing and maintaining the world gates in the demon territory. This was something that Yang Kai hadn't finished before. More than half a year ago, when he was carrying out this task, he was ambushed and taken away by 3 half-saint realm cultivators from the 100 spirit continent. Then the eternal heaven change broke out, so this matter was delayed. If he continued at this time, no one would question him. However, repairing and maintaining the world gates was just an excuse. His real goal was to find an opportunity to devour the missing continents. In the past, when he asked Rolling to devour those continents, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. He just felt that it was a waste to just let the fragments of those continents be lost in the void. In any case, Rolling had already devoured them before, so it wasn't a bad thing to expand the sealed world bead's territory. But now, it seemed that this was a wise move with foresight. Those broken continents contained a part of the world principles of the demon territory. Although these world principles were as broken as the continents themselves, Rolling didn't refuse any of them. Many a little makes an ocean, and a quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. The sealed world bead might undergo earth-shattering changes in the future. If this idea was really feasible, then he might be able to lead the war between the 2 realms to another path. As a veteran half-saint in the demon territory, Baya naturally knew the situation in the entire demon territory like the back of his hand. Now that he had him by his side as an advisor, many things would be a lot easier to handle. Yang Kai only chatted with him for a few days, but he had already planned an efficient route in his mind. They passed through one continent after another. Every once in a while, Yang Kai would stop and have the proud snow ice guard seal off an area while he disappeared for a few days. Bai also gradually discovered something strange about Yang Kai. This was because along the way, Yang Kai didn't repair or maintain any world gates at all. Instead, it was as if he was leading an army of 500,000 on a sightseeing tour, shuttling back and forth between continents in the demon territory. And every time he stopped at a place, there seemed to be some special rules. It wasn't until 2 months later that Baya finally discovered what these rules were. The places that the proud snow ice guards sealed off were definitely places where a world gate once existed, and that world gate was connected to a continent that had disappeared when it still existed. After discovering this rule, Baya's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. As a half-saint, his mind was naturally extremely sharp. An unbelievable guess couldn't help but appear in his mind, and as he secretly observed in private, he finally confirmed the guess in his heart one day. Yang Kai really could reopen the world gates of those disappeared continents and then enter those continents. Baya's heart was in a perilous situation. Why did the demon race start the war between the two realms at all costs? Firstly, the demon race was bloodthirsty and aggressive. Secondly, it was because the demon race needed to find a place to settle down. The entire demon territory used to be a single entity many years ago, but for some reason, it later split into countless continents of various sizes. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. The continents were split, but they could still be connected to each other. The lives of millions of demon race didn't change much. The most important thing was that the continents were gradually disappearing, and the world gates that still existed were slowly having problems. If the demon race didn't need to find a place to settle down, once all the world gates disappeared, the continents would completely lose contact with each other, and the entire demon territory would fall apart. By that time, perhaps even the demon saint wouldn't be able to predict what would happen, and it might be the end of the demon territory. However, now that Yang Kai had found the missing continents and was able to enter them, plus he had the means to repair the world gates, it was enough for him to maintain the safety of the demon territory for the rest of his life and prevent the demon territory from being destroyed. If that was the case, then what was the point of the war between the two realms? Countless demon race warriors, and even the demon king and half-saint. What was the point of sacrificing their lives in the astral world? No wonder Yang Kai asked the Saint Senior for 500,000 proud snow ice guards to accompany him. This kind of thing really required some help. Without the proud snow ice guards' blockade, if someone accidentally broke through, news would quickly spread, causing the entire demon territory to become turbulent. Since discovering Yang Kai's secret, Bai had become a little absent-minded, looking at Yang Kai as if she was looking at a monster. Since he didn't expose him, Yang Kai didn't explain either. Since he had brought Bai along, Yang Kai didn't think that this secret could be kept a secret for long. In any case, one day in the future, this matter would definitely be revealed. So letting Bai inform Bai, Liamo first, was a good way to test her attitude. Inside the small sealed world, the mountain where Hualuan built, his wooden house grew taller and taller. Since witnessing that magical scene with his own eyes that day, similar scenes would appear every once in a while. When a huge crack appeared in the sky for the second time and another fragment of the continent was swallowed up, Hualuan rushed out excitedly, wanting to pick up some more treasures. But the result this time disappointed him. Even after the crack closed, nothing strange fell from the sky. The same happened a third time, a fourth time. Today, Hualuan didn't have any extravagant hopes. When the crack in the sky appeared again, he just opened his eyes and glanced at it indifferently. No matter how shocking the scene was, it didn't matter anymore. In any case, there was nothing to pick up, so the crack would close on its own in a few days. These days, Hualuan went out again, mainly to verify a guess in his heart, and it turned out that his guess was correct. This world was expanding, and not only was the mountain he was on growing taller, but the entire world had also become much larger. As the crack opened again and again, as more and more fragments of the continent were swallowed up, the world principles and world energy of this world gradually increased. World creation. Hualuan suddenly understood. This kind of earth-shattering method was almost equivalent to the world creation stage. Who could have such an earth-shattering method? Was it the man who brought me here? Hualuan couldn't help thinking of Yang Kai. That day he had told that man that if one lived in this place for too long, not only would their cultivation not be able to improve, there was even a risk of it falling. But today, this kind of risk no longer existed. Perhaps in the absence of cultivation resources, it would be difficult to improve one's cultivation, but it was impossible for one's cultivation to drop. This was because the energy and laws of this world had undergone great changes. Chapter 3574. Yang Kai led the proud snow ice guards and roamed around the various continents of the demon territory for an entire year. During this year, he went to every demon saint's territory and devoured all the known continents that had disappeared. One day, a year later, Bai stood in front of a void corridor in the sky above a vast sea. His eyes were absent-minded as he stared at the pitch-black, void corridor filled with a dangerous aura. He had a complicated expression on his face. He knew that the void corridor connected to a continent that had disappeared from the demon territory as early as 3,000 years ago. After such a long time, Yang Kai no longer hid anything from him. In any case, this guy had already pried into his secrets. Secrets that were pried into were no longer secrets. Therefore, more than half a year ago, Yang Kai openly released the return to ruins in front of him and used the power of the return to ruins to shatter the void corridor. Yang Kai even brought him inside. When he saw the shattered continent, Bai Ye's expression was very interesting. He was filled with disbelief. Over the years, at least 100 continents had disappeared from the demon territory. However, all the people of the demon race subconsciously thought that these missing continents were only disconnected from the demon territory. There shouldn't be any problems with the continents themselves. As long as they could find that connection, those missing continents would return one day. However, when Bai saw the outcome of those missing continents with his own eyes, he realized that he had been taking things for granted all this time. Even if the demon territory was fragmented, it was still a whole. Once a continent was separated from the demon territory as a whole, it would be like a person's limb being cut off. It would gradually decay and shatter due to the loss of nutrients. There was great fear between life and death. After seeing the outcome of those missing continents with his own eyes, Bai couldn't help but wonder if the surviving continents in the demon territory would one day end up like that. The continents would shatter and the holy spirits on those continents would all die at that time. Even the demon saint might not be able to escape, let alone a half-saint like himself. A faint aura came from the void corridor in front of him. Then a figure flashed and Yang Kai appeared. Their eyes met and Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hard work, Brother Bai Ye." Bai Ye smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Compared to what Brother Yang is doing, I'm just keeping a lookout. What's so hard about it? Is everything okay outside?" Yang Kai looked around. "There's a probing aura, but it hasn't come close." Bai Ye replied. With his status as a half-saint, only a half-saint's aura could make him care about probing. Over the past year, it hadn't been smooth sailing. Yu Meng had reached a new agreement with the other demon saint a year ago. The demon saint wouldn't attack Yang Kai anymore, but there were many half-saints who heard the news. Yang Kai was now like a big injured fish in the ocean. His entire body reeked of blood, attracting the covetous gazes of those sharks and half-saints. Over the past year, he had clashed with half-saint more than 10 times. However, Yang Kai now had Windchaser, 500,000 proud snow ice guards, and Bai Ye by his side. 1 or 2 half-saints' attacks were useless. The most dangerous time was when he encountered 5 half-saints' attacks. In that battle, Bai Ye and Windchaser were each entangled by a half-saint and couldn't get away. The remaining 3 half-saints' relentless pursuit of Yang Kai made them think that they were about to succeed. However, every time Yang Kai went to a continent, he would hide his space spirit bead. Coupled with his incomparably exquisite space divine technique, even if he couldn't defeat them, he could still run away. That battle lasted for half a month. In the end, those 3 half-saints followed behind Yang Kai and ate his dust for half a month. They didn't even get a single strand of hair. Instead, they were tormented by Yang Kai's unpredictable methods. Since then, no half-saint had a direct confrontation with Yang Kai. Now, all the half-saints in the demon territory knew that unless 10 half-saints joined hands or instantly sealed the area around Yang Kai, he wouldn't be able to escape. Otherwise, there was no way to deal with someone who was proficient in space law. However, it was extremely difficult for 10 half-saints to join hands. The demon territory didn't lack these 10 half-saints. Back then, more than 100 half-saints participated in the encirclement of the bright moon great emperors, but at that time it was only because of the orders of the demon saint that they joined hands. Now, it was basically impossible for 10 half-saints to join hands to kill an enemy, especially when the enemy only had a single opportunity. Yang Kai's battle had shocked the world. Previously, he had become famous in the demon territory because he obtained the opportunity of the great emperors. Only now did those half-saints who were familiar with him or not realize that this guy's strength was also unfathomable. It was no wonder that he could escape from the demon saint's pursuit that day. Are there no other continents? Yang Kai asked. Bai shook her head. The demon blood continent is the last continent that disappeared. Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. He immersed his consciousness into the small sealed world and sighed slightly. It's still not enough. Although the small sealed world had undergone tremendous changes over the past year because it had swallowed the broken continents and its territory had become infinitely vast, it still wasn't enough. It wasn't that its territory was too small. The current territory of the small sealed world was equivalent to the sum of nearly 100 continents in the demon territory. With such a huge territory, it was absolutely possible to accommodate hundreds of billions of people. The shortcomings of the small sealed world lay in its world principles and world energy. Now, the world principles in the expanded territory of the small sealed world were similar to those in the star territory. In other words, under such world principles, the strongest master that could be born was only an origin king. Huoluin was the best test subject. He had the cultivation of a low-rank demon king, and during this time he seemed to have been using the myriad demon pill to improve his cultivation. Now he had reached the peak of the low-rank demon king realm, but he was unable to break through his bottleneck. The reason for this was that the world principles in the small sealed world were unable to meet his requirements for a breakthrough. If the newly expanded territory of the small sealed world didn't change, Huoluin would never be able to break through his bottleneck. This was the limit of the world principles, just like the origin kings in the star territory who needed to find a way to enter the star boundary. If one couldn't break through the limits of the world principles, no matter how good one's aptitude was, it would be impossible for them to make any further progress. It seems that I can only take this risk. Yang Kai only hesitated for a moment before a resolute light flashed across his eyes, hoping that Bai Liamo wouldn't fall out with him. Let's go! Yang Kai called out to Baiya. Baiya immediately ordered the proud snow ice guards who were standing guard around to gather around. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the army flew into the sky. Half a month later, outside a world gate, Baiya stopped, the corners of his mouth twitching as he said, Brother Yang, if I remember correctly, this world gate should lead to the 100 Spirit Continent. Is our destination the 100 Spirit Continent? That's right. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, grabbed his arm without any explanation, and stepped forward with him. Baiya was shocked, but before he could say anything, the two had already plunged into the world gate and arrived in a gorgeous and colorful world. Baiya smiled bitterly. The 100 Spirit Continent had a special status in the entire demon territory, except for those who were blinded by greed, who dared to enter it, especially the half-saint subordinates of the demon saint. They had all been warned by the demon saint to never enter the 100 Spirit Continent, otherwise they would be asking for it, even if they died. Although Baiya knew that Yang Kai had a good relationship with the 100 Spirit Continent, he still felt like he had entered a tiger's den when he was dragged here. But since he was already here, what else could he say? He could only pray that the owner of the 100 Spirit Continent would not blame him. Who is trespassing on the 100 Spirit Continent? As soon as the two of them stood firm, a loud shout came from the other side. Obviously, someone had noticed the abnormality here. While the voice was speaking, a beam of light came quickly. When it came closer, the figure in the beam of light was revealed. It was a middle-aged man with the aura of a half-saint. After seeing Yang Kai, the man could not help but be stunned. He immediately clasped his hands and said, "It's Lord Yang." "Master!" Baiya could not help but frown when she heard this name. She was not familiar with the middle-aged man in front of her. The half-saint of the 100 Spirit Continent rarely interacted with the outside world. But the half-saint here were all holy spirits and were extremely arrogant. How could such a person call Yang Kai master? Baiya realized that She seemed to have underestimated Yang Kai's status in the 100-spirit continent and how much the owner of the 100-spirit continent valued him. No wonder even Wind-Chasing Wolf was always by his side. This guy was the mount of that person who galloped the world. How should I address you? Yang Kai looked at the middle-aged man with a smile. The middle-aged man clasped his hands and said, Master, you can just call me, do you? Yang Kai nodded slightly. Is Senior Changtian here? I want to see Senior. Master, please come with me. Diyu gestured with his hand and glanced at Baiya as he spoke. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and the fierce aura made Baiya's hair stand on end. Yang Kai said, Brother Baiya is my companion. When Diyu heard this, the fierce light in his eyes gradually disappeared. He nodded slightly and led the way without saying a word. In the dark and cold hall that seemed to never see the light of day, Yang Kai saw Changtian again. A person like him could not have changed much in such a short time, so the two of them sat on the ground in the hall. Outside the hall, Baiya stood quietly with a serious expression. Diyu, who led the way, was nowhere to be seen, but there was a pair of twin sisters standing in front of him, staring at him without blinking. The twin sisters, one in black and the other in white, had beautiful faces and graceful figures. Their auras seemed to echo and be closely connected to each other. Usually, any man would take a few more glances at such a dazzling scene. But at this moment, Baiya did not look at them. The reserved smile on her face was almost stiff. She cursed Yang Kai in her heart. It's fine if you want to come to the 100-spirit continent. But why do you have to drag me here? I'm a half-saint, but I feel like a lamb falling into a tiger's den. Chapter 35:75. Senior, I don't have any flowers growing on my body. Why are you looking at me like that? In the hall, Yang Kai touched his nose and looked at Changtian, who had been staring at him since he came in. Changtian smiled and nodded. Not bad, not bad. I was right about you. Now that you have that opportunity, your chances of becoming a demon saint will be greatly increased. In 100 years, the 100-spirit continent will have a successor. The battle of eternity, heaven, shook the world. Even though the 100-spirit continent was closed, it was still able to hear the news. Changtian didn't have much lifespan left, so he wanted to train Yang Kai as a successor so that he could take charge of the 100-spirit continent in the future and protect the many divine spirits on this continent. However, even though Changtian wanted to, he knew that the peak of the martial Tao was not so easy to reach. Now, even the opportunity of the great emperors was snatched by Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai could take it step by step, he might be able to see Yang Kai standing at the top of the demon territory before he died. At that time, he would have nothing to worry about, and the many saint spirits on this continent would have someone to rely on. Since you have such an opportunity, don't show your face casually outside in the future. Just stay in the 100-spirit continent. I have already talked to Yurumeng. I don't think she will have any objections. Yang Kai smiled bitterly when he heard this. Changtian was implying that he should stay on the 100-spirit continent in the future and cultivate diligently until he became a demon saint. Yang Kai could naturally feel Changtian's love for him. However, time waited for no man. Yang Kai did not have the time to cultivate in seclusion here. The goal of becoming a demon saint was still too far away for him. The battle of the two realms was in full swing. His family, women, and friends were all in the star world. How could he hide in this paradise with peace of mind? He was afraid that the star world would be long gone by the time he became a demon saint. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, I understand Senior's thoughts, but Senior, have you never thought of leading the 100-spirit continent out of this rut? Although the 100-spirit continent is very big, isn't it a little too small for you? Changtian's eyes flashed when he heard this. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he said with a smile, What do you want to say? Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes and said, I want to say that with Senior's ability, you shouldn't be trapped in a mere 100-spirit continent. Think about the 12, demon saint. Each of them controls dozens of continents. Senior's ability is no weaker than the 12 demon saints. Why do you only occupy a small 100 spirit continent? Senior is a dragon race, and the dragon race is the leader of all creatures. You should roam the 9 heavens and not be trapped in a puddle. Chang Tian's eyelids drooped slightly as he said, "There was no 100 spirit continent in the demon territory. I spent half of my life fighting for it. The territory of the demons is indeed very large, with hundreds and thousands of continents. However, there is only one of me, and it is difficult for me to do anything alone." "Senior, you still have me." "You?" Chang Tian raised his eyebrows and looked at him. He suddenly laughed. "You have a big appetite, but you still need to have the corresponding strength to protect you." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "Senior, you misunderstood me. I didn't have the intention to encourage you to seize the territories of the demon saint. The territory of the demons has long been falling apart. What's the point of seizing other people's territories? Perhaps in less than 100 or 1,000 years, the territories that you have seized will be destroyed. At that time, it will be useless. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about the 100 spirit continent. Who knows when the 100 spirit continent will be separated from the demon territory and follow in the footsteps of those disappeared continents? When that time comes, where will you go? What will happen to the billions of creatures in the 100 spirit continent?" After a pause, Yang Kai said, "Moreover, although you are content with your territory, the war between the 2 realms will sweep across the entire territory of the demons sooner or later. Can you and the 100 spirit continent really stay out of it when that time comes?" As soon as he said that, Chang Tian's face darkened. Yang Kai continued, "If I can see it, I'm sure you have already expected it." Although the war between the 2 realms was tragic now, it had not reached the critical moment yet. Therefore, the 100 spirit continent could still stay out of it. However, if it really reached the critical moment, how could the demon saint in the demon territory allow the 100 spirit continent to stay out of it? When that time came, they would definitely join forces to pressure the 100 spirit continent and force it to join the war. When that time came, Chang Tian would have no choice but to agree under pressure. Otherwise, the 100 spirit continent would be placed on the opposite side of the demon territory. When that time came, the 100 spirit continent would end up in an even worse state. If the demon saint really hardened their hearts and joined forces, the 100 spirit continent could still be destroyed. Do you have a solution? Chang Tian raised his eyes and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai suddenly said this to him. Obviously, it was not without reason, so he could not help but have a lot of guesses. "I'm still in the process of figuring it out. I can't say for sure that it will succeed, but at least I have a direction. If this is successful, not only will it extinguish the war between the 2 realms, I can even find a better place for the 100 spirit continent and all the demon race. Extinguish the war between the 2 realms." Even though Chang Tian was experienced and knowledgeable, he could not help but be a little stunned at this moment. Yang Kai's words were a little boastful. The war between the 2 realms was extraordinary. It was a battle for survival, so it would definitely be a life and death struggle. Unless one side was completely defeated or wiped out, it would not stop at all. In comparison, finding a better place for the 100 spirit continent and all the demon race seemed less sensational. If it were someone else who said this, Chang Tian would have thrown him out long ago to avoid wasting time. However, he had high hopes for Yang Kai and hoped that he could protect the 100 spirit continent in the future. At this time, even if he was unwilling to believe it, he could only ask, "Tell me in detail, what are your plans?" Yang Kai hesitated for a long time, then looked like he had made an important decision. He looked up at Chang Tian and said, "Senior, you should see it with your own eyes." "See?" Chang Tian raised his eyebrows. Yang Kai extended a hand to him. "If Senior trusts me, please relax and don't resist." Seeing this, Chang Tian frowned. He did not know what Yang Kai was planning, but he also extended his hand and placed it in Yang Kai's palm. With his strength, he was very confident in his own strength, so he was not worried about Yang Kai's schemes. In the next moment, he saw Yang Kai grinning at him. Then his vision blurred, and he suddenly appeared in a strange world. Chang Tian was stunned for a moment and turned his head to look around. He saw that this was no longer his dark and cold hall. It could even be said that this was not any place in the 100 Spirit Continent. This world made him feel a little uncomfortable. As soon as he entered, he felt that there was an invisible shackle binding him. It was the omnipresent power of heaven and earth. This invisible shackle prevented him from using too much power. So he could not use the power of a demon saint, but he could not use the power of a demon saint. This made Chang Tian's expression change slightly. He thought that he had misjudged and accidentally fell into Yang Kai's trap. But soon he threw away this thought because Yang Kai was standing next to him defenselessly. If Yang Kai really wanted to do something to him, he would never put on such a defenseless posture. Instead, this kid looked forward with a leisurely face. He stretched out his hand and said, "Senior, what do you think of this place?" "Where is this?" Chang Tian frowned and asked. Just now, he clearly felt a trace of space shifting, but before he could feel it carefully, he had already arrived here from the hall. As he spoke, he released his divine sense, but he could not detect the boundary of this world. "This is a world. I call it the small sealed world." Small sealed world. Chang Tian frowned, and then his eyes flashed with a terrifying light. A great world? Is this place a great world? It can barely be considered one. You actually found another great world. Chang Tian was shocked. Although people like Chang Tian knew that there was definitely more than one great world in the star boundary outside the demon territory. Perhaps in this vast universe, there were thousands of great worlds, but so far, the demon territory had only intersected with the star boundary. As for where the other great worlds were and how to get there, no one knew. But Yang Kai actually found a great world and even knew the entrance to this great world. How could Chang Tian not be shocked? In an instant, Chang Tian understood what Yang Kai meant. If he could really go back and forth freely in this great world, he could indeed jump out of the rut of the 100 Spirit Continent. He would no longer have to worry about being suppressed by the demon saint in the future when the war of the two worlds heated up. He would also not have to worry about the 100 Spirit Continent falling apart one day, leaving hundreds of millions of people homeless. However, this thought only lingered in his mind for a moment before the fire in Chang Tian's heart cooled down. He slowly shook his head and said, "This world is not suitable for high-level creatures to live in. It is not perfect." With his insight, he was naturally able to perceive the shortcomings of the newly expanded territory of the mysterious small world. If not for this, the invisible shackles of the world energy would not have been placed on him. Compared with the demon territory, this world was undoubtedly much inferior. Such a great world was just a facade. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Senior's vision is like a torch. But does Senior know what this world was like in the beginning? Chang Tian laughed. How would I know? He was stunned for a moment before he turned to look at Yang Kai. Do you know? Yang Kai said leisurely, Of course I know, because this world was created by me. You created it? Chang Tian's eyes widened, wondering if there was something wrong with his hearing. After the battle of Eternal Heaven, did Senior go to the Eternal Heaven continent? Yang Kai suddenly asked an irrelevant question. Ahem. Chang Tian clenched his fist and coughed lightly. This king was in the Eternal Heaven continent at that time. This time, it was Yang Kai's turn to be startled. He had instinctively thought that Chang Tian would definitely investigate something as important as the Battle of Eternal Heaven. But who would have thought that Chang Tian would actually be in the Eternal Heaven continent on that day?